Chapter 139. Xing Wei. Qian Yannian couldn't help but take a step forward when he heard the scream outside the hall. How could Templar Li Qingshan let go of such an opening? His wind-entwining blade slashed horizontally at Qian Yinyan's waist. Qian Yinyan's expression changed. He never thought that a second-layer Qi practitioner would be able to unleash such a ferocious strike. To Qian Yannian, the fact that Li Qingshan was able to kill one of the Qian family's two elders, the gray-clothed elder, was a shameful sneak attack. Therefore, he did not take Li Qingshan seriously at all and only treated him as a bug that could be killed at any time. The reason why he did not strike down immediately was because he was still hesitating over the consequences of killing a Hawkwolf guard. He wondered if there was any way he could turn the situation around. However, Li Qingshan's slash clearly told Qian Yannian that it was not a question of whether or not he wanted to kill him, but rather, he wanted to kill him. "Kid, you're courting death," Qian Yannian bellowed. His chicken claw-like left hand stretched out and grabbed the blade, stopping the swift and violent strike. If one looked carefully, there was only a hair's breadth between the saber and the palm. Qian Yinyan's true qi and Li Qingshan's true qi clashed intensely within this small distance. It was as if two armies were fighting on a long battle line. One side was made up of elite soldiers, but they were no match for an enemy that was 100 times their size. The blood vessels in Li Qingshan's body expanded, and he exerted all his strength on the saber, but he couldn't make the saber move an inch. Qian Yannian was also surprised. With his strength, he actually couldn't snatch the saber from Li Qingshan's hands. This brat's strength was simply astonishing. The indestructible wind-entwining saber let out a teeth-aching groan. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through their minds, but in reality, it only took an instant. Both of them reacted almost at the same time. Qian Yannian threw a punch at Li Qingshan's chest, while Li Qingshan grabbed at Qian Yinyan's head, completely ignoring that palm. When they exchanged blows just now, it was as if they were going to perish together. Li Qingshan was not confident in anything else, but he was extremely confident in his own defense. "I have a lot of HP and high defense. Enduring 8 or 10 moves from you is nothing, but if you take a single move from me, you will die." Qian Yannian felt like if that claw landed, even his head would be crushed. With it, just when Li Qingshan wanted to take advantage, he saw 17 or 18 fists condensed from his true qi. Qian Yinyan's condense, rush and defend himself. Just when Li Qingshan wanted to use this opportunity to gain the upper hand, he saw 17 or 18 fists condensed from true qi rush towards him. The wind-entwining blade turned into a streak of light, protecting him. Bang, 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 bang. A series of banging sounds could be heard, and a strong wind blew. The huge table was overturned, and all the candles in the hall were extinguished. St. Teet. Teet san ant st teet. Li Qingshan with the Li Qingshan st li lis. He leet king t his feet to his st, "You're a body practitioner," Qian Yannian exclaimed. If he was an ordinary second-layer qi practitioner, his true qi would have already shattered his lungs. He might even have been torn to shreds on the spot, unless he used a body-tempering technique to strengthen his body. Li Qingshan didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt like he was stretching his muscles and bones. He stared at Qian Yannian with bloodthirsty excitement in his eyes. Qian Yannian looked at Li Qingshan. The disdain in his eyes was gone, replaced by a little more caution. However, it was only a little. He had been too careless just now, giving Li Qingshan the opportunity to swing his blade at him. A second-layer qi practitioner was definitely no match for a fifth-layer qi practitioner. This was common sense. "Do you really think you can kill me just because you blocked a few of my moves? Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Then I'll go kill that bitch, Qian Rongji." Outside the hall, Qian Xingwei's screams became more and more shrill, but Qian Yannian turned a deaf ear. Although he liked this eldest grandson, He had many grandchildren. It didn't matter if one or two died. While Qian Yannian was speaking, Li Qingshan didn't stay idle. He held his saber with both hands and raised it high. The pure true qi in his body flowed through his yang heel meridian and flowed into the wind-entwining saber. It turned into a layer of bright light on the saber. As he waved his arm, a sharp wind blade whistled through the air towards Qian Yannian. Holy Hall! Qian Yannian snorted coldly. He sucked in a deep breath, and a streak of golden light emerged from his nostrils. It pierced through the wind blade and shot towards Li Qingshan, leaving behind a thin, golden line in the air. Flying sword? Wasn't it only available to those in the 6th layer? Li Qingshan was a little surprised, but he immediately realized that it wasn't a flying sword, but some kind of spell. However, it was much more powerful than normal spells. It allowed a 5th layer qi practitioner to have the skills of a 6th layer qi practitioner. The information Qian Rongji had given him said that Qian Yannian was only in the 4th layer of qi practitioner. That was completely false. As a 5th layer qi practitioner, Qian Yannian obviously didn't cultivate the innate method of training of qi, which only allowed him to reach the 3rd layer of qi practitioner. Instead, he cultivated the even stronger Gung Metal Fiendish Qi technique. And this move was the Gung Metal Sword technique. Of the Gung Metal Fiendish Qi technique, the metal lungs condensed fiendish qi within. The lungs opened at the nose and came out to form a sword of qi. The sword light pierced through the air, creating a sharp whistle. If it was a normal person, just hearing this whistle would be the end of them. Li Qingshan bent his knees slightly and leapt high into the air. The sword qi brushed past the soles of his feet. Taking advantage of the fact that he couldn't retrieve the sword qi, he leapt towards Qian Yannian and quickly closed the distance between them. Qian Yannian looked at Li Qingshan, who was pouncing towards him, and let out another cold snort. His eyes were filled with malice. Suddenly, another sword qi came out of his nostrils and stabbed towards Li Qingshan in midair. At the same time, another sword qi turned around and stabbed towards Li Qingshan's back. There were 2 lungs on the left and 1 on the right. The Gung Metal Sword qi also had 2, 1 on the left and 1 on the right. Li Qingshan hooked his right foot around the beam and flipped up, avoiding the crisscrossing swords of qi by a hair's breadth. However, in the next moment, the sword qi pierced through the beam from bottom to top. He abruptly leaned back and the sword qi brushed past his face, illuminating his eyebrows. Li Qingshan was already prepared. The blade in his hand flashed, and like an antelope hanging its horn, it struck the sword qi without a trace. Clang! The blade and the sword clashed. The wind-entwining blade actually made a small nick, but it also broke the sword qi. However, before he could celebrate, the broken sword qi once again condensed, just that it lacked a trace of fiendish qi. Li Qingshan leapt backwards, and the sword of qi pursued him relentlessly. He constantly leapt and twisted in the spacious hall, avoiding the sword of qi by a hair's breadth every time. He was as nimble as a monkey. When he couldn't dodge, he would use the wind-entwining blade to forcefully strike the sword qi, temporarily blocking it. He realized that although the sword qi was close to a flying sword, it wasn't as agile and fast as Zhou Wenbin's flying sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it with his body. However, it must be because Qian Yinyan's strength wasn't there yet. If he had cultivated to the 6th level of qi refinement, this sword qi would definitely be a weapon no less powerful than a flying sword. Qian Yannian was so angry that his face was pale. He grunted continuously, focusing even more on controlling the Gung Metal Sword qi to chase after Li Qingshan. However, he was extremely cautious, leaving a sword qi around him. It wasn't just because he was worried about Li Qingshan's golden body assassination, but also because he was too old and his mental state had declined. It was difficult for him to control 2 swords at the same time. However, he believed that with just 1 sword qi, it was enough to kill Li Qingshan. With 1 attack and 1 defense, He was in an invincible position with no openings. Li Qingshan was shocked. So, a 5th-level qi refinement cultivator was already so powerful. What kind of cultivation method did he cultivate? Although he didn't know the name of the gung metal fiendish qi manual, he understood that these 2 swords must be the intrinsic spell of the cultivation method. That was why he could control them so easily. In comparison, the innate training of qi manual was just like its name. It could only refine qi and didn't have a proper spell. When he killed the naked man, Zhao Liangqing, he crushed him with one move using the absolute difference in strength, so he didn't experience the strength of a 5th-level qi refinement cultivator. Now, although there was no one around, he wasn't in a hurry to transform. It was easy to kill Qian Yannian in one move, but the whole world would know that he was the one who killed Zhao Liangqing. Therefore, he had to think of a foolproof plan. Right now, he would just play with this old man and train his martial art. In actual combat, he would understand the essence of the 2nd level of qi refinement. Qian Yannian thought he had the upper hand, but he didn't think that Li Qingshan only saw him as a piece of meat on the chopping board. Li Qingshan was thinking about how to cut him, and before he cut him, he had to have some fun. Seeing that he couldn't easily kill Li Qingshan and that Qian Rongji might escape, he was also worried that what Qian Rongji said was true and that Zhuo Zhibua was really on the way. He had to get away as soon as possible, so he took out an exquisite 100 treasures pouch. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He finally saw the biggest goal of this trip. Then, he saw Qian Yannian take out a talisman and was about to use it. Li Qingshan bellowed, "Stop, you old bastard!" Qian Yannian mocked, "Are you finally afraid?" Li Qingshan said coldly, "The things in your 100 treasures pouch, no matter if it's spirit pills, spirit stones, or talismans, they are all my property. You better not use them carelessly, or else you'll die very quickly. Your things are mine. Don't use them carelessly." These words were simply outrageous and arrogant to the extreme. Qian Yannian was also angered to the extreme. Without hesitation, the talisman in his hand exploded into a ball of light. A few 100 feet away from the hall, there was a large platform. There were 5 flights of stairs that led to all parts of the Qian residence, and there was only one path up the mountain that led to the main hall. Tonight, because of the birthday banquet, everyone in the Qian residence had come out in full force. All of their power was mobilized. They were alarmed by the unforeseen event on the mountain and gathered from all directions. Even many of the Qian residents who didn't know martial arts or qi refinement wanted to know what was going on. In the distance, a figure could be seen standing in front of the platform. Someone with sharp eyes shouted, "That's Qian Rongji. Kill her!" Everyone in the Qian residence heard Li Qingshan's words just now. Many people hated this great traitor of the Qian residence to the point of gnashing their teeth, but when they got closer to take a look, they were all stunned. Qian Rongji was covered in blood, but there was a psychedelic smile on her face. Under her feet, there was a person who looked like a bloody gourd lying on the ground, moaning miserably. And in her hand there was something that floated along with the night wind. Chapter 140. Ah! Many of the more timid ones screamed and almost fell down the stairs. In the main hall behind the holy hall, the rumbling sounds were endless. The magnificent hall was shaking in the darkness as if it would collapse at any moment. Qian Rongji looked back. It seemed that Li Qingshan could still hold on for a while, giving her enough time to do what she wanted to do. She was really grateful to Li Qingshan. Of course, it would be a big mistake to think that her personality had changed. In her mind, the best outcome of this battle would be for Li Qingshan and Qian Yannian to perish together. "Master, master, is that you?" A middle-aged woman recognized the identity of the person on the ground from the hoarse scream. She scolded with a sobbing tone, "Qian Rongji, you slut, you lunatic! What did my master do wrong to you? Not only did you seduce him, you even want to kill him?" "I seduced him?" Qian Rongji licked the blood at the corner of her mouth. He said he wanted to skin me? I asked him if that was the case, but he didn't say. Do you know? She kicked the bloody gourd off the platform, causing it to roll down the stairs. As if avoiding the plague, the crowd parted. When everyone's attention was attracted by the bloody body, a wind blade pierced through the crowd, and blood shot up into the sky. The woman who spoke just now had a huge gash from her shoulder to her waist. She looked down in disbelief. This little slut actually dared to attack her? This was the last thought in her mind before she collapsed to the ground. It seems that you don't know either, Qian Rongji murmured. Dark clouds covered the moon and the sky was pitch black. Thousands of Qian family members gathered around the platform, and more were coming. The flickering torches illuminated her beautiful blood-stained face, twisting with the flickering light. A luxuriously dressed young man wailed, "Father! Mother!" Then, he looked at Qian Rongji with extreme hatred. "Everyone, kill this crazy woman and help great-grandpa. The Qian family will definitely get through this crisis." Upon receiving the order, over 1,000 people rushed forward together. Their imposing manner was enough to scare ordinary people to death. Even Qi practitioners would run out of true Qi, not to mention that there were more than a dozen first-layer Qi practitioners among them. Qian Rongji was in danger. However, there was no fear on her face. With a psychedelic smile, she opened her red lips and casually called out a string of names: Qian Ronghui, Qian Rongqing. Among the people she called out, there were big and small ones, men and women, but the one thing they had in common was that they were all Qi practitioners. None of them originally had the surname Qian, but they were adopted by the Qian clan because they had the aptitude to practice Qi refinement. Startled, they stopped in their tracks. "Haven't you been bullied enough by the Qian clan? They treated us like pigs and dogs, and now we have to die for them? The Qian family is doomed. All of the people of the Qian family will be killed by the Hawkwolf Guard." Qian Xingwei's son, the luxuriously dressed young man, called out, "Don't listen to her nonsense. Great-grandpa will settle everything very soon. All those who betray the Qian family will die horrible deaths." The people with the bloodline of the Qian family all agreed. They pressed forward once again. The forest of blades and spears was less than 10 steps away from Qian Rongji, but due to their fear of Qian Rongji's martial prowess, they could not help but slow down. Before they knew it, the people Qian Rongji had called out had been separated from the crowd. Some of them even looked at them cautiously. Qian Rongji said, "That old bastard Qian Yannian is in the main hall at the back. If he could come out, he would have done so a long time ago. If you don't think for yourselves now, it'll be too late." Rumbles constantly rang out in the main hall. Clearly, an intense battle was taking place. However, the leader of the Qian family who had ruled over ancient Wind City for almost a century, Qian Yannian, had clearly encountered a powerful enemy. If Qian Yannian were here, then all of the objections would cease to exist. However, Qian Yannian was not here. Many people thought uneasily, is the Qian family really going to be destroyed? Just now, the first person to be called out, Qian Ronghui, could not help but ask, "What do you want?" Qian Rongji said, "It's not too late to leave the Qian family right now. Otherwise, when the nest is overturned, no one will be able to escape unscathed." Qian Ronghui hesitated. Many people hesitated as well. The young man called out, "Qian Ronghui, are you bold enough to betray my Qian family?" Qian Rongji said with a demonic voice, "Do you see that? Is this the attitude of the Qian family? Or do you want to die to the wind-entwining blade of the Hawkwolf Guard?" Qian Ronghui glanced at the main hall in the darkness one last time and bellowed out, "All right, I'll leave the Qian family. I have nothing to do with the Qian family anymore." He turned around and made his way down the mountain. He did not plan on getting involved in this mess anymore. He did not resent the Qian family as deeply as Qian Rongji did. With him taking the lead, the others were tempted too. They were about to leave. The people of the Qian family cursed. Many weapons and spears were aimed at Qian Ronghui. Qian Ronghui bellowed, "Move! Did I say you could leave?" Qian Rongji's icy cold voice made Qian Ronghui stop. He turned around and said furiously, "What else do you want?" Qian Rongji said, "If you leave now, you'll be hunted down by the world." Afterwards she said to everyone, "I know all of you. None of you can just leave like this today. As long as you're not a direct descendant of the Qian family, you can be spared if you offer up the heads of members of the Qian family as proof of your loyalty. Otherwise, only death awaits you." She was in deep danger. Not only did she not beg for mercy in fear, she even threatened everyone fiercely. Everyone panicked. There were only a few direct descendants of the Qian family. Even they did not have the determination to live and die with the Qian family. They were just tied to the Qian family's war chariot. They had no choice but to persevere, not to mention the others. She vaguely understood Li Qingshan's feelings. This feeling was really great. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. In this hot summer night, under the illumination of the fire, many beads of sweat rolled down from their foreheads. Everyone looked around vigilantly, trying to distinguish who was not their own kin from the fire and who was a possible proof of allegiance. This century-old clan had a dense web of interpersonal relationship. There were countless grievances and hatred. In the darkness, it was unknown where the first saber fell, but it was unknown where the first scream came from. It was as if a fuse had been lit. The first flash of blood was like a spark falling on a wasteland. It quickly spread into a prairie fire. Someone shouted, "Kill these traitors! Surround the Qian family!" There were also people shouting, "Take revenge!" But there were more screams and wails. Pairs of eyes were dyed red with blood. They did not have the time to distinguish whether the people around them were enemies or relatives. They waved their sabers at anyone who approached them. Talismans turned into lightning and flames, exploding in the crowd. The sound of spears piercing into bodies and sabers cutting through bones interweaved into a soul-calming song. The Qian family mansion turned into a Jura purgatory. And in the center of the purgatory, Qian Rongji laughed crazily. Great joy surged into her heart. All of her memories were burning. She forgot about the potential threat of Qian Yannian. She even forgot about the difference between life and death. She felt that this place was heaven. She was happy now. Even if she died immediately, it did not matter. There were also people who wanted to assassinate this traitor of the Qian family out of anger, and there were even people who became blinded by bloodlust. They tried to kill her. However, in this place, who could possibly kill a second-layer Qi warrior? They were all killed by the wind-entwining saber and turned into corpses that formed a circle around her. Gradually, no one dared to approach her, and this circle of corpses became the only safe haven in this purgatory. None of the people of ancient Wind City could forget this night. They raised their heads and watched from within the city. They watched as the clan that had ruled over ancient Wind City for a century collapsed in the flames of tribulation. Their faces were filled with mixed emotions of fear, surprise, and joy. Most of the Qi practitioners who had come down from the mountain did not leave. They also watched from the darkness. They were extremely surprised and astounded by the horrifying sight in the firelight. No one had expected things to develop like this. Originally, they thought Li Qingshan's declaration was a joke that had overestimated himself, that he was looking to die. However, Qian Yannian would kill 3 Hawkwolf guards with lightning speed before fleeing with the core members of the clan. However, the development of the matter had taken them by surprise. The Qian family was being destroyed. However, Qian Yannian remained in the main hall. He did not stop all of this. It was as if someone had stopped him. That was impossible. Even if a third-layer Qi practitioner and 2 second-layer Qi practitioners worked together, Qian Yannian would not be able to kill them with a single hand. Unless the Hawkwolf Guard had someone else, or perhaps Zhuozhibua had already arrived in ancient Wine City silently. This was the most logical deduction, and it also explained why Li Qingshan was so arrogant. The Qi practitioners all felt fortunate that they had not remained on the mountain. In their eyes, the Hawkwolf Guard was not an organization that could be reasoned with. As a result, there was even less of a reason for anyone to go up the mountain to save the Qian family. When the flames ran out of fuel, they would be extinguished. The flames of tribulation used people as fuel. Once most people died, they would gradually extinguish as well. In an extremely short amount of time, over 1,000 people were dead or injured. Blood flowed on the mountain steps as corpses littered the ground. In the canopy where no one noticed, little Anne's eyes flickered with blood-red flames. He had seen all of this horrific sight the entire time, but he did not show surprise or fear like ordinary people. Instead, he seemed to be in thought, as if he had comprehended something. Tonight, Li Qingshan had made up his mind to fight, so he did not take him with him, just in case he was trapped in the jar and could move about freely. He still did not trust Li Qingshan at the end of the day, no matter how powerful Li Qingshan was. As a result, he used the darkness to arrive outside the main hall on the mountain, and when he saw this, he was unable to shift his gaze away anymore. Li Qingshan's aura was extremely powerful, so there was no need for him to worry at all. The path of white bone and great beauty had originally been created by a great figure of Buddhism. The essence within it all originated from Buddhism, so he had read many Buddhist scriptures to comprehend the true meaning within. However, the path of white bone and great beauty completely reversed the scriptures, reversing the meaning of the scriptures. The mysteries and mysteries within it were something that even he, who had been confirmed by Oxen to be extraordinarily talented, often found puzzling. In Li Qingshan's eyes, he could devour flesh and blood easily, and his cultivation could advance rapidly. He did not even need to ingest pills. However, only he understood the difficulties involved. Hiding in the gloomy jar, he had never felt bored for a single moment. As a matter of fact, he had never even thought about being bored. He constantly thought about the path of white bone and great beauty, like an ascetic monk in secluded cultivation. Today, when he saw this, he comprehended something. Chapter 141. The spirit talismans transformed into lightning, instantly lighting up the dark hall. However, it couldn't hide the 2 red dots that suddenly lit up. Holy Hall! The blazing white lightning lashed fiercely against the iron-like skin, but didn't leave a mark. Qian Yannian took a step back. Looking at the tower-like monster in front of him, he revealed a panicked expression. Demon, demon! Although he didn't sense a trace of demonic aura, the enormous, almost tangible pressure still pressed down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. His mind was a mess. How could the seemingly ordinary and weak second-layer Qi refinement youth have such a transformation? It was completely beyond his imagination. Li Qingshan unfurled his body. The sharp horns on his head almost touched the ceiling. He lowered his head and looked at Qian Yannian. He said in a booming voice, "I told you to stop. Why won't you listen?" Qian Yannian roared. The 2 gung metal Qi swords turned into 2 rays of golden light and stabbed at Li Qingshan. It was difficult for his huge body to dodge such an attack, and Li Qingshan had no intention of dodging at all. Before the gung metal Qi swords could touch Li Qingshan's skin, they crashed into the turtle shell-like shield, and were countered by the demonic Qi. They turned into powder and couldn't reform again. Qian Yannian instinctively touched his 100 treasures pouch. There were life-saving talismans and spirit medicines that could be used to turn the tables. The 100 treasures pouch was a Qi refinement cultivator's second life. An iron pillar-like index finger shot out a claw that was as sharp as a machete. With a sharp clang, it stopped in front of Qian Yannian's forehead. Qian Yannian froze, not daring to move an inch. The speed was so fast that he couldn't react. If Li Qingshan wanted to kill him, the sharp claw would have pierced through his head and taken his life. Qian Yannian trembled. "What do you want? I can give you anything. Don't kill me." Li Qingshan hooked the 100 treasures pouch from Qian Yinyan's hand and held it between his fingers. Then, he picked up the toy-like wind-entwining blade. A complicated expression of flattery, fawning and fear appeared on Qian Yinyan's face. Then, it collapsed like a mass. Without any hesitation, Li Qingshan pierced Qian Yinyan's chest with his saber. For a 5th-layer Qi practitioner, this wasn't a fatal wound, but it was enough to make him lose most of his battle prowess, especially for a 100-year-old man. Qian Yannian widened his eyes and opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Li Qingshan flicked his index finger, breaking Qian Yinyan's jaw like a siege crossbow. Then, Li Qingshan unsheathed his wind-entwining saber and took a few steps back. His figure gradually shrunk and finally returned to human form. He said to Qian Yannian, "Now, let's continue. Pay attention, I'm going to kill my way over." After losing his 100 treasures pouch, 2 gung-metal Qi swords, and being stabbed in the chest, Qian Yannian was like a heavily injured beast that had its claws and teeth plucked out. He let out meaningless roars. As if he knew it was impossible to escape, Qian Yannian forcibly sealed his wound with true Qi, stirred up all the true Qi in his body, and pounced at Li Qingshan. Qian Yannian didn't know who he was, but a gust of wind hit him in the face. A layer of pale golden luster appeared on Qian Yinyan's body. Li Qingshan slashed down with all his strength, but Qian Yannian didn't dodge. His hands formed pale golden Qi blades and stabbed at Li Qingshan's ribs. Clang! The wind-entwining saber, which contained Li Qingshan's true Qi and great strength, broke through Qian Yinyan's gung-metal true Qi and left a bloody mark on his shoulder. Li Qingshan also turned a blind eye to it. The wind-entwining saber slashed at Qian Yinyan's neck. There was another sound of metal clashing, and 2 stabs of pain came from below his ribs. Qian Yinyan's knife hand easily penetrated the black wolf robe, which could withstand crossbow bolts, and Li Qingshan's true Qi. However, it couldn't penetrate Li Qingshan's tough day demon ox hide. A series of thunderous sounds rang out. In the narrow space, the two didn't take a step back, and neither did they dodge. They attacked each other for dozens of times. The black wolf robe on Li Qingshan's body was tattered beyond recognition. Qian Yannian was also covered in blood, and the wound on his chest was constantly oozing blood. Qian Yinyan's eyes were red, and he was like a mad tiger. In the end, he didn't care about any moves, and he grabbed Li Qingshan and slammed into the pillar. Dong 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 dong. 5 pillars collapsed in a row. The hall shook, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. Li Qingshan's body was covered in dust, and he cut a sorry figure. However, his eyes were still as calm as water. This kind of crazy attack obviously couldn't hurt him, and this kind of earth-shattering battle effect was exactly what he wanted. A 5th-layer Qi practitioner who knew he was going to die and fought like a cornered beast was tenacious beyond Li Qingshan's imagination. Even in a situation where he was heavily injured, he still displayed shocking battle strength. Li Qingshan discovered that with just the strength of a 2nd-layer Qi practitioner, even if his body was strong, it would be very difficult to win. Under the violent bombardment of true Qi, Li Qingshan didn't even have the strength to fight back. Finally, a punch landed solidly on his chest. He didn't control his body, and let it fly more than 100 feet away, landing heavily on the platform. He didn't forget to say, "So powerful." Of course, all of this had a purpose. He wanted to kill Qian Yannian openly, but he definitely couldn't kill him in one move. He wanted to purposely cause a commotion, draw a line between him and Zhao Liangqing's death, and hide his identity as a demon. Not only could he show weakness to his potential enemies to numb their nerves, but he could also confuse some of his potential enemies so that they wouldn't be in a hurry to attack him. This would give him more time to grow. This was a very deep plan. But before Li Qingshan could feel proud of the show he had directed, he was stunned by the scene around him. The thick smell of blood enveloped the entire platform. The wet blood had dried and turned black. Thousands of corpses, men, women, adults, and children, were piled up on the platform and the mountain path. Those who hadn't seen it before would never be able to imagine what kind of tragic scene it was. There were countless hands and feet, countless twisted and hideous faces, and eyes that were wide open, unable to close in peace. Li Qingshan was engaged in a battle to the death with Qian Yannian in the hall, so he was in no mood to pay attention to the battle cries outside. He basically turned a deaf ear to it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, even though he had personally killed many people in the past and originally thought he had grown accustomed to blood and death, he still felt greatly shocked. Just who was it? What had they done? The moon emerged from the dark clouds. The moonlight coated everything with a layer of silver frost. The surroundings were deathly silent. There was not a single sound, as if the creatures of the natural world were all stunned, afraid to disturb them. However, the person who had caused all of this, Qian Rongji, currently wielded a water-splitting barb, sending the lucky survivors who were still moaning and breathing from the pile of corpses into hell one by one. Qian Ronghui retreated with a struggle. No. Rongji, there's no grievance between us. He was the first person to be sucked into the frenzy of blood. However, with his strength at the peak of the first layer of Qi practitioner, he still managed to survive. However, his true Qi had already been completely depleted, and he was covered in wounds. He basically had no strength left at all. However, Qian Rongji said, 4 years ago, on the 15th day of the 8th month, you called me a whore. The water-splitting barb stabbed into Qian Ronghui's head mercilessly. Qian Yannian chased her out of the hall. When he saw this, he immediately froze up. His mind recovered a sliver of clarity. Was the Qian family finished just like this? Qian Rongji turned around and looked at Qian Yannian. There was no fear on her face. Instead, she said with great delight, "Haha, grandfather, do you see this? Your children and grandchildren are all dead." With a wild howl, Qian Yannian sank into an even deeper madness. He ignored Li Qingshan and lunged towards Qian Rongji. Li Qingshan gripped the chipped wind-entwining blade firmly, but he did not swing it. This woman was vicious and capricious. She had done him harm time and time again, so how could he save her? Watching Qian Yannian lunge over, Qian Rongji fished out 3 fire talismans, which turned into fireballs and shot towards Qian Yannian. Boom! 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 There were 3 explosions. Flames surged into the air, and the shock waves swept up the remains of the corpses. However, before Qian Rongji could even celebrate, she saw Qian Yannian forcefully charge through the flames. His sparse hair had all been singed, and his body was covered in charred marks. However, he still charged towards her without any regard for the consequences. A sliver of fear finally appeared on Qian Rongji's face, but she did not flee. She gripped the water-splitting barb firmly and stabbed it towards Qian Yannian with an azure streak of light. Suddenly, a verdant vine sprouted from the ground, wrapping around Qian Yannian like a snake. Gung metal true Qi erupted from his body and tore through the vine, but he was stopped for a moment. The azure streak of light pierced his chest. Blood gushed out from the wound from Li Qingshan's attack, unable to stop it anymore. Qian Yannian took a few more steps forward, and even more vines sprouted from beneath his feet, wrapping around him. He was like a moth trapped in a spider's web, struggling more and more powerless. Before anyone knew it, Diao Fei had returned. He held a seal in his right hand before his chest as he stared at Qian Yannian with all his attention. The vines were a technique he had used. Only now did Li Qingshan realize that Diao Fei did not practice the innate method of condensing qi. This was probably the cultivation method of the Green Vine Mountain. Qian Rongji did not seem to expect her attack to be effective either. She rejoiced madly, but she did not rush up to finish him off. Instead, she took a dozen or so steps back cautiously. "Grandfather, your wives, concubines, and children are all here. Do you see them? They're right next to your feet. Oops, you've kicked your beloved concubine's head." But it's fine. I've also helped you kill those traitors who betrayed the Qian family. What do you think? I've repaid the kindness of the Qian family. Qian Yannian roared, but he had already reached the end of his rope in his battle against Li Qingshan. That lunge had already been the last of his strength. He relied on a deep breath of true qi to keep himself alive. He stared straight at Qian Rongji as if he wanted to gouge out a piece of her flesh. However, Qian Rongji only said with a smile, I remember you promised me in the past that you'd let me be the leader of the Qian family. Of course, I know you were lying to me. How could you let an outsider, and a woman at that, become the leader? But now, there's no one else who can inherit the position of leader, so I'll be the only one left. Then she became vexed. But there's no one left in the Qian family now. There's no point in being the leader, so I'll just return it to you, the first and last leader of the Qian family. Every single word from Qian Rongji was like a sword, piercing Qian Yannian and making him tremble all over. However, with his shattered jaw, he was unable to say anything else. He raised his head and coughed up a mouthful of blood before the vines completely swallowed him. Chapter 142. In this world of blood and darkness, the lush green vines were exceptionally bright. They were full of vitality as they grew and formed a large cocoon. Sacred hall for a long time, only the rustling of the green vines could be heard. At some point, Qian Rongji had stopped talking and was staring blankly at the large green cocoon. After confirming that Qian Yannian was dead, Diao Fei impatiently walked up and dispersed the green vines. He started searching Qian Yannian's body, but of course there was no 100 treasures pouch. He couldn't help but turn around to look at the stubborn 16-year-old youth. He was currently standing in a sea of bloody corpses, looking up at the night sky with great concentration. The moonlight enveloped his body, as if all of this blood had nothing to do with him. The stars in the summer night were bright and dazzling. Even the moonlight couldn't diminish their beauty. Li Qingshan discovered that compared to the corpses on the ground, the starry sky was still much more beautiful. He wasn't pretending to think about life. He just suddenly felt a sense of regret. As for what exactly this feeling was, he didn't know. He couldn't help but think of that dream again, the stars sinking into the sea of blood. After thinking about life, Li Qingshan lowered his head. How many did you catch? 3. 2 escaped. Not bad. You praise me too much. After a few words, Diao Fei obviously wouldn't ask where Qian Yannian's 100 treasures pouch was or ask Li Qingshan to give him a share. He also had his own plans, which were to chase down a few second-layer qi practitioners who posed no threat and then sneak back to see how things develop. If Li Qingshan was defeated, he would quietly leave and report to Zhuozhibua to ensure that he wasn't in any danger. But he never would have thought that Li Qingshan would really be able to drag Qian Yannian to this point. Diao Fei knew very well that his entanglement of green vines couldn't possibly catch a fifth-layer qi practitioner. Qian Yannian was clearly at the end of his rope, and this was all thanks to Li Qingshan. Sacred Hall. Although he seemed to be in an extremely difficult and horrible shape, Li Qingshan had truly worn down a fifth-layer qi practitioner. It was better to maintain some respect for the strong. As for the qi practitioners at the foot of the mountain, even though they were quite far away, they had many ways to see the top of the mountain. At this moment, their faces were filled with disbelief. From the beginning until the end, they had not seen any hidden masters of the Hawkwolf Guard. It was actually just this young man alone. As a second-layer qi practitioner, he had been able to fight against Qian Yannian for so long. In the end, he actually won out of the blue. Could it be that Qian Yannian's body had deteriorated to such an extent that he was taken advantage of? That was probably the only explanation. Gong Liangbai murmured, "How is this possible?" This was also what the other qi practitioners were thinking. The water-splitting thorn fell to the ground with a clang, and the faint sound of sobbing could be heard. The moment Qian Rongji saw Qian Yannian's body, Her entire body trembled. The smile on her face had completely disappeared. She was stunned for a moment, and a warm liquid slid down her face. It wasn't blood, but tears. She had no idea why she was crying. All she did was suddenly bawl. Li Qingshan and Diao Fei glanced at one another. They said nothing. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and said loudly, "Today, Li Qingshan, Diao Fei, and Qian Rongji of the Hawkwolf Guard have executed Qian Yannian in accordance with the law." After a pause, he continued, "And they have annihilated the entire Qian family to serve as a warning to the rest. You Qi practitioners are blessed by the heavens, so you should take this as a warning. If you care about right and wrong and commit atrocities, going against the laws of nature, you will suffer from this." His loud voice drowned out Qian Rongji's sobs, clearly reaching the foot of the mountain and echoing through the entire city. The first cheer rang out from a dark corner of the alleyway. It was just a scholar in dire straits. He could not help but sigh in admiration carefully. 2 years ago, the Qian family forcefully demolished his ancestral home to build a garden. He was forced to live on the streets with his wife and child, and he fell ill from anger, almost losing his life. He finally recovered after much difficulty and rented a shabby room, relying on writing and selling paintings to barely make a living. However, he was unable to settle the knot in his chest. Originally, he thought it would weigh on his heart for the rest of his life, but he never thought there would finally be a day where he would get his revenge. However, the cry was like a rock tossed into a still lake, kicking up ripples before turning into a surging sound wave. The sound wave shot up and reached the platform on the top of the mountain, as if it was responding to Li Qingshan's words. Li Qingshan saw that the ancient Wind City was lit up one after another. Countless citizens walked out of their houses and cheered excitedly. Many of them hugged each other and cried. It was as if they were celebrating a grand festival. The lanterns and firecrackers that the Qian family had forced them to prepare were finally put to use. They were celebrating the destruction of the Qian family. Li Qingshan smiled faintly. Perhaps there were many innocent people among the corpses on the ground. However, he was not an American hero who was obsessed with moral purity. As a man of steel, how could he not bear the responsibility of a few lives? He had destroyed the entire Qian family, so he had destroyed the entire Qian family. There was nothing he would not dare to admit. Why not cry for one family instead of another? Only the Qi practitioners hiding in the dark had their expressions changed drastically. Li Qingshan's threatening words were clearly directed at them. However, they felt angry and humiliated. At the same time, there was an indescribable pressure and even a hint of fear. They subconsciously checked themselves, wondering if they were like the Qian family. Li Qingshan's killing of Qian Yannian and the destruction of the Qian family was cheered by the crowd. He was like a god of law, standing on the altar and pointing his eyes at all demons and monsters. Who would dare to face him head-on? They could only cower in fear. Li Qingshan did not give these people any face. They came to celebrate Qian Yannian's birthday, but it did not mean that Qian Yannian had committed all sorts of evil deed. They would probably defend themselves and say that they did not understand the Qian family's actions. However, who would not have heard such a loud voice that soared into the clouds? Even if they heard it, they would turn a deaf ear to it. They understood the principle of self-preservation and were unwilling to offend a Qi practitioner family for the sake of ordinary people. The Qi practitioners hid in the dark and left the ancient Wind City. They all remembered a name. Li Qingshan said, "Are you done crying?" Qian Rongji raised her head in a daze. Li Qingshan said, "If you're done crying, then let's go. Our mission is over." Moreover, he had already obtained what he wanted. After saying this, he ignored Diao Fei and Qian Rongji. He only glanced at the treetops in the distance before striding down the mountain. Qian Rongji said, "Wait." Li Qingshan turned around in confusion, only to see Qian Rongji smiling and wiping away her tears. She said, I haven't taken anything yet. Then, she started rummaging through the pile of corpses, muttering, "You guys left a weak girl like me here. I'll be scared." Li Qingshan was dumbfounded. He had thought that she would be able to relieve the pressure in her heart after getting her revenge. Not only would she lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha, but she would also be able to gain some understanding of life and become less narrow-minded and vicious. However, the truth was exactly the opposite. Getting her revenge had indeed released some things from her heart. However, what was released was not the beautiful feelings that the world expected, or the suppressed innocence and kindness. She finally didn't have to pretend to be the Qian clan's first miss anymore. Laughing amidst the pile of corpses, she seemed to have fused that aura of insanity into her bones, becoming more and more twisted. Only now did he realize that everything about being enlightened and forsaking evil for good was all made up in stories. The true state of the world was that it was easy to change mountains and rivers, but it was hard to change one's nature. There were Buddhas and demons in the world, or perhaps this was also the state of the world? Qian Rongji slightly curled her dress. "Thank you for your help today. Only then could I get my revenge. If you don't mind, I'm willing to repay you with my body." Her face was full of smiles, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Li Qingshan's footsteps did not stop. Diao Fei walked even faster, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions, leaving Qian Rongji's silly laughter behind him. Qian Rongji paced around the pile of corpses like a pitch-black ghost. She was no longer searching for something. Instead, she was like an artist admiring her favorite work. A tourist strolled through a beautiful garden. She stopped from time to time, holding a familiar face and saying a few words to it. Even if she didn't get a reply, she would still chuckle for a long time. Compared to this purgatory of corpses, she seemed to be even more strange and terrifying. Little An got the hint from Li Qingshan, but he did not leave immediately. Instead, he hid at the side and entered a state of intense thinking. The eminent monk was blessed with both fortune and wisdom. He saw that the world was like a fire, and the house was like a sea of bitterness, and the people were drowning in it. Greed, anger, stupidity, and could not extricate themselves. Even if he cultivated Mahayana Buddhism, he still couldn't save all living beings. He mourned for their misfortune, and was angry for their inaction. Mourning gave birth to boundless compassion, and anger gave birth to boundless killing intent. During the great calamity of heaven and earth, at the juncture of life and death, he found that his heart was still hindered. Once again, he saw his heart and understood his nature. Thus, he followed his heart and made the 4 great vows, so that his thoughts would not be hindered, and he would be able to survive the calamity. Such as the heavenly demon, his nature was extremely evil. Once he understood his nature, he slaughtered and became free, equal to Buddha. Oh, I understand. That eminent monk was a super genius. He saw that all living beings were stupid and stupid. No matter what he said, they wouldn't listen, and no matter what he said, they wouldn't understand. His heart was traumatized, and he was suppressed by the 4 words, "My Buddha is merciful." He could only keep it in his heart and couldn't release it, so the pressure was as great as a mountain. It is easier to kill him with a single blow than to bring him, oh no, a horrid mass of idiots to the other side. It is like having a swarm of flies around him all day, and he grabs the fly, squeezes its belly open, pulls out its intestines and puts the intestines around its neck, and gives it a good yank. His whole tongue was sticking out. He raised his hand and slashed down. Whoosh, the whole world was peaceful. In a small inn at the foot of the mountain, Little An wrote down his understanding on a piece of paper and told it to Li Qingshan. After thinking about it, Li Qingshan said so. Little An was dumbfounded. He felt that after Li Qingshan said this, the eminent monk's realm had dropped by more than 1 level. Originally, even if he fell into the path of evil, he was still a white-bone bodhisattva with great wisdom and power. Now, he felt that the pain and troubles this bodhisattva had experienced were no different from those of a commoner. Li Qingshan said, "Hey, little Anne, let me tell you, the most important thing to be a person is to be happy. It's the same as being a skeleton. You can't go to extremes. Those who go to extremes are all mentally ill. When you meet someone who can be reasoned with, you talk to him. When you meet someone who can't be reasoned with, you stab him." Chapter 143. Li Qingshan continued, "All right, if you want to be a good person, you have to stretch your right cheek after being slapped on the left. If you can't take it anymore, you become a bad person, killing everyone on sight and disregarding your own family. If the Holy Church can't save the common people, you go and destroy them. If that's not a mental illness, what is it? You should comprehend and cultivate this ability when you should, but don't take it too seriously." As a result, a certain great figure above the 9 heavens was demoted to the level of a mental illness. If Oxen were here, he would definitely clap his hands in praise. It was not that Li Qingshan's words were impressive or that he displayed a great source of wisdom. On the contrary, his words were rather brainless, but contemplating the philosophy of life and the great Tao of the world had never been his forte. He was not a wise person. He did not have great wisdom or wisdom. He was not a benevolent person. He did not have great compassion or compassion. He was a brave person. He had a domineering and fearless spirit. If he could not understand, then he would not think about it. He would do whatever he wanted to do. These words sounded simple, but even great cultivators thousands of times more powerful than Li Qingshan could only carefully comprehend the essence of the ability created by immortals and Buddhas above the 9 heavens. It was impossible for them to be like Li Qingshan and say, "Don't take it too seriously." Humans could not be without respect, but the brave were fearless. No matter what you said, the ability and cultivation method were just tools in my hands. They existed for the sake of satisfying my thoughts. I must not allow any ideology to take over my thoughts. Little and naturally regarded Li Qingshan's earnest teachings as the best. He valued them much more than the essence of the path of white bone and great beauty. Although he felt that there was something off with Li Qingshan's words, it was definitely not Li Qingshan's fault. Perhaps he had not thought it through, or perhaps there was something wrong with that great monk. However, it freed him from his chaotic and profound thoughts, preventing him from being too deeply affected by the ability. Probably no one could have imagined that a half-baked teacher would have such a miraculous effect on an idiotic student. Li Qingshan felt rather proud of himself. No matter how talented and clever he was, little Anne was still a child. He still needed his guidance like a beacon. The Holy Church, as he said that, Li Qingshan's stomach growled again. He always got hungry easily after a great battle. He went out to eat before closing the door. Li Qingshan held back his excitement and took out Qian Yinyan's 100 treasures pouch. "Let's see how we've benefited from this trip now." As soon as he channeled true qi into it, Qian Yinyan's 100 treasures pouch, he could not help but gasp in amazement. The pouch was the size. Qian Qian, he could not. As for Zhao Liangqing's 100 treasures pouch, Li Qingshan was afraid of the imprint of the gate, so he did not dare to carry it on him. However, this was fine. He could replace the one from the Hawkwolf Guard. A Ian 1000 Li Q. The first thing Li Qingshan wanted to collect were pills. Qian Rongji had not lied about one thing. He took out small bottles and placed them on the table. Before long, they filled the table. The Qian family's alchemy skills did not seem particularly impressive. Every single qi-gathering pill was the size of a longan at the very least, and each bottle could only hold 3. But even with that being the case, there were over 400 of them. The book was Qian Yinyan's greatest weapon for controlling the Qian family, yet it had all fallen into Li Qingshan's hands now. These pills were enough for him to reach the next level on the path of demons and demons. The ox demon's fist of great strength should be enough for him to reach the second layer. Afterwards, he could begin practicing the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. As for the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, Li Qingshan practiced it every single day. It was basically no exception even when he practiced qi. Most of the effects of the qi-gathering pills had been devoured by him. Although there was still a very long way to go before he could undergo the first heavenly tribulation and become a demon general, he still sped along this path. Over 100 bottles of qi-gathering pills were stacked together. Li Qingshan felt refreshed as he looked at them. He beamed like a pauper who had suddenly struck gold. He casually fished out a pill and tossed it into the air. However, he did not swallow it directly. Instead, he held it in his mouth like he was eating candy. The qi-gathering pill, refined from several dozen herbs, was extremely bitter. It stimulated his mouth viciously. However, Li Qingshan tasted it like he was tasting tea. He tasted a sweet taste. Little and saw Li Qingshan furrow his brows and curl his lips as he counted the qi-gathering pills on the table again. For some reason, he thought of how Qian Rongji spoke to a corpse. There were not just qi-gathering pills. There were a few bottles of pills similar to the Pearl Dew pills. They were more precious pills known as 100 Grasses pills. They were the enhanced version of the qi-gathering pills. Because they required more precious herbs and required more skill in refining pills, there were very few of them. There were only a dozen or so in total. Li Qingshan planned to save them for a critical moment when he was about to break through. Other than that, there were also pills like the blood invigoration pill, used to strengthen qi and blood. Clearly, that old geezer Qian Yannian knew he did not have long to live and wanted to live a few more years. 27 talismans. This was more than all the talismans Li Qingshan had obtained in his entire life of cultivation. Looking at the winding handwriting, Li Qingshan could only recognize a small portion of them. Among them, there were 5 mid-grade lightning talismans. These talismans were extremely powerful. If they were used outdoors in a thunderstorm, they could even attract lightning from the sky. The killing power was astonishing. Not to mention the other spirit talismans, just these 5 lightning summoning talismans alone, if Qian Yannian didn't hesitate to use them all at once, he would be able to instantly kill any qi practitioner below the 6th layer. Even a 6th layer qi practitioner wouldn't dare to be careless. If it were not for the toughness of his demon avatar, Li Qingshan would basically be dead for sure if he came to make trouble for Qian Yannian. However, to Li Qingshan's slight pity, there were not many spiritual artifacts among them. There were only 2 low-grade ones. Clearly, Qian Yannian was not skilled in forging artifacts, nor was it possible for him to go around killing qi practitioners like the Hawkwolf Guard. Among the 2 low-grade spiritual artifacts, one of them was a patterned hidden sword over a foot in length. However, after channeling true qi into it, it shone with a light 5 feet long, turning into an extremely long sword. Li Qingshan immediately gave it to Little Anne. The other spiritual artifact was rather special. It was a round, wooden shield the size of a washbasin. When he tried channeling true qi into it, the round shield suddenly became the size of a millstone and much heavier. Li Qingshan had already known that some spiritual artifacts could change shape, such as the metal ruler in Wang Puxi's hands. However, this was the first time he had obtained a spiritual artifact like that, and it was a defensive one at that. However, this spiritual artifact suited him extremely well. With it, he could wield the huge shield and charge around. If he encountered an enemy, he could just slam down with the shield. Who could stop him? Apart from that, there were some worldly items. The first item was actual gold and silver. 1,500,000 taels of silver notes was slightly less than he had imagined. Qian Yannian had occupied ancient Wind City for all these years, but his savings were actually not as great as Zhao Liangqing's. It made sense when he thought about it. The Qian family was large, so they had many people to support. Most of the money was probably in the hands of the caretakers below them. However, it was not just the silver notes that were money. There were also a large number of property deeds and land deeds. With a casual glance, the Qian family occupied most of the property in ancient Wind City, as well as several thousand acres of fertile land outside the city. According to the law, everything a Hawkwolf guard obtained from carrying out a mission belonged to them. As a result, Li Qingshan had become a landlord overnight. When he thought about the days he spent in the cowshed back then, he could not help but sigh. Originally, Li Qingshan wanted to look for the cultivation method that allowed him to emit sword qi from his nostrils like what Qian Yannian practiced, but he did not find it. However, he did not find it to be a pity. He would earn contribution once he returned anyway, so he could visit the library of the Hawkwolf Guard. And he did not plan on changing cultivation methods before he reached the 9th layer with the innate method of practicing qi. He was in no hurry to find a new cultivation method either. The sounds of celebration outside the window had yet to stop. Gongs and drums filled the air as firecrackers crackled. It actually seemed like it would last for the entire night. Li Qingshan smiled. He ingested another qi-gathering pill and began cultivating. Shaoan also sat cross-legged beside him like an old monk. The next morning, a bitter but smiling district magistrate knocked on Li Qingshan's door. When he saw Li Qingshan, he was surprised. He never thought that the great Sir Hawkwolf Guard, who had destroyed the Qian family and shocked ancient Wind City, would actually be so young. He almost doubted whether he had found the wrong person. Li Qingshan said, "Sir, what business do you have with me?" The district magistrate was extremely familiar with the voice that rang through the night sky last night. He was certain that it was the person before him, so he told him the reason for his visit. Li Qingshan had no idea how to react. The district magistrate wanted to parade him through the streets in red, saying that the sedan chair was already prepared downstairs. Of course, he turned him down. The district magistrate did not dare to dissuade him. Who would be bold enough to force someone as vicious as him to do so? Li Qingshan said, "Compared to this, you should hurry up and get people to dispose of the corpses on the mountain. The weather is scorching right now, so we can't let a plague spread." The district magistrate said, "You're right, sir. I've already sent people to deal with it. Near the Qian estate, there's a pit at the foot of the western mountain. I've gathered the commoners to move the corpses there for burial, but the commoners find it filthy, and it's the corpses of people from the Qian family, so none of them are willing to help." Li Qingshan sank into thought. There should still be quite a lot of gold and silver utensils left in the Qian estate. Send people to search for them and treat them as wages for the commoners. You have to deal with this matter properly today. You can't make any mistakes. The district magistrate beamed with joy and agreed in a hurry. He thought to himself, "This Sir sure is considerate of the people." If Li Qingshan did not say anything, who would be bold enough to touch the items in the Qian estate? Li Qingshan had other plans in mind. After seeing off the district magistrate, he returned to his room and said to Little Anne, "Can you really cultivate like this?" Little Anne nodded. Li Qingshan asked, "How long will it take?" Little Anne shook his head. Li Qingshan said, "All right, we'll stay here for a while. It'll be perfect for us to calm down and cultivate for a while. If we return to Jiaping City, we probably won't be as calm anymore." "All right, Li Qingshan." In a small garden in the Hawkwolf Guard's office in Jiaping City, Zhuozhibua held a letter. The corner of his eye twitched and his fury surged. He shattered the stone table with a palm strike. Chapter 144. Li Qingshan had no background at all. As a matter of fact, Wang Puxi did not even like him very much, which was why he just sent him under his command. In the sacred hall, if Gu Yenying really cared about this kid, then it was impossible for Wang Puxi to not care about him. It was just like how if Wang Puxi cared about a person, then he, Zhuozhibua, would have to serve him carefully. This was the simplest principle, but Zhuozhibwa had been overly cautious, just in case. What affected him the most was still the kid's attitude. He was just too arrogant, which made him feel like he had a powerful background. When the cruel truth was revealed, all Zhuozhibwa felt was that he had been viciously toyed with. His face reddened at first before darkening. His fury towards Li Qingshan erupted all at once. "Please calm down, Commander Zhuo," Gu Jian persuaded him tactfully. Zhuozhibwa said frigidly, "As a Black Hawk commander, I stand above 1,000,000 people. Who knows how many lives I've taken? Who knows how many years it's been since someone has been bold enough to toy with me like this? Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, you're impressive," Gu Jian said, "though the kid is in ancient Wind City. He probably won't be able to return. Why must you be angry at a dead person, Commander?" Zhuozhibwa said, "I just hate that I can't kill him myself. And that Zhou Wenbin. He's not a good person either." Gu Jian said, "He's all alone as the district magistrate. He doesn't even have a single Qi practitioner under his command, so why must you put up with him, Commander? Our Hawkwolf Guard is responsible for supervision. Why don't we find some evidence of his crimes and report him as well?" Zhuozhibwa said, "Shut up. What evidence does he have that you can search for? He comes from the 100 schools of thought, and he has countless classmates. Even the prefect admires him very much. If I fall out with him, I'll only disappoint Commander Wang." Gu Jian said, "Yes sir. I've misspoken." Zhuozhibwa said, "Let's just wait for the news of the kid dying in the line of duty now." Afterwards, he would immediately set off for ancient Wind City and destroy the Qian family, avenging Li Qingshan and demonstrating the might of the Hawkwolf Guard. That old man Qian should have saved up quite a lot over all these years. It was about time for him to use his blade. Takitra, this was Qian Rongji's original evil plan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. She could eliminate the Qian family and Li Qingshan, and she could also get a generous share of the spoils from Zhuozhibwa. In the evening, Li Qingshan arrived in front of the sinkhole at the foot of the West Mountain that the magistrate had mentioned. That sinkhole wasn't especially big, but it was more than enough to hold 1,000 corpses. A strong putrid smell came from the sinkhole. Li Qingshan subconsciously held his breath. It had only been a day, but the corpse had already rotted. It was even more unbearable than the thick smell of blood from last night. The gathered workers were moving the corpses over, taking off their clothes and throwing them into the fire. Then, they threw the white corpses into the pit. Everyone frowned and used a wet cloth to wipe their mouths and noses. If the district magistrate had not spent a lot of money and threatened them with a plague, no one would have been willing to come. Not only was the stench unbearable, but it was also very inauspicious. A wisp of black smoke rose from the fire and went straight into the sky. There was not even a trace of wind in the surroundings. The dusky yellow sun that was about to set was still emitting a scorching heat, causing the dirty air to distort slightly. Hundreds of crows cawed and circled in the sky. From time to time, they would fly down and peck the eyeballs of the corpses. All of this was even more inauspicious than last night. And in the world, there was probably nothing more filthy than this. The district magistrate had been hiding far away. When he heard that Li Qingshan had also come, he hurriedly came over and said, "My lord, do you think I've done a good job?" Li Qingshan nodded. Before he could reply, the district magistrate looked at the sinkhole, covered his mouth and vomited. Finally, he left in a sorry state. When all the corpses were thrown into the sinkhole, the workers dug up the soil and filled the pit. This work was almost completed when the sun set and night fell. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment and threw the porcelain jar in his hand into the center of the sinkhole. He let the commoners bury him together with the corpses. Li Qingshan stood at the edge of the sinkhole for a long time. The stench did not dissipate even after a long time. Do you know? Where there are corpses buried, flowers and trees will grow especially well. When I was a child, I poisoned a dog and buried it in the greenhouse, Since then, every year, the flowers will bloom especially brightly. Li Qingshan turned around and saw Diao Fei and Qian Rongji standing not far away. Qian Rongji walked forward and looked at the sinkhole. In less than a year, this place will be the most luxuriant. Li Qingshan was not in the mood to reply to her ravings. Diao Fei said, "The task is completed. Is it time for us to go back?" Li Qingshan said, "I still need to stay for a while to deal with the property and the fields. You can go back first." Qian Rongji sneered. "Don't tell me you're trying to run away? You don't know Gu Yenying at all, do you? How could a country bumpkin like you know a woman like that? Zhuozhibwa has probably already investigated everything now. You'll die the moment you return. But how are you supposed to run away? Just the crime of betraying the Hawkwolf Guard is enough for you to find nowhere to hide in the world." Li Qingshan grabbed Qian Rongji by the neck and said calmly, "Do you believe that I'll kill you right now? I'll bury you with these people." "Stop, Qingshan." Diao Fei wanted to go up and stop him, but Li Qingshan raised his left hand towards him, and he stopped. Qian Rongji said with difficulty, "If you want to kill me, you'll have to silence Diao Fei. Will you do that?" Diao Fei's expression changed drastically. He could not help but take a few steps back and raise his guard. After last night, he no longer believed that he was Li Qingshan's opponent anymore. Li Qingshan was expressionless as his hand gradually tightened. Qian Rongji's face was bright red, and fear filled her eyes. Just when she felt like her neck was about to snap, it suddenly loosened. She dropped to her knees and gasped for air. Li Qingshan said, "Don't provoke me." He met Qian Rongji's resentful gaze. "Go back and tell Zhuozhibwa that I'll be returning to Jiaping very soon. If he can't wait, he can come find me in Ancient Wind City. I'll be waiting for him at any time." Afterwards, he crouched down and said to Qian Rongji, "If you want to harm me, then you better be fully prepared. You only have one chance. If you fail, I'll stop at nothing to kill you. Of course, you better give up. Otherwise, if I'm in a bad mood one day, I might just kill you to make myself happy." The resentment was gradually replaced by fear. Under those calm words, Qian Rongji felt an indescribable pressure. That feeling of suffocation was even deeper than the feeling of her neck being strangled just now. What good will it do for me to harm you?" Qian Rongji avoided Li Qingshan's gaze and said with a stiff expression, "As the saying goes, evil people will be tortured by evil people." When her insidious evil met Li Qingshan's strong and cruel evil, she naturally retreated. Li Qingshan stood up and left the sinkhole, heading for Ancient Wind City. Qian Rongji stood up and dusted off the dirt on her body. She straightened her clothes, and a smile returned to her face. She looked at Li Qingshan's back and said to herself, "One chance?" Diao Fei felt a chill in his heart and asked, "Are you going back?" Qian Rongji smiled and said, "It wasn't easy for me to return to my hometown. How can I leave so soon?" Hearing her answer, Diao Fei actually let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Among the three of them, he was in the third layer of the Qi refinement realm. He was also the oldest and had the most experience in the Jianghu. Even his reputation was much greater. His name, Diao Fei Master Diao, was also very famous in the Jianghu. It was not something the likes of Black Tiger could compare to. He was famous for being crafty, sinister, and difficult to deal with. However, being between the two of them, he felt like he was between a poisonous snake and a ferocious tiger. At every moment, he felt like he could die a violent death. This was not an illusion. Whether it was Qian Rongji's evil plan or Li Qingshan's unyielding methods, Diao Fei's personal safety was not guaranteed at all. The risk was extremely high. If Qian Rongji asked Qian Yannian to harm Li Qingshan, Diao Fei would be killed as well. When Li Qingshan faced Qian Yannian, if Qian Yannian directly used his killing move and summoned the Gung Metal Sword Qi or even the Lightning Summoning Talisman, it was also very likely that he would be killed. Although Li Qingshan would not sit idly by, he would definitely not expose his identity as a demon for him. It had to be said that Diao Fei's experience in the Jianghu had not been in vain. His senses were very sharp. And just now, when that ferocious black tiger pressed down the colorful poisonous snake and let out a threatening growl, the innocent Diao Fei naturally became the poisonous snake's bargaining chip. Then, it made the ferocious tiger ponder whether it should be ruthless for once. Diao Fei left in a hurry. In the end, he glanced back at Qian Rongji from afar before completely vanishing into the darkness. He had decided that he would never carry out missions with the two of them again. No, he would maintain his distance from them. The colorful, poisonous snake stood before the pit of 1,000 corpses she had personally created, silently brewing new venom. She even felt rather grateful for the black tiger's threat just now. The moment she revealed her venomous fangs would be her death. Even if she succeeded, she would be torn to pieces by the furious tiger. However, she was not overly worried. Patience had always been the best quality of a poisonous snake. She had been able to put up with the Qian family for over a decade, to the point where everyone believed she had already been completely tamed. She did not resent the Qian family at all. She even made Qian Yannian allow her to join the Hawkwolf Guard in Jiaping City. That was because she had reached the second layer 3 years ago, which gave her the ability to leave the Qian family. Back then, Qian Yannian had basically already trusted her. He did not restrict her freedom at all. If she wanted to, she could just flee and leave the Qian family's sphere of influence. Qian Yannian would not be able to find her. If she were a regular person, they would not have been able to put up with it a long time ago. They would have used this opportunity to flee far away. However, she did not. She was willing to endure 3 more years of humiliation, appearing even more submissive than before. Only then did she earn even more trust. All for this opportunity, to stab the venom into the enemy's throat. She would continue to wait silently, waiting for an opportunity that might never appear. However, she felt like there was probably no need for her to do anything. The shadow of a vulture in the sky had already engulfed the tiger. The tiger was startlingly vicious, but it was still too young after all. Chapter 145. However, Qian Yannian felt that there were many strange things about this whole thing. Holy Church, she had already figured out what kind of person Li Qingshan was. He might be brave and unyielding, but he definitely wasn't lacking in brains. Everyone knew that fighting against a 6th-layer Qi practitioner with a 2nd layer was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but he was fearless. Her purposeful probing just now proved once again that he indeed didn't have a background to rely on. Then what did he rely on? That night on the boat, Qian Rongming went to cause trouble for Li Qingshan. He didn't die at Diao Fei's hands, but died at Li Qingshan's hands because he used a special method to hide his true strength. Could it be that his true strength wasn't just at the 2nd layer? Qian Rongji's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Liangqing and Furong's inexplicable disappearance might have been a coincidence. However, she knew Qian Yannian's strength very well. Even if he dodged those 2 gung metal Qi swords, he had many powerful talismans in his 100 treasures pouch. How could they be useless? She closed her eyes and began to recall. After washing away the blood and madness, the scene of that night reappeared in front of her eyes. Qian Yannian glared at her, but he didn't say a word. Why? His jaw was broken. There were many wounds on his body, but the fatal one was on his chest. That was why her water-splitting thorn could easily pierce through it. When Qian Yannian came out, he was on the verge of death. Li Qingshan seemed to be in a sorry state after being sent flying, but he didn't have any decent injuries at all. He defeated Qian Yannian head-on. Li Qingshan must have a very powerful trump card to be so arrogant. Considering the wounds on Qian Yannian's body, Li Qingshan's body tempering technique was very likely much stronger than what he showed. So strong that he could instantly take away Qian Yannian's 100 treasures pouch, break his jaw, pierce through his chest, and then pretend to be sent flying. If that was the case, everything made sense. All of Li Qingshan's words and actions became reasonable. As the saying goes, a thief is a villain, but he is wiser than a gentleman. Li Qingshan didn't expect that his actions would be described in such detail. Qian Rongji saw another scene. A fierce tiger crouched in the dense forest, waiting for a vulture to descend from the sky. Who is the hunter and who is the prey, it's still unknown. Zhuozhibua, that idiot, claimed the word wisdom in vain. He actually couldn't see the danger hidden within. As expected, he was the same as Qian Yannian. He looked smart and experienced, but in reality, he was rotten and stupid. However, they couldn't be blamed. They had been suppressing everyone with their strength for too long. Naturally, they couldn't be bothered to use their brains. Of course, she wouldn't kindly remind Zhuozhibua. She would be happy no matter who died. It would be best if they perished together. For the first time, she felt that Li Qingshan had a higher chance of winning. He was in the dark, and the people in the dark were terrifying. She had experienced this firsthand. If she used this matter to threaten Li Qingshan now, she would definitely die. If she went back and reported this to Zhuozhibua, there wouldn't be any benefits. Moreover, if she lost the bet, she would have to be buried with Zhuozhibua. Li Qingshan's warning was not a joke. Then, if she bet on Li Qingshan, would she be able to get a share of Zhuozhibua's corpse? She seriously considered the various possibilities. Being a cunning villain was indeed much more difficult than being a pedantic gentleman. At this moment, she was absolutely calm and rational. She was even more broad-minded than a gentleman. She completely cast aside her personal honor and disgrace. Everything was for the sake of profit. In the sinkhole, a chilly wind suddenly blew towards Qianrongji, causing her back to feel cold. Unknowingly, it was already very late at night. She turned her head and saw a ball of dark green willow, the wisp floating above the sinkhole. Even regular people would be alarmed, let alone the culprit behind all of this. However, she only scolded with a smile, "Damned ghost." Afterwards, she temporarily set aside the matter regarding Li Qingshan. There were even more important matters waiting for her. Now it was time for her to really make a trip home. She raised her head and smiled at the starry sky. "Father, mother, brother and sister, you must be anxious from waiting." After Qian Rongji left, an astonishing change was taking place under the thick soil in the sinkhole. The porcelain jar cracked like a spider web and shattered with a loud bang. The blood flame of corpse incineration surged like a tide and burned in all directions, devouring all the corpses and filthy flesh and blood, turning them into a part of the blood flame, and burning even more fiercely. The dark bottom of the sinkhole turned into a bright sea of fire. The rotten and filthy corpses turned into clear and rising flames. The willow, the wisp on the top of the sinkhole disappeared. Crash, thousands of white bones fell to the bottom of the sinkhole. Little and sat cross-legged in the center of the raging blood flame, manipulating it while absorbing its energy. The skulls at the bottom of the sinkhole opened their dark eye sockets and looked at him silently. Little and pointed his finger downwards, and the blood flame split into thousands of flaming snakes and pierced into the skulls. The pitch-black eye sockets also lit up with the same blood flame as his. All of the skeletons were shaking violently and colliding with each other, producing rapid banging sounds. Then, they flew up and pieced their bones back together. Thousands of large and small skeletons jumped at the bottom of the sinkhole and danced wildly in the flames. The sound of bones colliding with each other was like music, and the sound of teeth chattering was like a song of joy. They surrounded Little and in the center, as if they were carrying out a grand memorial service. The blood flame of corpse incineration could split off and reside in other skeletons, resonating with Little and being controlled by his will. He knew this a long time ago. However, this was meaningless. These frail skeletons would probably not even be able to defeat low-level cultivators. A skull flew up and landed in Little Anne's hand. Their eye sockets met, and the blood flame burned together. A hint of paleness gradually appeared within the bright red color of the blood flame of corpse incineration. The light of joy appeared in little Anne's eye socket. This was a flame that had advanced to the next level of the path of white bone and great beauty, the pale flames of bone incineration. As its name implied, the flame could melt white bones. If it were a regular flame, it would only be able to char white bones no matter how hot it was. However, under the licking of the pale flames of bone incineration, the skull melted like candy. This process was extremely slow and unbelievably slow. After a long while, the skull just now completely melted, turning into a drop of pale white liquid that dripped into his forehead. Then, he raised his hand. A bone arm landed in his hand and he continued to melt it down. As he refined the white bones, the pale flames of bone incineration grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, it melted little Anne's body of white bones. This process was 100 times more painful than when he used his blood to cultivate. It was like countless steel needles, saws, and grinds his body. Regular people would go mad from the pain in an instant or even die from it. It would be impossible for them to persevere, but the flames in his eyes burned brightly. There was no fear at all. Every time he felt like he could no longer endure it, a snowstorm would appear before his eyes, and he would return to that windy and snowy night below the ice-sword cliff. Li Qingshan swatted him to the side with a wave of his hand, telling him to leave. Then, he disappeared into the snowstorm, climbing the ice cliff alone and walking the path of death. He stood alone in the snowstorm for a very long time. He did not hide as he had been told. Instead, his entire body was stiff and bone-chilling. He thought anxiously, "Am I going to die?" Then, he knelt on the ground, his entire body in pain. In the end, he caught up. At the crucial moment, he helped Li Qingshan, because he did not know where else he could go. When everything was over, he looked at Li Qingshan and roared at the sky. He could not speak, but he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The impact that night had on his soul was no less than Li Qingshan's. Compared to the pain at that time, what was this moment compared to the pain at that time? The raging pale flames of bone incineration enveloped his entire body, melting away the traces of impurities. At the same time, it merged with even more bone fluid, and the cycle continued. Before he could reconstruct his physical body, he wanted to reconstruct his bone body, become stronger, and keep up with his footstep. Li Qingshan came to the county office, and handed a pile of land deeds to the county magistrate for him to auction. The county magistrate was overwhelmed by the favor. "My lord, I'm afraid this cannot be sold in a short period of time." Li Qingshan said, "I know that time is of the essence. Even if the price is discounted, it does not matter. Consider it a benefit for the citizens of ancient Wind City." With a few hundred qi gathering pills in hand, he did not care too much about the silver. He had thought of burning it all, but that would definitely cause a huge commotion in ancient Wind City. That was why he had resorted to this method. The county magistrate said, "My lord, your merit is boundless. On behalf of the citizens of ancient Wind City, I thank you for your kindness." Merit? Li Qingshan smiled. He did not believe in this. Settle this within a month. Even without a warning, he did not believe that the county magistrate would dare to cheat him. At most, it would be a small profit, and that was natural. The county magistrate said, "My lord, is there anything else?" Li Qingshan turned and walked out the door. "I will stay in the city for a while. Just don't bother me." As the largest landlord in the city, Li Qingshan obviously would not stay in an inn. He chose a small manor halfway up the mountain. It was not far from the Qian manor, and the surroundings were very quiet. Most importantly, he could see the pit from here. He stood in the courtyard. There were grape trellises in the courtyard, and there was a rocking chair under the grape trellises. There was also a large fire tank to the side. There were a few carps in the tank, swimming freely. A crescent moon rippled on the dark water surface. Although Little Ann did not say it, he could vaguely sense that the path of white bone and great beauty was an extremely impressive ability. It did not require spiritual pills or spiritual herbs, and the cultivation speed was extremely fast. Its power was astonishing as well. However, everything was equal. One needed to possess talent beyond the reach of normal people, and one needed to endure pain that normal people could not. Although Little Ann was only a child, he was a very smart and strong child. There was no need for him to worry too much. The only thing he was worried about was the future, their future. After so many years, Little Ann's family was probably long gone. Perhaps they'll just go back to reminisce about a few graves, and then I'll adopt him. Li Qingshan scratched his head. Haha, it really is a demonic thought, a demonic thought. In the end, he decided not to think too much about it. He just sat on the ground and tossed a chi-gathering pill into his mouth, crushing it. A heavy bitterness spread, but his mind was clear. He then began to cultivate. A ray of sunlight fell on his eyelids. His eyelashes fluttered a few times, and he opened his eyes. Chapter 146. Looking down from here, ancient Wind Mountain City was like a flight of stairs. Rows upon rows of buildings were built on these stairs, and they were all coated with a layer of red light. Holy churchmany people surged out from the intersecting alleys and street. There were peddlers, people selling breakfast, people buying groceries, and there were also early morning merchants. It was a bustling scene. Looking down from here, the view was extremely wide, and the mind was broadened. So the scenery here is this good? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He took a deep breath and practiced a set of fist techniques, stretching his limbs. He could feel the flow of true qi in his body. After eating the 9 qi-gathering pills last night, he had grown a little stronger. His cultivation of qi practitioner level 2 was gradually stabilizing. He was not in a hurry to cultivate his demon core and demon body. Instead, he swallowed a large number of qi-gathering pills. He had a feeling that he would be staying here for a while, and the next batch of qi-gathering pills would have to be obtained in Jiaping City. If he took a large number of pills, it would lead to a shortage of energy. It would be better to take it slow like this. The demon core and demon body would naturally absorb a portion of the medicinal effect. He found an old set of clothes that belonged to the original owner of the room and changed out of the Black Wolf uniform. Then, he opened the door and walked down the stairs. He ate a special snack at a shop with the word tea hanging on it. He felt like his great dream of eating all the delicacies in the world had been realized just a little bit more. Then, he continued walking contentedly. He purposely walked very slowly, admiring the scenery along the street. He did not know how long it had been since he had calmed down like this to do something like this. Ever since he began cultivating, his days had been tense and urgent. Even after returning to the human world and returning to the ancient city of Jiaping, he still had to deal with the endless changes. He had to punish evil, assassinate powerful enemies, and defend against enemies. Even if he had some free time, he had to make good use of it to cultivate, not daring to relax at all. He had almost forgotten the taste of leisure. He thought back to the days when he was herding cows on Crouching Ox Hill. He would look at the mountains, play a flute, and avoid the oppression of his brother and sister-in-law. Before he knew it, an afternoon had passed. Holy Church, it was as if they were two completely opposite lives, but each had their own interesting parts. But he still preferred his current life. He would not reminisce about the past. Now, looking at the noisy crowd on the street, unknowingly, there was already a sense of estrangement. Although they were still cultivators of the lowest and weakest level qi condensation, they had already formed an irreversible divergence from mortals. Mortals were like walking on flat ground, getting married and having children, from birth to death. Cultivators, on the other hand, were climbing a peak that they could never reach. Every time he advanced, he would be able to see new sceneries, extend his lifespan, and not be trapped by life and death. In front of the county government, a notice had been pasted, and a literate low-ranking official was specially assigned to read it aloud, announcing that all the fields and properties of the Qian family would be auctioned in 7 days. Hundreds of people surrounded the front of the county government office, pointing fingers and discussing animatedly. Li Qingshan stood in the crowd and looked up for a while. This county magistrate's reaction was quite fast. Then, he made his way through the crowd and entered a small bookstore. He spent 2 taels of silver to buy a dozen or so books, including poetry, history, and miscellaneous topics. Afterwards, he found a music store and spent 35 taels of silver to buy 2 music scores and a jade flute. When he returned home, he laid down on the rattan chair under the grape trellis and casually flipped open a book, reading it carefully. The sun had already risen high into the sky, turning from red to white. Through the dense grape leaves, the scattered sunlight landed on the yellowed pages of the book, as well as his face. Only now did he seem like a teenager, rather than a fearless cultivator or a decisive black wolf guard. The edges on his face that seemed to be carved from stone seemed to have dulled slightly, while his gaze that had always been as sharp as a sword had returned to its sheath, becoming deep and clear. The spirit turtle's demon core revolved slowly in his body with unprecedented clarity and agility. Water vapor surged over naturally, soaking his clothes. His mind was submerged in a great battle in the history books, so he failed to notice it. The sacred church, it was a state of mind, a form of cultivation. He had to unstring the bow when it was not in use. He relaxed himself from his tense state and nurtured his body and mind, all for the sake of shooting an even more powerful arrow in the future, or perhaps very soon. Not everyone had such leisure. There was a small town several dozen kilometers away from ancient wine city called Shangguan Town, as most of the people there bore the surname of Shangguan. Although there were a few surnames, it was not some clan of martial arts. The people there were only the most ordinary of people. There was a clan in the town that went from an ordinary clan to one of the greatest clans in Shangguan Town in a single leap, because they had a daughter with the surname Qian. Their walls were painted white and their servants were plentiful. They sang happily every day, becoming the envy of the entire town. On the official road from ancient Wind City to Shangguan Town, a black-clothed knight was riding a white horse as he slowly moved forward. Qian Rongji gazed at Shangguan Town on the horizon from afar. Her heart that had been as still as water suddenly became a mess. She could not help but tighten her grip on the water-splitting barb on her waist. The icy weapon brought her a sliver of warmth. The sun shone brightly, but her eyes carried a sliver of gloom that she could not shake off. She said in a self-deprecating manner, "Qian Rongji, oh Qian Rongji, you've really overestimated yourself." She had been taken away from that clan. After she achieved some accomplishments in cultivation, Qian Yannian allowed her to return to visit her family. Afterwards, she would return frequently and treat everyone in the clan extremely gently. She wanted Qian Yannian to believe that she was nostalgic and valued relationship. She wanted the Qian family to believe that these people were enough to control her. But now, she had broken free from her restraints, so there was no longer any reason for these illusions to exist. Her heart gradually grew cold. It was time for her to end things. No one deserved happiness from her misfortune. No one. Shangguan Manor. The vermilion door was wide open. Blood flowed out from behind the screen wall. Behind the screen wall, Qian Rongji held the water-splitting barb in her hand. She frowned and pondered. Around her lay a dozen or so corpses. There were guards, servants, maids, and old maidservants. She could call out each and every one of their names. But now they were all dead. She continued to walk into the manor. She saw more and more corpses. When she arrived at the inner courtyard, she saw the corpse of a noblewoman lying dead on the ground. She used to be a village woman. Now, she wore expensive beads on her head. She wore the precious silk that she had brought from the south. However, it was already badly mutilated by the blood. She could barely remember this noblewoman's name. She had called her mother for too long. Yet, she felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. She took a deep look at the corpse and stepped over it. Then, she saw more familiar people, including her brothers and sisters. Even though it was noon, the ancestral hall was still very dark. In the heavy darkness, there were many memorial tablets, enshrining the ancestors of the Shangguan family. A gray-haired, green-faced old man held a plump, middle-aged man hostage. He stared at Qian Rongji coldly and hatefully as she walked in. He called out, "Shangguan Rongji, I knew you'd return." Qian Rongji said with mixed emotions, "Third uncle." The old man was Qian Yanyan's nephew. He had practiced martial arts for many years, finally breaking through to the innate realm and reaching the second layer of Qi practitioner. He became one of the masters of the Qian family. That night, he had fled from the main hall of the Qian family. Diao Fei did not choose to chase after him, which was why he managed to escape with his life. Qian Rongji said, "Did you do all of this?" Her third uncle said, "That's right. Shangguan Rongji, you traitor. How dare you mention the word money? You've caused the deaths of everyone in the Qian family. You've destroyed the Qian family. You've destroyed everything I had. I will slaughter your entire family." "Rongji, save me!" The plump, middle-aged man shuddered. Tears and snot flowed from his nose. Who knew whether he was afraid or sad? It was the person she called father. Qian Rongji said furiously and frantically, "Father, I will definitely save you. Qian Haoda, release my father." Qian Haoda said, "Do you know fear now? You bitch! Throw down your weapons and kneel." As soon as Qian Rongji hesitated, he crushed the man's shoulder. The man shrieked out and ordered, "Why don't you kneel?" With a clang, Qian Rongji tossed down the water-splitting barb and knelt down. She made her way forward as she knelt. She said sorrowfully, "Please release my father." Qian Haoda smiled madly and complacently. He was reluctant to kill her in a single stroke. Not only did he want to destroy her entire family, but he even wanted to torture the person closest to him before her. Qian Rongji took another step forward and reached backwards with her right hand. True Qi swept up the water-splitting barb and returned it to her hand. She leapt up and stabbed at Qian Haoda as hard as she could. Qian Haoda pulled the plump man in front of him and used him as a meat shield, blocking him firmly. Then he grabbed the man's other shoulder. Once he forced back Qian Rongji, he would torture him viciously. He would definitely make this bitch regret everything she had done. However, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. Qian Rongji had no intentions of stopping. The water-splitting barb stabbed deeply into the meat shield, and the tip entered Qian Haoda's chest. True Qi turned into blue light and passed through his body. Qian Haoda and the plump man both stared at Qian Rongji in disbelief. All they saw was that the sorrow on her face had already vanished completely. She had become cold and complacent. Qian Rongji smiled. "Originally, it would have been rather difficult to kill you," Qian Haoda said. "Shangguan Rongji, why, you vicious woman! You won't even spare your own family." Qian Rongji corrected herself. "I'm not Shangguan Rongji. I'm Qian Rongji. Basically all my family is dead. You're the only one left. From today onwards I have no family at all." Suddenly, she drew the water-splitting barb. Qian Haoda and the plump man collapsed on the ground at the same time. Qian Rongji did not even glance at the plump man. She removed 100 treasures pouch from Qian Haoda and said sweetly, "Thank you, third uncle." She was just like the obedient girl from before. Qian Haoda raised his hand with difficulty and gathered true qi. The water-splitting barb pierced through the man's head without any hesitation. "There's no need to be so polite with Jier. Rongji sa, save me." The plump man extended his hand with difficulty and grabbed the hem of Qian Rongji's clothes. Chapter 147. I'm your father. The plump man spat out blood as he called out. Do you have a daughter? Qian Rongji was surprised. She thought about it seriously. Oh, I did, but didn't I sell it already? Afterwards, I used the money to get a few concubines. The plump man said with difficulty, I did all of that for you. I gave you a good future. You should thank me. Everything I have right now was obtained through my hard work. Stop taking credit for me. Qian Rongji suddenly flew into a rage and kicked his hand away. The plump man opened his mouth, unable to say anything. Resentment and despair filled his face before he finally breathed his last. You were fortunate because of my misfortune, and now you're unfortunate because of my fortune. It's very fair, isn't it? Qian Rongji said to herself. She walked out of the estate and cast everything behind her. All of her memories had been erased. Qian Rongji held a grand funeral in Shangguan town. She followed the most expensive and complicated ceremony, scattering paper money into the air. She knelt before the memorial tablets, leaning against the coffin as she cried until she almost fainted. However, she forced herself up and thanked every single person who had come to mourn her sorrowfully. Rongji was just carrying out an errand for the empire. I never thought she'd actually cause such a great disaster. Sigh, such a good daughter like Rongji has actually encountered something like this. The people of the Qian family are truly heartless. Deep into the night, everyone dispersed. The main door was firmly shut, and a pair of white lanterns swayed in the wind at the entrance. After turning down the neighbors who wanted to keep watch for her, Qian Rongji leaned against the coffin of her entire family in white mourning clothes. She took out a jar of alcohol from her third uncle Qian Haoda's 100 treasures pouch and a cup from the offering table. She poured away the alcohol that had been offered to the deceased and filled it up again. She raised the cup towards the memorial tablets before drinking it all. The next day, the coffin was buried. She was already a great filial daughter who was grief-stricken. She stayed by the coffin for 7 days. On the night of the first 7 days, a dozen or so wine jars were strewn all over the place. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine. She opened her eyes in a daze. A dozen or so shadows were standing in front of her. They were all extremely familiar faces, and they were staring at her coldly. She laughed drunkenly and pulled out the water-splitting dagger. With a sweep of the dagger, the chilly wind dispersed and the shadow shrieked. As soon as he regained his senses, he took a look at his surroundings. There was no shadow in sight, and he was unable to differentiate between reality and illusion. Bang! The wine jar smashed onto the memorial tablet. The memorial tablets fell to the ground, and the wine spilled all over the floor. She held onto the candle flame and gently let go. The flame quickly spread, engulfing the names on the memorial tablets and spreading to the entire ancestral hall. She walked out of the fiery ancestral hall and disappeared into the darkness without looking back. Behind her, the fire spread to the entire mansion. Who was it that made the vow to never return to their hometown? The sound of the flute echoed in the dusk, and it did not stop for a long time. Li Qingshan put down the jade flute. He felt that the quality and intonation of the flute was much better than the bamboo flute he made years ago. He lived a quiet life. Every day, he would read books and play the flute. When he was free, he would wander around the city for a while and eat some fresh food. His life was very peaceful. Splash! The water in the water jar splashed, and the carp swung its huge tail. Don't be noisy, Li Qingshan said. I'll give you a bigger pool in a few days. The water jar immediately became quiet. A few days ago, he had crushed a qi concentration pill of poor quality and sprinkled it into the tank. The next day, the carp had grown a full circle, and on the third day, it had grown another full circle. Today, the water tank was so narrow that it could not accommodate the carps swimming around. Li Qingshan stood on top of the water jar and looked at the huge red carp. Why don't I just stew you? The carp sank to the bottom of the jar. It's a pity that my culinary skills are average. Li Qingshan smiled and grabbed at the water jar. The demon core rotated and the water in the jar surged out. It kept changing shape in the air, and the carp swam in the middle. Li Qingshan brought the carp and walked towards the Qian house. There was a big pool in the Qian house that could accommodate the carp. Climbing over the walls and doors, the huge Qian house was empty. It had turned from bustling to desolate, and there was always something strange about it. It had only been 10 days since anyone had taken care of it. Weeds had grown on the small paths, and daughter had climbed up the pillars. There was a sense of decadence amidst the vitality. On the stone steps, the dried bloodstains that could not be wiped clean exuded an ominous feeling. After so many days, no one in the entire ancient Wind City dared to go near this place. They only dared to look at it from afar and sigh. Although this house was auctioned by the district magistrate, Li Qingshan knew that no one would buy it. It would not be long before it was completely abandoned and become a haunted house. In the lotus pond, the lotus flowers had long withered, but the leaves were still dense. No one will come here to eat you. Splash. Li Qingshan threw the carp into the lotus pond. The carp raised its head and bobbed up and down, as if it was thanking him. Then, it opened its mouth. Good. Consider it your good fortune. Li Qingshan smiled and placed a qi-gathering pill in its mouth. Only then did it turn around and swim into the depths of the lotus pond. Li Qingshan was about to turn around and go back when he suddenly saw a flame in the distance. It shone through the shadows of the trees. He walked through the forest and walked towards the flame. From afar, he could smell a thick medicinal fragrance. He pushed the door open and saw a 3-legged cauldron in the room. It was spitting out white steam, and there was a thick medicinal fragrance in the steam. A slim figure sat on a praying mat in front of the cauldron. She stretched out her hands and sent waves of true qi into the cauldron. The steam was sometimes more and sometimes less, controlled by the true qi. Li Qingshan recognized her at first glance. Qian Rongji, what are you doing here? Qian Rongji didn't answer. After a while, she retracted her hands just now and slowly played with the true qi. The lid of the cauldron opened with a bang and steam filled the room. Li Qingshan was extremely familiar with this smell. You're refining pills. He looked around and realized that this should be the Qian family's alchemy room. It was also the source of the 400 qi-gathering pills in his 100 treasures pouch. He had eaten many qi-gathering pills, but this was the first time he saw someone refine pills. He looked at the cauldron again. Although it was covered in green copper rust, it still shone with spiritual light. It was actually a low-grade spirit artifact. Li Qingshan originally thought that all the decent items of the Qian family would be put into the 100 treasures pouch. He didn't expect that there was another world here. This cauldron was so big that Qian Yannian would have to empty his 100 treasures pouch to barely fit it. The runes and spells attached to low-grade spirit artifacts were limited. This cauldron could spit out water, so of course it couldn't be big or small. Qian Rongji said with a smile, "This is my home." Li Qingshan said, "It's mine now. I've already bought it. According to the agreement, everything in the Qian family is mine, including this cauldron. I've really profited this time." Qian Rongji smiled as she took out the deed to the house and the land. "Count yourself lucky." Li Qingshan turned around and left. He didn't feel that it was a pity. If it wasn't for Qian Rongji, he wouldn't have bothered to search this Qian family mansion. Qian Rongji said, "Do you want to learn alchemy?" Li Qingshan stood still and turned around, saying, "What do you want?" Li Qingshan already understood that on the path of cultivation, other than the most basic qi refinement cultivation, there were also a few side occupations, such as talisman crafting, alchemy, artifact crafting, formations, and so on. Cultivators would usually master one or two of them, which was greatly beneficial to the path of cultivation. From the things in Qian Yinyan's 100 treasures pouch, Qian Yannian didn't have much knowledge in artifact crafting and formations. However, He had some knowledge in talisman crafting and alchemy. This was also what he was interested in. I want you. Qian Rongji hesitated for a moment. Biting her lips, she looked at Li Qingshan with extreme seriousness and shyness, saying, You must think that I'm a lewd woman, but I've never done anything to a man. She felt that she had more or less figured out Li Qingshan's personality, so she secretly came up with a plan. Although it was a bit unexpected to bump into him today, it was a good chance to try it out. Li Qingshan would most likely reject her. Then, she would make a sad expression and tell him about her tragic childhood. At the crucial moment, she would shed a few tears. She didn't believe that his heart wouldn't soften. They would become a naked couple and make a solemn vow of undying love. With his forthrightness and generosity, she would definitely be able to swindle something out of him. However, just as she was seriously setting up her plot and writing the script, Li Qingshan once again acted freely without holding back. He smiled and interrupted her, saying, All right, teach me alchemy, and I'll reluctantly sell you out. Although he didn't care about such a person, there was no reason for him to refuse such a good thing. He was a man, so why would he be afraid of her taking advantage of him? Qian Rongji's expression stiffened. Although she had thought of many possibilities, she never thought that Li Qingshan would be so shameless. It was completely different from what she had imagined, so she couldn't continue with the act. She suddenly remembered that the first time she met him, he was drinking wine in a restaurant. It was a huge mistake. The vine wanted to wrap around the tree to absorb the tree's sap and obtain more sunlight. It would be best if it could also wrap around the tree to death, but who would have thought that it would wrap around a metal pillar? As a transmigrator, Li Qingshan's horizons were very broad. Things like what Qian Rongji did in his previous life were practically the norm in society. Entertainment news wouldn't even be bothered to report it. At most, they wouldn't be as ruthless and calculative as her. Qian Rongji laughed dryly, saying, You really know how to joke. Li Qingshan said, Since you're done joking, let's talk about serious matters. What do you want in order to be willing to teach me alchemy? By the way, I can personally give it to you for free. I promise I won't despise you at all. Qian Rongji understood that seduction was useless against Li Qingshan. Even if she succeeded, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. Not only would she not earn anything, but she would also have to pay something. Thus, she returned to her original self and went straight to the main topic. I want the 7th Metal Fiendish Qi Manual. Li Qingshan said, The one that Qian Yannian cultivates? I've looked through it. It's not there. Let's try something else. That old bastard must have destroyed it, Qian Rongji cursed. Li Qingshan said, The cultivation method is in the Hawkwolf Guard's library as well. You can read it once you get back. Qian Rongji said, I've already looked through it. There's plenty of trash that can reach the 5th, 6th, or 7th layer. There's not a single one that can reach the 10th layer. Li Qingshan said, Where did you get the merit from? Qian Rongji only smiled. Li Qingshan said, Forget about me asking. Where else can I find a Qi practitioner that can reach the 10th layer? Qian Rongji said, Don't you think that's very shameful? That's your freedom. What has it got to do with me? Chapter 148. Qian Rongji found Li Qingshan to be far too strange. He did not seem like a young man at all. And, the more she understood him, the more she found his way of thinking to be different from ordinary people. After a moment of thought, she explained with a smile, Speaking of methods of practicing Qi that can reach the 10th layer, there are 5 most famous ones. Which 5? Li Qingshan gathered his attention when he heard something so important. Although Qian Rongji came from a small clan, according to the documents, she had once joined a large sect to cultivate, so she was knowledgeable. Qian Rongji said, Do you know that every single person possesses the 5 elements? The 5 organs of the heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidneys? Qian Rongji said, It's not as simple as the 5 organs. The study of the 5 elements is extremely profound. I can't explain it all in a moment, but every single person can choose one to practice. By focusing on one, their speed of practicing qi will increase drastically. There are many cultivation methods for practicing true qi of the 5 elements. The 5 most famous are the Gung metal method of sharpening qi, the Yiwood method of living qi, the Gui water method of condensing qi, the Bing fire method of burning qi, and the 5th earth method of unyielding qi. Apart from a few special sects, such as the sect of clouds and rain, there were also the truly large sections. Many sects would allow their disciples to choose one of the 5 cultivation methods and practice them. Originally, Li Qingshan had been considering which cultivation method he would choose to practice after completing the innate method of practicing qi, but now, he had a vague idea of what to do. He did not believe in those secret methods. Although it was not absolute, he believed that survival of the fittest existed in this world. When a cultivation method became famous, it proved that it had been tested and tested by countless people, who knew how many generations of people had modified it, making it universally applicable. And, when he practiced it, he could use the experiences of many predecessors as reference. As the saying went, only when everyone was good would it truly be good. Li Qingshan asked, "Is it possible to cultivate any kind of zhenqi?" Qian Rongji said, "Of course not. Everyone has a preference for different attributes. In the big sects there are ways to test and choose the most suitable cultivation formula for oneself. However, I've heard that there are some talented geniuses who can cultivate 2 or even 3 types of true qi at the same time. The amount of true qi they have is far greater than cultivators who only cultivate one type of true qi. Moreover, it is easier for them to break through realms." "Why did you suddenly become so kind?" Li Qingshan was surprised that Qian Rongji did not make any requests. "I'm not a bad person to begin with." Qian Rongji smiled. Li Qingshan declined to comment. Qian Rongji said, "If you don't believe me, I can teach you alchemy." Li Qingshan said, "You don't want anything?" Qian Rongji said, "I don't want anything." Li Qingshan said, "That's great." But his face did not show that he was particularly happy. Qian Rongji really began to teach him carefully. There are 3 most basic things in alchemy. The first is the materials, ranging from the most ordinary herbs to the most precious spiritual medicines. There are all sorts of strange and wondrous things, including everything. The second was the pill formula. Every pill had its own concoction method, and there were extremely precise requirements for the ingredients and the time needed to concoct it. The third is the furnace or the flame. According to the pill formula, refining the materials is the alchemy. Li Qingshan listened attentively. Unknowingly, 4 hours had passed. Only then did he have a basic understanding of alchemy. This Tao was indeed broad and profound. Even if one spent a lifetime of effort, he might not be able to reach the peak. He could only be considered to have a superficial understanding, not even a beginner. Qian Rongji said, "Regarding alchemy, this is about all I know. If you want to continue to study, you can only find another expert." Li Qingshan nodded slightly. Qian Rongji pointed to the furnace beside her. "Do you want to try? There are still many herbs." Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. He wondered whether she had gone insane or not. However, after hearing so much about alchemy, his hands just became itchy, so he sat down in front of the cauldron and personally controlled it, refining pills under Qian Rongji's guidance. However, because the fire was slightly too intense, he ruined a cauldron of qi-gathering pills. Qian Rongji did not show the slightest sign of pity or blame him. Instead, she encouraged him to continue trying. Li Qingshan did not say anything and continued to try. His qi was extremely pure. Using it was like using a finger. In the process of alchemy, he used it more exquisitely. After another 2 furnaces of pills were wasted, he finally succeeded. He retracted his hands, took a deep breath, and revealed a smile. Qian Rongji also praised him. Li Qingshan saw that the sky was beginning to brighten. Before he knew it, a night had passed. He stood up, took out a few bottles of qi-gathering pills and placed them on the ground, as compensation for the wasted pills and to pay the tuition fee. After watching Li Qingshan leave, Qian Rongji picked up the qi-gathering pills. Just now, Li Qingshan did not feel happy because of her generosity. Right now, Qian Rongji did not look happy either. Information regarding the qi methods of the 5 elements and basic alchemy were actually not exactly secrets, and the qi-gathering pills Li Qingshan had left behind were even more than the qi-gathering pills he had destroyed. And even if she was the one controlling the furnace, she could not say with certainty that she would succeed every time. So it could be said that she had earned quite a bit. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably feel happy, but she felt something cold from it. It was an extremely cold alienation, a lack of gratitude, and a lack of human feelings. At any time, if she dared to plot against him, he would not hesitate to put her on his kill list. He would not tolerate it. Another failed attempt. This was not a man who could be manipulated by favors. Could it be that he really had no weaknesses that could be exploited? Li Qingshan did not think too much about it. He was just happy that he had learned a new skill. The path of cultivation was vast and profound, and there were endless mysteries waiting for him to explore. Learning from others was not a bad thing. In the pit, the flames were still burning. The pale bone illuminating flame had already taken up a small portion of it. Little Anne's bones had become as smooth as jade. He was more powerful than ever before. And the white bones in the pit. The bones all over Yi Lian's body had come to an end, but there were still several hundred white bones in the pit. And Little Anne did not stop refining white bones. The blood flame of corpse incineration and the pale bone illuminating flame were both basic techniques of the path of white bone and great beauty. Their greatest use was not to kill or injure enemies, but for cultivation. The blood flame of corpse incineration was used to perfectly absorb the essence of flesh and blood without any wastage. The pale bone illuminating flame could refine bone fluid to strengthen the body. Aside from this, there was another use, and that was refining artifacts. Cultivators who cultivated the path of white bone and great beauty were different from other cultivators. The artifacts they used were also extremely unique. The path of white bone and great beauty had a section specifically for refining artifacts, which recorded dozens of unique artifacts. Blood sea banner, human skin robes, skull prayer beads. Chapter 149. Little Anne parted his hands, and hundreds of white bones flew in front of him and gathered into a tight ball. Holy Church! The pale bone smelting flames surged up and swallowed the white bone ball. The surface of the white bone ball gradually melted. Little Anne put his palms together and looked down. However, everything was empty. He had no eyes, no nose, and no heart. He chanted the Buddhist scriptures, but he could not make any sound. In this extremely strange and terrifying scene, he gave off a dignified and righteous aura. There was no evil or ghostly aura at all. The process of melting the bone ball was extremely slow, but under Little Anne's control, the pale bone smelting flames grew stronger and stronger. Before he knew it, another half a month passed. Ever since he learned the art of alchemy that night, Qian Rongji came to visit him a few more times. However, in the end, she could not get anything out of Li Qingshan, so she hurried back to Jiaping City. She only left behind a sentence, saying that she would wait for him in Jiaping City. As for Li Qingshan's peaceful life, it was finally disrupted slightly. Even after the Qian family's rule over ancient Wind City crumbled, it could not turn the city into a happy paradise. This world was not a fairy tale world where everyone lived together happily. When there was no tiger in the mountain, the monkey became king. The martial artists, who had been suppressed by the Qi practitioners, started to show themselves. They formed their own cliques and fought for territory. Every day, they had to fight on the streets for the ownership of every brothel. There were also countless martial arts competitions and assassinations in the dark. On this day, Li Qingshan went to a restaurant he frequented and ordered a table full of good food and wine. He had just started eating when a large group of people surged in and chased away all the customers. It seemed that the leaders of the two gangs in the western part of the city had chosen this place to negotiate. A man came to Li Qingshan's table and said impatiently, "Are you done eating? If you are, then scram." Li Qingshan looked at the man, then at the food on the table. He shook his head firmly. "I'm not done." The burly man said, "Brat, don't be tactful and pretend to be tough. These days I've crushed a lot of bones under my hand." In the face of such a meaningless and unthreatening threat, Li Qingshan couldn't even bring himself to feel angry. He sighed that he had been too lazy recently. The burly man was enraged and attacked without hesitation. He was as simple-minded as he looked. No, his limbs weren't developed either. The brawny man flew out of the shop and crashed into a mud wall. However, when one burly man fell, dozens of burly men stood up and glared at him like tigers watching their prey. They shouted a few equally meaningless words and swarmed over. Then, all of them flew out. The remaining people seemed to have been enlightened. They stood there while trembling and watched as Li Qingshan finished his meal. He placed the money on the table and walked out of the shop while mumbling to himself, "What do you mean by a peaceful life? If I don't have power, I won't even be able to eat to my heart's content." At this moment, the leaders of the two gangs walked over from the two ends of the street under the escort of their respective people. In order to express their contempt for their opponent, they both chose to arrive late without prior consultation, but they just happened to block Li Qingshan at the entrance, or more accurately, they were blocked by Li Qingshan at the entrance. Li Qingshan had just walked down the stairs when he looked up and saw that the sky was hazy. Summer was almost over. "Who are you?" Li Qingshan thought. He really is a boss after all. At the very least, he can ask about his opponent's origins and name. Of course, it's very likely that I've overestimated him. The several dozen men groaning on the ground should have played quite the role. "Li Qingshan of the Hawkwolf Guard, you're their boss. You've attacked a Hawkwolf Guard in public, so your crimes cannot be forgiven. Today, I'll execute you on the spot. Forget it, I haven't been very murderous lately. You're lucky." With Li Qingshan's words and his rising aura, the faces of the two bosses paled. Even if another decade passed, the people of ancient Wind City would never forget this name. Just why did they have to run into this person? When Li Qingshan said, "Execute you on the spot," his knees buckled and he knelt on the ground. He could not even beg for mercy. He closed his eyes and awaited death. However, Li Qingshan's tone and aura suddenly plummeted. He was like a singer who could not reach the high notes and had chosen to give up helplessly. Only when the figure vanished did the two bosses rise to their feet with the support of their subordinates. They looked at one another, both feeling relieved that they had survived a disaster. In the end, the two of them let go of their past grievances because of this experience. They drank and chatted merrily, establishing a new gang together. It went without saying. Li Qingshan returned to his residence and patted his face in the mirror. "I need to buck up, Li Qingshan." Suddenly, he felt like he understood the mentality of a master, like, "Someone like you isn't worth my time." However, he immediately made up his mind and tossed this mentality aside. "You're just a low-level chi practitioner. You're nowhere close to the level where you can say something like that. Yep, if anyone provokes me in the future, I'll step on their shit." Li Qingshan looked at the pit again. "Little Anne, are you still not done?" He had already begun to miss Jiaping City. He missed Zhuozhibwa. Only when there was pressure would there be motivation. Compared to these dull days, he would rather be surrounded by powerful enemies and slaughter his way out with everything he had. However, when he returned this time, he should be able to give him a pleasant surprise. Although he was rather lazy, he did not stop cultivating over the past half a month. He swallowed close to 200 qi gathering pills. Not only did his demon qi skyrocket, his cultivation of the second layer of qi practitioner also completely stabilized. Abundant and pure true qi flowed endlessly in his yang heel meridian. He had also touched the edge of the fifth layer of the innate method of practicing qi. In the pit, the huge ball of white bone had already been completely melted, turning into a pure white, crystalline ball. However, one could vaguely make out that it was an extremely vicious skull. Several hundred skeletons had only been refined into a tiny prayer bead. Shaoan pinched the prayer bead between her fingers. She would need at least 14 skull prayer beads if she wanted to make one. White bone spiritual artifacts were actually so difficult to forge. This was also the reason why Little and had chosen the skull prayer beads as his first spiritual artifact. Every single item recorded in the path of white bone and great beauty possessed immense power. They were not items that he could forge at his current level. However, the skull prayer beads could be forged one by one. There was no need to forge them all at once. He could do it step by step. Little and held the prayer bead in his hand and felt that his mind was connected to it. It was as if this prayer bead was not a spiritual artifact, but a part of his body. The truth was more or less the same. The flames in the pit were extinguished, returning to his skull. Only 2 specks remained. He leapt through the soil, following Li Qingshan's aura and leaving the pit. Having lost the support of that invisible power, the soil above the pit immediately collapsed. The next day, someone discovered that the corpses of the Qian family members had disappeared, becoming a mystery. In the darkness, Li Qingshan smiled as he opened his eyes. "Little Anne, are you done?" A little skeleton that sparkled like jade stood in front of him. The flames in its eye sockets were a mix of red and white. Li Qingshan rubbed his head. "You really are much prettier. From the perspective of a skeleton." From the perspective of a skeleton, Little Anne opened his palm and took out a skull prayer bead. Li Qingshan picked up the prayer bead. "What is this?" The prayer bead suddenly left his hand and flew around the room, drawing out a white blur. With a series of sonic booms, it was actually no slower than Zhou Wenbin's flying sword. Li Qingshan was stunned. "This is a spiritual artifact?" And it was at least a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Little Anne smiled. He clenched his bony fingers, and the prayer bead in the air suddenly swelled in the wind, turning into a skull that was as large as a bucket. Its teeth chattered as if it was laughing strangely. Its eye sockets shone with the same red and white flames as Little Anne. When a child obtained something good, he obviously had to show it off to the people closest to him. When Li Qingshan understood the cause and effect of Little Anne's artifact forging, he could not help but sigh. This path of white bone and great beauty sure was useful. That white bone bodhisattva sure was thoughtful. If he did not have a weapon, he would still be at a disadvantage against an enemy even if his abilities and techniques were powerful. As these white bone spiritual artifacts were closely connected to his body, he could control them as easily as he wished. Their power surpassed that of regular spiritual artifacts. Calling them white bone spiritual artifacts was actually not too accurate. Even a single prayer bead was not at the level of a spiritual artifact. However, as Little Anne's cultivation was still too low and he did not have enough materials, he could only forge them to this level for now. Although the skull prayer beads were the easiest to forge, they were not the weakest. A string of skull prayer beads had at least 14 beads, and there were still 18 beads, 21 beads, all the way up to 1,080 bead. There were 10 different levels, and they could bind immortals and immortals. They had endless uses. Li Qingshan expressed his admiration once again, before asking about the matter he was most concerned about. "Do you have any idea how many more sacrifices are needed to restore your body?" Little Anne lowered his head and calculated with his fingers. Afterwards, He raised his head and extended a finger. The flesh and blood of 1,000 more people were needed. Li Qingshan said, "The task is very difficult, but at least we have something to look forward to. Then let's go on a killing spree." When he extended a finger, it was destined that there would be 1,000 less evil people in the world. That night, Li Qingshan went to the county office and asked the county magistrate for the money he needed to sell his house and land. Although it was an emergency sale, it was still more than 1,000,000 taels of silver. It could be exchanged for 10 qi concentration pills from Zhou Wenbin. Before the next day, Li Qingshan took little Anne and left the city that night. He did not look back at ancient Wind City again, nor did he have any plans to return. Meanwhile, in the lotus pond halfway up the mountain, a red carp swam freely, shaking the green lotus flowers. Fate had formed today, and he did not know if they would meet again. Under the curtain of night, Li Qingshan strode through the air in a straight line. By daybreak, he had arrived at the ferry crossing of the clear river. He boarded the boat and traveled down the river again, heading straight for Jiaping. In Jiaping City, Zhuozhibwa said, "So you're saying that he really defeated Qian Yannian?" Qian Rongji said, "Yes, I also find it inconceivable. Qian Yannian, that old thing, is old and frail. He's really too useless." He probably didn't expect that Li Qingshan was a body cultivator, so he was careless and fell for it. "It looks like you'll have to do it yourself." When Qian Rongji left ancient Wind City, in order to take the spirit artifact furnace with her, she had hired a large carriage to travel slowly. Now, she had just returned to Jiaping. Chapter 150. Not only did Qian Rongji not warn Zhuozhibwa that Li Qingshan might have been hiding his strength, but she even purposefully misled him, as if Li Qingshan's victory was extremely lucky. Even if the Holy Church had no interest in it, she still grew tired of this old bastard. She really hoped that he would die a violent death, just like that old bastard Qian Yannian. This kind of silent method was often more terrifying than straightforward plots and schemes. Sure enough, Zhuozhibwa followed his usual train of thought and sneered. "It's good that he's alive. It saves me the trouble of making another trip. I can even personally kill him and vent my hatred." "Are you going to kill him once he returns?" Qian Rongji hid her smile in the depths of her pitch-black eyes. She was prepared to watch the show that was about to unfold. Zhuozhibwa instead said, "We'll have to think about this at length." Although he was a commander, he was not bold enough to kill a Hawkwolf guard so brazenly. Afterwards, he sneered. "Though, do you think he'll be able to do well under my command? I want to show him whether the headquarters of the Hawkwolf Guard is surnamed Zhua or Li." Qian Rongji said, "On this mountain, in this Jiaping city, is there anything that doesn't belong to you? Even I'm the same." Zhuozhibwa laughed aloud. He would continue to watch over Jiaping City, watching over everything like a hawk forged from steel, until the day he died. When he saw the clear river turn around the mountain again, Li Qingshan directly leapt off the boat. Under the cries of the passengers, he climbed up the cliff face. He returned to his residence first and settled little and down before going to see Zhuozhibwa. He was very interested in seeing how this Commander Zhuo's attitude would change now. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. "Greetings from subordinate Li Qingshan, Commander Zhuo." That was what he said, but he stood with his head held high like a javelin. He showed no respect at all. Zhuozhibwa stopped pretending to be friendly. He asked coldly, "Why didn't you return immediately after completing the mission?" Li Qingshan said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "I obviously had matters to attend to." Zhuozhibwa was even more displeased. A person who was about to die actually dared to be so arrogant. "I'll deduct half of your merit points. You may leave." Half of their hard-earned merit points had been casually deducted. That was the equivalent of dozens of qi-gathering pills. Who wouldn't be angry? Li Qingshan suppressed his anger and didn't argue. He turned and left. He also couldn't kill a Black Eagle commander on this mountain. Right now, the tiger harms the man harms the tiger's heart, but because of the same reason, they could not easily make a move, but they were already sharpening their knives. As soon as Li Qingshan stepped out of the door, he bumped into Gu Jian. Gu Jian, on the other hand, had been waiting for a long time. With a face full of ridicule, he said, "Li Qingshan, do you really think you're a big shot just because you killed an old man who's about to be buried? You actually dared to speak to the commander like that, now you're suffering." Li Qingshan said, "It is indeed a good dog raised by Zhuozhibua." His words were full of energy. Of course, he was not afraid that Zhuozhibua, who was in the building, could not hear him. His expression became more and more gloomy. "What did you say?" Gu Jian, who had been scolded in front of his face, was even more furious. This was not the first time Li Qingshan had humiliated him like this. Back then, it was because he was worried that Li Qingshan had a powerful background that he had tolerated him. Li Qingshan sneered, "You only dare to bark at me here." Gu Jian choked and couldn't speak. He had originally wanted to provoke Li Qingshan. As long as Li Qingshan made the first move, Zhuozhibua would have a reason to interfere. But it was true that without Zhuozhibua, how would he dare to provoke Li Qingshan? That was a monster who had killed a fifth-layer Qi practitioner. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Come with me to the front and explain things clearly. I'll let your plot succeed this time, and see if Zhuozhibua can save you." How would Gu Jian dare to follow? At that time, even if Zhuozhibua's plan succeeded, he would still be a dead man. He put on a brave front and said, "You don't be so arrogant. I'll see what happens to you." Li Qingshan did not look at him anymore. He turned around and was about to walk up when the old man guarding the treasure house stopped him. "Who said you could go up there?" Li Qingshan said, "I have merit points, of course I can go up there." Go. The treasure house is under maintenance right now. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter." Li Qingshan's pupils shrank and his brows furrowed. The old man felt an invisible force pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He forced himself to say, "What, you still dare to barge in?" Li Qingshan slowly raised his right hand, and the old man's throat skipped a beat. His muscles tensed up. His remaining true qi, which had been eroded by time, began to circulate wildly. He could sense that as long as Li Qingshan struck, it would be a terrifying attack that could collapse the mountains. Under the tremendous pressure, he did not even have the confidence to receive the next strike. However, Li Qingshan only patted the old man's shoulder. "You're on your own." Afterwards, he turned around and left the treasure house. The old man immediately became covered in cold sweat. He clutched his knees and gasped for air. He was a veteran of the Jianghu for many years, yet he had actually been frightened by a half-grown junior. He felt utterly humiliated. He roared at Li Qingshan's back, "You're the one who should be on your own." What happened afterwards was basically the same. There were no spiritual artifacts, no pills. The extremely rare merit points had been reduced to meaningless numbers. Li Qingshan wanted to exchange for a new wind-entwining blade, but he was turned down. Originally, the weapons damaged by the Hawkwolf Guard during missions could be exchanged for free. These people did not refuse to give it to him, only finding various reasons to turn it down. However, apart from beating them up, there was no other way to make them submit. These important places that were in charge of wealth were obviously all under the control of Zhuozhibua's trusted aides. As a matter of fact, he did not even need to say anything. All he needed was a single gesture, and Li Qingshan would be completely immobilized in the Hawkwolf Guard. In the end, Li Qingshan arrived before an extremely ancient building. The 3 words "Eagle Hunting Building" were written on it. This was where the Hawkwolf Guard handed out missions. This was probably the only place on the mountain that was not under Zhuozhibua's control. It was not that he could not control it, but because he could not obtain spiritual artifacts or pills from here. He could only obtain a pile of troublesome missions, and he needed Zhuozhibua's permission to exchange the merit from completing the missions for actual items. Li Qingshan smiled. As long as this place was open to him, it was fine. To him right now, whether it be spiritual artifacts or pills, none of them were the items he needed the most. What he needed the most right now was in the Eagle Hunting Building. A few Black Wolf guards were currently handing in missions in the main hall. As soon as they saw Li Qingshan enter, they immediately fell silent. Their mouths opened and closed silently as they communicated with True Qi, discussing quietly. Li Qingshan walked up to the platform, and the attendant behind it stood up in a hurry. He said politely, "Sir, you've only just returned, yet you're already going out to hunt?" There were no secrets on a small mountain like this. However, although he had heard about the conflict between Li Qingshan and Zhuozhibua, he dared not show any disrespect to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Let me see what missions there are." The attendant immediately took out a thick book nimbly. "Please have a look, sir." Book of Life and Death. The book was completely black, as if it had been soaked in countless layers of grease, yet it also seemed like the color of coagulated blood. It gave off an ominous feeling with a single glance, but it gave off a faint glow. Holding it in his hand, it just happened to give off a warm feeling. Li Qingshan said, "This book has probably been around for a long time." The attendant explained obediently, "It's been around since the establishment of the guards in Jiaping City. It's probably over 1,000 years old." Li Qingshan said, "Then it really is quite old. Does this book have a name?" The attendant said, "This is only a low-grade spiritual artifact used to record missions. It doesn't have an official name either. However, the people of the Jianghu call this book the Blacklist." Although he was only an attendant, as the guardian of the Blacklist, he obviously showed pride on his face. Li Qingshan said, "Blacklist? Why is it called that? Is there anything particular about it?" The attendant said, "That's because all names that make it onto the blacklist are certain to die." Li Qingshan smiled. "Birth, old age, sickness, and death are unavoidable. If you don't make it onto this book, you'll definitely die." According to his understanding, the White Lotus Mother, who had sacrificed 200,000 people, should have made it onto the blacklist as well. She even required a mighty White Hawk commander, a Golden Core cultivator, to personally take action. However, she did not seem to have been apprehended by Gu Yenying. At the end of the day, strength still reigned supreme in this world. Nothing was inevitable. However, to a group of people of the Jianghu, the names written down by Qi practitioners could basically be regarded as a true death list. Afterwards, he thought about it. What he was about to do was rather similar to the White Lotus Mother, except he stood on the side of the law. He was an enforcer and he was licensed to kill. Although the attendant was displeased with Li Qingshan's joke about the blacklist, he did not dare to argue with him. He guided Li Qingshan on how to use it. Afterwards, Li Qingshan understood why it was called the blacklist. Flipping through the pages, he saw a string of names. There were normal names, as well as strange Taoist or Dharma names. The way it was used was rather similar to a mental map. With a single thought, the list would be arranged according to different standards. These standards included the amount of contribution, the level of danger, the strength of the enemy, and even the estimated benefits and so on. By focusing his mind on a certain name, he would receive a complete set of extremely detailed information, including the cultivation method the enemy practiced, the spiritual artifact they used, the area they were active in. Li Qingshan sighed inside. It really was a large organization that had existed for several millennia after all. It was well organized and well equipped. The information basically simplified the steps of investigation and interrogation, handing over all the work that regular people could do for them to ordinary people. Afterwards, they would confirm the crimes and compile a list. The Hawkwolf Guard would be responsible for killing them one by one. Every single Qi practitioner was an expert who stood above all. They viewed longevity as their greatest goal, and they treated cultivation and practicing Qi as their number one priority. It was impossible for any Qi practitioner to spend too much time and effort on these miscellaneous tasks. They would be ordered around like miscellaneous soldiers. Otherwise, no matter how great the welfare of the Hawkwolf Guard was, it was impossible for it to be so attractive to Qi practitioners. Sir, once you've chosen your mission, there will be a document that you can refer to at any time. The information on there is already the most detailed information our informants can obtain, but it cannot guarantee that it's completely accurate. I hope you can adapt to the situation, sir, the attendant reminded him routinely. Of course, Li Qingshan answered. With a thought, the blacklist was arranged according to strength. He glanced at the name at the very top, Zombie Taoist, 6th layer Qi practitioner. He made it onto the list due to capturing living people on a large scale and refining them into zombies. He's assessed as extremely dangerous. The contribution from completing the mission was actually as great as 5,000. However, it was very clear that apart from Zhuo Zhibua and the Black Wolf commander who had never shown himself, no one else could complete this. Of course, Li Qingshan possessed the strength to do so as well. However, he only paused for a moment before directly flipping to the back, arriving at the last few pages. Most of the last few pages of the blacklist no longer recorded the names of people, but the names of gangs and sections. In places like the Black Wind Stronghold, a single name was no longer enough for the Hawkwolf Guard to target them. Afterwards, Li Qingshan chose his mission. The attendant said in surprise, "Sir, do you really want to accept these missions?" Li Qingshan nodded without any hesitation. "Go retrieve the documents. I'll set off right now." The attendant passed down the order in a hurry. Before long, other attendants returned with a pile of documents. Many of them seemed extremely old and gave off a dusty smell. Clearly, they had just been cleaned. Li Qingshan stowed all of the documents into his 100 treasures pouch before turning around and leaving. As soon as he made his way out, the Black Wolf Guards gathered over in a hurry. What mission did he accept? Afterwards, they looked at one another. They were dumbfounded. What does the kid want to do? Uphold justice? Stop joking. No matter how many missions he completes, he won't be able to get any benefits without Commander Zhuo's approval. In the main building, Zhuo Zhibua sipped his tea leisurely. How's the kid? Gu Jian smiled. The kid ran around aimlessly and was given the cold shoulder. It had finally alleviated his hatred slightly. Zhuo Zhibua placed down his teacup. Before I take his life, it's not bad to mess around like this. I'd like to see just how long he can endure it. Gu Jian said, I think he'll have to endure it no matter what. At this moment, a Black Wolf Guard rushed in. Commander, that kid Li Qingshan has accepted a mission and left the mountain. Zhuo Zhibua said, Oh, is he trying to avoid me? Which mission did he accept? The Black Wolf Guard said, More than one. How many? The Black Wolf Guard revealed a strange expression. He accepted 27 missions. What? Let me have a look. Zhuo Zhibua accepted the mission document. There was a dense list of the missions Li Qingshan had accepted, but the contents of the missions took him by surprise. It was not because they were too difficult, but because they were too simple. The Pirates of the Water Snake Gang, the Horse Bandits of Giant Deer Valley, and so on were all missions that the Hawkwolf Guard had accumulated over the years. They did not even bother to complete them. That was because the targets of these missions were all regular people of the Jianghu. They would only be able to get some silver from them at most. Pills and spiritual artifacts were out of the question, and because they were too simple, the contribution they gave was extremely low. Only Black Wolf Guards who had just joined the Hawkwolf Guard would use them for practice before refusing to waste any more time. They would rather practice Qi and cultivate on the mountain. As the lowest level of organization in the Hawkwolf Guard, the first grade of Black Iron, they were all composed of Qi practitioners. Their primary targets were Qi practitioners like themselves. As for the people of the Jianghu who practiced internal and external martial arts, they mainly served as a deterrent. As a result, a small vacuum was created. This vacuum was known as the Jianghu. Gujian said, "With that, he'll have another excuse to leave Jiaping City." Zhuozhibwa snorted. "If he's willing to do the hard work, then let him." By now, Li Qingshan had already left the mountain. He silently estimated that there would be around 1,000 people after completing these missions. This was his greatest objective, to help Little and recover his body. For the sake of this objective, he could temporarily postpone everything else. Now, he felt more and more like joining the Hawkwolf Guard was an extremely correct choice. Otherwise, would he still be able to go around asking around for bad people? And, if a Qi practitioner massacred regular people on a large scale, even if they were all bad people, it would still raise a great deal of attention. They might even end up on the blacklist, standing against the state. It was much simpler now. The information provided by the Hawkwolf Guard was extremely detailed. Every single person who could make it onto the blacklist of the Hawkwolf Guard through their martial arts was a criminal who had committed countless crimes. And they had all settled down in a certain place for many years, so it was very easy to find them. What he needed to do right now was find them one by one with a license to kill. Then he would kill his way through until dawn arrived. Li Qingshan placed his hand on the jar on his waist and thought to himself, "Don't worry, Little Anne. Very, very soon you'll be able to breathe fresh air, taste delicious food, and feel warmth. You'll be able to smile like other children." Li Qingshan did not leave the city directly. Instead, he paid a visit to the government office first. He wanted to exchange the several million taels of silver on him for some Qi gathering pills. He had a feeling that this journey would take quite some time. His opponents would not carry 100 treasures pouches on them to provide him with pills for cultivation. He also came to a better understanding of why no Hawkwolf Guard was willing to squash these bugs. Zhou Wenbin's eyes lit up when he saw Li Qingshan. "You've already reached the second layer. You've progressed much faster than I imagined." Li Qingshan said, "Thank you for your concern, sir. With a powerful enemy right beside me, I obviously can't afford to be careless." Zhou Wenbin said, "As long as you know. I heard you killed Qian Yanian in a one-on-one duel?" Li Qingshan said, "It was just luck." Zhou Wenbin said, "Even if it was luck, defeating a 5th-layer Qi practitioner as a 2nd-layer Qi practitioner is still an unbelievable accomplishment. I need to remind you again that the 6th layer is completely different from the 5th layer." Li Qingshan nodded. Afterwards, he thought about Xiao An's various abilities. According to the standards of Qi practitioners, he was at least at the 6th layer or above. Moreover, he was as fast as lightning and possessed tremendous strength. Even when low-grade spiritual artifacts landed on him, they would not be able to leave a scratch on him. He was much more powerful than regular 6th-layer Qi practitioners. If he actually faced an opponent, there was no need for him to use the skull prayer beads at all. It was a battle between Qi practitioners or whatever. All he needed to do was charge up and forcefully tear through their protective true Qi, gouge out their hearts, and he would be victorious. The Path of White Bone and Great Beauty was a powerful ability that completely surpassed this world. The higher one cultivated it, the more terrifying its power would be. Zhou Wenbin said, "Although the sect has expelled Zhao Liangqing, they've sent people to investigate. They've probably already targeted you. The people of sects probably have no qualms about what they do, so you need to be careful." Li Qingshan said, "Thank you for your warning, sir. I will be careful." The sect had lost their property in Jiaping City, and they had also lost an expert who was about to break through to the 6th layer of Qi practitioner, so this kind of reaction was expected. Zhou Wenbin said, Fighting for a moment of loyalty is useless. Why don't you listen to me and go to the 100 schools of thought to cultivate for a while and avoid him for a while? When you're fully fledged, why would you need to fear a mere Zhuojibois? Chapter 151. Li Qingshan said, "Are the 100 schools of thought really that great? For you to constantly think about it, sir?" Zhou Wenbin said, "That's where the foundation of Great Xiao lies. It gathers all the young geniuses in the 1500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture, so it's obviously a great place. What do you think about my talent and cultivation?" Li Qingshan praised, "Sir, you've reached the 6th layer at such a young age and you're the ruler of a district, standing above millions. You're obviously a dragon among men." The sacred hall could not help but sigh inside. The 1500 kilometers of land was the size of all the countries in Western Europe. Just how imposing would it be to gather all the geniuses in this vast land and cultivate together? Zhou Wenbin shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm not a dragon among men. I'm just barely average. As for the ruler of a district, why would the truly talented geniuses need to rely on external resources and waste their time on governing a district? As long as they cultivate quietly, their cultivation will far surpass mine." A 6th-layer Qi practitioner who was average? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised inside. There are many geniuses in the world. There's no need to belittle yourself, sir. He was not surprised that there were people who surpassed him in terms of practicing Qi, as he knew very well that his talent for practicing Qi was nothing special, and he had only started practicing Qi recently. He did not have anyone to guide him, and the pills he had always used were common ones like Qi-gathering pills. Those who truly came from large clans of Qi practitioners might have started cultivating at a very young age. They would have powerful seniors to answer their questions at all times, and they would eat rare pills that he had never even heard of. If their talent for cultivation was just slightly better, they would be geniuses. Whether it be time, resources, or talent, there were plenty of people who surpassed him. There was nothing unfair about those who were stronger than him. This was what it meant to win at the starting line. No matter what world, no matter what era, this would not change. Rather than complaining, it was better to work hard. Kings, nobles, generals, and ministers would rather have the gut. Zhou Wenbin said, "Your Hua Sungzan Hua might come from a renowned clan, but he's always been studying in the 100 schools of thought. Even now, he still hasn't completely left. Even I have to call him senior brother when I see him. There's a saying that the geniuses of the world all come from the 100 schools. You better think about it. Then I'll definitely go and take a look in the future. When the time comes, I hope you can lend me a hand, sir." Sanctuary. Li Qingshan once heard from Gu Yenying that Hua Sungzan's cultivation level was at the 10th layer of the aura training stage. Because of this, Gu Yenying even lectured him a little, telling him to drink less wine with women. At that time, he didn't have much of an idea of the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm. Only now did he understand what kind of realm it was. He had opened all the meridians and acupoints in his body and was only one step away from the heavenly tribulation. Even if he transformed into a demon, he might not have the confidence to win. Zhou Wenbin said, "This is also my duty, it can't be considered helping. While I'm in Jiaping City, I'm not bound by any restrictions, and I don't have to do any work either. However, there is only one thing that must be done. Every year, 100 men and women with the aptitude for cultivation must be selected to study in the 100 schools of thought." The conditions were unexpectedly lax. Li Qingshan said, "It's that simple? As long as I have the aptitude for cultivation?" Zhou Wenbin said, "It's easy to get in, but it's not easy to stay there. How long you can stay will depend on your ability." Li Qingshan pondered for a moment. "That's right, does Milord still need money?" Zhou Wenbin said, Ever since I became the county magistrate, there has never been a time when I didn't need money. Looks like you've gained quite a lot from this trip. Li Qingshan took out the several million taels of banknotes he had on him, saying that he got them from the Qian clan, and exchanged them with Zhou Wenbin for more than 50 qi-gathering pills. The number of qi-gathering pills he had on him once again exceeded 300, just enough for him to use for a while. Ordinary qi practitioners had a limit on how many external pills they could take, but for a demon like him, there was no such thing as too many pills. He could only plan carefully. If one day he could eat as many pills as he wanted, that would be great. Moreover, the qi-gathering pills he got from Zhou Wenbin were of good quality. Each pill was small, and although their medicinal properties were equal, they had much fewer impurities than Qian Yanyan's qi-gathering pills. "Did you refine these qi-gathering pills, sir?" Zhou Wenbin said. "I once studied under a renowned doctor in the School of Medicine in the 100 Schools of Thought. I specialized in the art of alchemy, so mere qi-gathering pills were obviously nothing to me." The ingredients for qi-gathering pills were relatively easy to obtain too. As the district magistrate, he only needed to give an order, and countless people would gather the medicinal herbs for him. Li Qingshan thought that if he had the opportunity, it would be nice to broaden his horizons in the 100 schools of thought. It was impossible for him to ask for guidance from anyone he saw about alchemy, talisman crafting, and formations. It would be best if he studied them systematically. Wealth, companionship, law, and land. Companionship was something he could not go without. However, now was not the time. There were plenty of powerful foundation establishment cultivators in Clear River City. If Little and continued to hide in the jar, it would be very easy for him to be discovered. He needed to help him recover his body first. Li Qingshan stood up and bid farewell. He left the government office, but he did not make his way in the direction of Clear River. Instead, he made his way to the west of the city, taking the overland route out of the city. 75 kilometers away from Jiaping City, in the auspicious casino of Silver Mountain Town. Silver Mountain Town was only a town, but it was more prosperous than many cities, as it truly was right next to a mountain of silver. Who knew how many silver mines were buried beneath the mountain, allowing countless people to strike it rich overnight and then die overnight. Although the auspicious casino was a casino in the town, it was no worse than any first-rate casino. Moreover, it was open to all, regardless of wealth. It treated everyone equally. As long as you had silver on hand, you could gamble here and try your luck. Whether it was the mine owners who had struck it rich overnight or the miners who were in a precarious situation, they would all come here to try their luck. Under the resplendent lantern light, curses, laughter, and furious roars rang out. The smell of sweat, smoke, cosmetics, and many other smells were mixed together. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the gambling table. They clenched their fists and widened their eyes. Their expressions changed and twisted with the number on the sieve, showing joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. However, the expressions of the gamblers would inevitably end with sorrow and anger. Only Shi Jixiang could remain happy. He was the boss of the auspicious casino. He held 2 large golden balls in his hands, spinning them endlessly. His chubby face was like the Maitreya Buddha, always full of smiles. Looking down from the 2nd floor of the casino, his eyes were filled with compassion. What a bunch of idiots! 2 burly men dragged a man up like they were grabbing a chicken. "Boss, we've caught him." The man knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Boss Shi, Hero Shi, Grandpa Shi, I beg you, I'll give you my mine, my family business, all of it. I beg you to be merciful and let my family go." "If I let you go, who will let me go?" "Then, please give me a few more days. I'll definitely raise the money." Shi Jixiang said, "It's only right that you pay your debts. Even your wife and daughter are working hard in the brothel. You're a man, how can you be idling around? Go to the mines and work hard." You actually, Shi Jixiang sighed helplessly. You're dead, but the debt doesn't. You ran away without a trace. What can I do? Shi Jixiang, you bastard, you cheated. You lied to me. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The man suddenly lost control of his emotions. He owed a high-interest loan that he would never be able to turn over in this life. He could only die in the pitch-black mines. But before he could finish, he was knocked out by the burly man beside him. Shi Jixiang was furious at the burly man. Who told you to hit him so hard? What if you kill him? Are you going to work for me? TSK, look, what a pitiful person. I can't sleep when I see such a pitiful person. Don't let me see him again. The burly man nodded and carried the man out. Only then did a smile return to Shi Jixiang's face. He loved to gamble and was good at it. With his gambling skills, he had ruined the families of several mine owners. Now, he was the biggest mine owner in Silver Mountain Town. He also had a way to deal with those mine owners who didn't like to gamble. Not only was he good at gambling, but he also had first-rate martial arts. He spent money like dirt and gathered a group of good men who could fight and resist. With these two things, he would become the only mine owner in Silver Mountain Town and continue to laugh. This should be the place. At the entrance of the auspicious casino, a youth held a piece of paper and looked at the board above seriously. After confirming the words, auspicious casino, he walked in with large strides. The two guards sized him up and welcomed him with smiles. They didn't stop him at all. After the youth walked in, they smiled and conversed with each other. His physique isn't bad. He can dig down there for 2 more years. Li Qingshan liked to eat and drink to his heart's content. He had also had 1 or 2 unsuccessful experiences of drinking with prostitutes, so he could barely be considered as a prostitute. However, this was his first time gambling. Everything was novel to him. He looked around and arrived before a gambling table. It was an extremely simple game of buying big or small. He casually threw down a banknote worth 1,000 taels of silver and bet on big. This shocked the gamblers. However, they had seen bigger bets before. They just thought that he was an arrogant young master from a wealthy family. Once you've made your bet, open. As expected, he opened big. Li Qingshan accepted the banknote with a smile and bet it all on big. After a while, the clamor gradually died down. The gamblers' mouths were wide open. They looked at the small mountain of banknotes and silver ingots in front of Li Qingshan with complicated expressions. He had won 16 rounds in a row. The dealer had changed twice, but it didn't stop his winning momentum at all. He bet everything on every round. In the beginning, there were gamblers who followed him and made some money. But now, no one had the guts to follow him. A manservant came to Li Qingshan's side. "Brother, our boss invites you upstairs for a chat." Li Qingshan glanced upstairs and said loudly, "If you want to talk, then come down and talk. What, are you afraid of people winning when you run a casino?" He slammed the table and left behind a faint handprint on the heavy, marble gambling table. Shi Jixiang finally couldn't laugh anymore. He gave the order in a low voice to clear the place and gather people. This time, a tough guy came. He was at least a second-rate expert. Looking at his posture, he was here to cause trouble. He couldn't be dismissed with money. Li Qingshan lowered his head. The corner of his mouth slightly curled. It was best to clear the place. And of course, the more people, the better. If you can gather 1,000 people, I will burn incense on your grave. If you have a grave. Chapter 152. A moment later, there were no longer any gamblers around Li Qingshan. Instead, there were dozens of menacing men with swords and sabers, either sneering or staring at Li Qingshan viciously. Holy Hall, all the doors and windows were tightly shut, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. Shi Jixiang then slowly walked down the stairs with a calm demeanor, as if everything was under his control. Brother, who are you? Why don't you reveal your identity? Who knows, we might be friends. If you're short on travel expenses, feel free to ask. I Shi Jixiang am not a stingy person. Li Qingshan looked around and said regretfully, Is that all? Although he had the intention to eliminate evil, he obviously couldn't carry out another raid in Silver Mountain Town after killing Shi Jixiang. He didn't have the time or energy to do so. There were still 26 missions and more than 900 people. But when it came to something as big as challenging the arena, those who should come should come. Although Shi Jixiang didn't understand Li Qingshan's intentions, he could feel that Li Qingshan had no intention of paying attention to him. With an angry expression, he took off his thin shirt, revealing a muscular upper body with a Buddha tattoo. He sat in front of Li Qingshan. I'll bet with you this round. Li Qingshan saw him take off his clothes and was about to make a move. Hearing him say this, he was slightly startled, then said, All right. Whoosh. Shi Jixiang shook the sieve fiercely, his beady eyes staring at Li Qingshan. Meeting those clear black and white, calm eyes, he felt inexplicably uneasy. But he had fought and killed for many years, so his mental fortitude wasn't bad. He forcefully suppressed this uneasiness and slammed the color cup on the table, suddenly shouting, Is it big or small? Li Qingshan casually pushed, still betting all the silver on the table, and still betting big. Holy Shi Jixiang raised his eyebrows and injected a wave of inner force into it. Then, he immediately opened the color cup and laughed maniacally. 1, 2, 4 points small. You lost? At the same time, he circulated all the energy in his body. The surrounding men all stared at him fiercely, ready to attack at any moment. They were all wary of Li Qingshan getting angry out of humiliation and attacking them. Li Qingshan shrugged. And then, Shi Jixiang was stunned. He had thought that Li Qingshan would angrily accuse him of cheating. What do you mean? I'm willing to admit defeat. Well, I lost. These silvers are all yours. After Li Qingshan finished speaking, he kicked the marble gambling table. None of the people present had expected that the heavy and sturdy marble table would actually instantly possess such a terrifying speed and momentum as it whizzed through the air. Shi Jixiang's pupils shrank. He was shocked. Even an external martial arts master could not possibly have such strength. At the same time, he reacted and leaped upwards with all his might. His lightness skill that he was proud of, the 8 steps chasing cicada, seemed so slow at this moment. He could only watch as the dice and the color cup spun and flew into the air. The marble table crashed into him. Boom! Smoke and dust flew everywhere. The marble gambling table crashed Shi Jixiang into the wall, embedding the lower half of Shi Jixiang's body into the wall. The bones in the lower half of his body were instantly crushed. The surrounding men who were watching from the side did not seem to be able to react to what had happened. Didn't they win? How was it that in the blink of an eye, their high and mighty boss Shi had turned into such a miserable state? Li Qingshan ignored them and made his way over to the marble table. Shi Jixiang really was a first-rate master after all. His life force was tough. Even though his lower half had been crushed, he still retained a clear mind. Who are you? Li Qingshan said, I work for the Hawkwolf Guard. I find it annoying when people like you smile. Only an expression like this suits you. He casually caught the falling dice beside him. Also, size doesn't depend on this. He tossed it backwards without even looking at it. The dice pierced a man who was about to launch a sneak attack from behind. Why are you betting against me? Everyone immediately understood the difference in strength, as well as the arrival of death. They charged towards the entrance without any regard, wanting to open the entrance that they had just sealed up tightly. A man looked back in fright. From Li Qingshan's waist, flames swept over like a dragon. Wherever it passed by, everyone was reduced to nothingness. Only a set of clothes remained, drifting gently to the ground. This was basically even more terrifying than any bloody scene. He leaned against the entrance firmly before losing all consciousness. The fire snake opened its mouth, about to swallow Shi Jixiang, but then it stopped and looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan waved his hand, expressing that there was nothing else he wanted to say. Shi Jixiang opened his mouth. He did have something else he wanted to say, but his face was illuminated by the flames. The fire snake immediately swallowed Shi Jixiang. The gamblers did not disperse. Instead, they lingered outside. The night had only just begun. They had yet to enjoy themselves to their heart's content. They believed that the foreign kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would soon suffer, and then the casino would reopen. However, there were also people who believed that the kid would not be that easy to deal with. Afterwards, they split into two groups and gambled. However, they waited for a very long time, but the entrance did not open. However, no one was bold enough to barge in. Only when the next morning did people from the government open the entrance. The large casino was empty. In a small inn in the middle of nowhere, there was only a single lantern. Li Qingshan unfolded the mental map of Qingzhou and planned his destination for the next day. He used an invisible line to connect the 27 points. 27 points, 1,000 people. Little N sat at the side. He looked at Li Qingshan thoughtfully. Li Qingshan asked, "Do you remember the number? How much?" Little N dipped his finger in tea and wrote on the table, 57. 26 points, 953 people. Li Qingshan revised the numbers in his mind. He did not deal with the assets left behind by Shi Jixiang. Ever since Little N gave him this clear goal, it had become his number one goal that he could not wait to complete. The faster he was, the sooner Little N could recover his physical body. However, it was not completely without gains. Shi Jixiang had been engulfed by the flames, but he had left behind a few talismans. They were supposed to be his trump cards, but faced with the absolute difference in strength, they were not used at all. Li Qingshan raised his head and smiled. "It will be done soon. Tomorrow we will go to Jilu Valley and look for those bandits. What do you think? The route I planned is not bad, right?" Little N wrote on the table again, "But if we continue like this, we will soon alarm these people and they will hide." "That's true. Then we can only move faster and travel day and night. If they all hide, it will be troublesome." Li Qingshan was slightly stunned. He rubbed his chin in thought and found that Little An's words made sense. These people were not monsters in games, waiting to be cut down. After being cut down, they would respawn again. This was because these people could never be killed. Chapter 153. Little Ann was more than willing to search slowly with him. If they found one, they would kill it. If they could not, there was no need to panic. However, seeing how impatient he was, he did not want him to worry about his matters, so he came up with an idea. "Why don't we find a way to gather them together?" Li Qingshan sighed in admiration. Compared to finding them one by one and seeing if he could invite them to a certain place and then kill them all in one fell swoop, if he wanted to farm monsters, he obviously had to lure them over. Why hadn't he thought of such a simple principle? Momo Little An's head. "I couldn't tell, but your little head is so full of schemes." Little Ann could not take the compliment and lowered her head in embarrassment. With that, Li Qingshan's thoughts immediately sprang to life. Afterwards, he flipped through the mission information and finally found a name. Shen Shihua lived on an island in a large lake in the south. He called himself the Island Master of Shihua. He was a romantic and had a penchant for sex. According to investigations, he was a pervert who had committed over a dozen crimes in the past. His cultivation was also the highest out of the 27 missions that Li Qingshan had completed. He was a first-layer Qi practitioner and was extremely reputable in the underworld. He was rated as someone with a wide network of friends. To the Hawkwolf Guard, He was perfectly stuck in a situation where he could defeat all martial arts practitioners. He could be described as a master of survival. Li Qingshan muttered to himself, Qian Yannian only had a birthday and he managed to invite so many people to celebrate. You might be a little weak, but you can't be too bad. Right now, all I care about is quantity, not quality. Of course, he probably would not be able to celebrate his birthday so coincidentally, but there had to be a reason for him to marry and have children. If he did not have a reason, then he would create one for him. Afterwards, he would invite many masters of the blacklist to attend the gathering. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips gradually curled up into a smile. Perhaps there would be even more unexpected benefits. Silver Mountain Town, the third day after Li Qingshan had left. Night 1 watch. Within the thick mist, a luxurious carriage drove over slowly. The wheels rolled over the stone path, but it made no sound at all, as if it was separated by a layer of sponge. It stopped in front of the auspicious casino silently. A handsome young man dressed in red came down from the carriage and walked into the casino with his head held high. Although Shi Jixiang was gone, only 2 of the 5 leaders under him died that night. The remaining 3 were helping him take care of the mines and other properties, so they managed to escape the disaster. At this time, they were discussing with their subordinates how to distribute the remaining fat of Shi Jixiang to Shi Jixiang's concubines. The 3 of them laughed together, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. But when it came to the ownership of the gambling house, which was making huge profits every day, they immediately changed their attitude. The dispute was so intense that they almost took out their blades to fight each other. At this time, the red-clothed youth walked into the gambling house. His body seemed very thin, and there were no signs of him practicing martial arts or qi. However, he was very arrogant, so he naturally did not receive any kind treatment. "Where did you come from, Uncle Rabbit? This is not a place you should be at. Hurry up and get out." Before the person finished speaking, his shoulder fell off his head. His face was still filled with shock. He did not know how this world had suddenly turned upside down. At this time, a cold snort came from the carriage outside the gambling house, and a skinny finger stretched out of the curtain. The red-clothed youth turned back and smiled. "Thank you, lady. A Xiantian expert." The 3 leaders were shocked at the same time. Moreover, it was a Xiantian expert who was unimaginably powerful. And the real trick was probably only qi practitioners like Zhuozhibua, who had opened up their qi could see. To be able to directly release qi over 30 meters away to kill someone, even a 6th-layer qi practitioner would need the help of a spirit tool to do so. This was a different concept from using spells. Li Qingshan could also use a suitable spell to attack from this far away, but using qi, 3 meters was the limit. Moreover, it could only be used to slap people, not behead them. And for ordinary 2nd-layer qi practitioners, 1 meter was already considered not bad. After all, if the power was similar to using qi directly, then why would qi practitioners spend so much effort to create spells, and then painstakingly condense their qi into spells? An old, shrill voice came from inside the carriage. "You'll answer whatever he asks? If you don't know, then go investigate. If you don't get an answer, you'll all die." Everyone in the gambling house trembled. The red-clothed youth took out a portrait. That night, the person who came to the gambling house, was it him? The face on the portrait was extremely lifelike. It was Li Qingshan. After a while, the red-clothed youth came back to report. "Lady, it's confirmed that the person was Li Qingshan. He left Silver Mountain Town." "Where did he go?" "He probably went to Jilu Valley." It seemed like he had completely grasped Li Qingshan's whereabouts. "Then let's hurry." How impatient! This time, it was an old hand that stretched out of the curtain. Its long nails were painted bright red, making it look a little strange. A series of screams rang out in the gambling house. An ordinary long blade suddenly danced in the air, crisscrossing and drawing streaks of white light, killing everyone in the gambling house one by one. Compared to using chi to kill people directly, it was easier to use a tool. Of course, it would be even easier if the tool was a spirit tool. Everyone in the gambling house knew martial arts, and the three leaders were second-rate experts. But in the face of the all-pervasive long blade, there was no way they could resist. In a few breaths, the gambling house was littered with corpses, and the long blade finally fell to the ground with a clang. The red-clothed youth was slightly taken aback. He heard the old voice in the carriage say, "You humiliated my juror, and you still want to live?" The red-clothed youth immediately revealed a look of incomparable happiness. He entered the carriage and threw himself into the arms of an old woman. The old woman was dressed in red, and her hair was white. Her face was haggard, and she hugged the handsome youth like a lover. They weren't just the two of them in the carriage. There were 3 other youths in the carriage, and they were just as young and handsome as the red-clothed youth. One of them complained, "Granny is biased. She only loves Jer." Jer said, "We agreed to serve Granny for the rest of our lives. You're not allowed to be jealous. Lady, there's no need for you to personally investigate something like this. You can just send any disciple from the torture chamber." The incident at the Jiaping Gate Tower is likely related to this person. To be able to kill Zhao Liangqing without anyone noticing, he must be at least in the 6th layer of qi refining. If we send a normal disciple, he'll just be sending himself to his death. There's no point in staying in Clear River City all the time. Granny's title was Grandma Shiman, but her surname wasn't Shiman, but Gate. There were 4 grannies in the east, west, and west. Each one of them had opened all 8 extraordinary meridians and was a powerful cultivator in the 9th layer of qi refining. No one dared to call her by her real name, and the people outside had gradually forgotten her real name. All that remained was a title of respect, and that was Grandma Shiman. Chapter 154. Fang Ben grumbled to the young man. "Could it be that Granny has fallen for Li Qingshan because he's so strong? Granny already has us, so she can't be too unfaithful." It was completely the adoration of a lover, without the slightest hint of reluctance. It was just like the men of ancient Wind City looking at Hibiscus. Hibiscus was only at the 2nd layer, but her arts of charm were already enough to drive ordinary people crazy and strike fear into qi practitioners. Just how powerful would the arts of charm of this 9th layer qi practitioner Grandma Shiman be? How could these mortal youths resist her? All of the qi warriors were doing their best to satisfy their needs. Grandma Shiman said in a doting manner, all right. I'll kill him as soon as I see him. As long as Granny loves us, what does it matter if there are other men? We're all good brothers." With the passionate voices, the carriage moved slowly and silently, rolling over the wet, stone road. Only at a closer glance would one discover that there was an inch of space between the carriage and the stone road the entire time, as if there was an air cushion. It was the same when the horse's hooves landed on the ground. Some runes silently flickered. The horse that was driving the carriage was originally a fine horse that was used to drive the carriage during the day. However, when it pulled the magnificent carriage, it seemed as if it wasn't affected at all. It galloped forward at an inconceivable speed. The auspicious casino was littered with corpses. Afterwards, the minor caretakers of the minor leaders would gather over and engage in a new round of debate. They would grow endlessly like weeds. Perhaps outsiders would join in, and then there would be killing and conflict. This was the so-called Jianghu. In the end, Li Qingshan still went to Giant Deer Valley, as it was unlikely for the horse bandits to receive the island lord of Cherishing Flowers' invitation. According to the information, the horse bandits were composed of people with the bloodline of barbarians. Every single one of them had a purple beard. And even if the island lord of Cherishing Flowers invited them, it was unlikely for these barbarian horse bandits to ride to the island. As a result, He wanted to deal with them along the way. The horse bandits galloped through the vast wastelands. Giant Deer Valley was only one of their habitat. When Li Qingshan arrived, he missed. He did not give up. Instead, he lay on the ground and twitched his nose to carefully identify the traces on the ground, like a sharp and vigilant beast. As his demon body gradually grew stronger, the world in his eyes also became more and more colorful, full of three-dimensional and layered feeling. This kind of tracking ability was almost instinctive. The smell and marks on the ground were still fresh. They hadn't gone far, and the marks on the ground showed that there were at least 200 horse bandits, which made Li Qingshan's eyes brighten. Then he immediately went on his way. True Qi gathered under his feet. He stepped over weeds that were as tall as a man and galloped under the amber night sky. In an hour, he had chased for 100 miles and finally found the group of horse bandits. Amidst the smoke and dust, the horse gang shouted as they charged towards the caravan. The merchants barely managed to put up a defense, but in the face of the rumbling hooves of the horses, they could not hide the fear in their eyes. Their scimitars reflected the sunlight, dazzling white. Suddenly, someone asked, "What's that?" A cloud of smoke and dust came from the northwest direction and pierced into the group of horse bandits. A figure jumped high out of the smoke and landed on the horse bandit leader's carriage. Li Qingshan stood on the saddle, pressing down on the bandit leader's head with one hand and grabbing the reins with the other. He forcefully turned the horse around and brushed past the merchant group. The moment the merchant group brushed past them, the merchants all raised their heads. The expression on the young man's face in high spirits gave them the impression that he was not grabbing the bandit leader's head, but a huge piece of gold. Someone murmured, "That's a person." The horse bandits scolded and hurriedly chased. They did not care about the caravan and went to save their leader. From then on, no one ever saw the infamous giant deer-mounted bandits again. Galloping into a boundless wilderness, Li Qingshan slapped down with his right hand and slapped the head of the horse bandit leader into his stomach. The huge force passed to the horse and it fell to the ground. The horse bandits caught up, but Li Qingshan's figure had already disappeared. They suddenly raised their heads and saw flames falling from the sky, filling their eyes. The numbers changed. 755. On the second day after Li Qingshan had left the Jutong Valley, the carriage arrived. It was the young man in red again who got off the carriage to investigate. "Granny, he's not here. That kid sure is fast." Grandma Shimin unfurled a mental map and pointed at a point on it. "Let's go to the next place." This was the route that Li Qingshan had planned out in the beginning. She knew the mission that Li Qingshan was about to carry out like the back of her hand. They complained that the journey was just too boring. They were used to having fun in the Clear River Prefecture, so they did not like traveling such a long distance. Grandma Shimin said dotingly, "All right. Once we reach the next city, we'll rest up." It was a tiny puddle on the map, but when they saw it in person, it was a vast, misty lake. "This is it. This bastard sure knows how to enjoy himself." Li Qingshan stowed the mental map away and gazed into the distance. Through the depths of the mist, he could vaguely make out an island. The island was shaded by green willows, with red walls and green tiles vaguely visible. The lake was adjacent to the city. The scenery was pleasant and it was extremely convenient. It was indeed a good place to live out one's days in peace. However, when he thought about how people like that actually had to live out their days in peace, Li Qingshan felt extremely displeased inside. Afterwards, he licked his lips, imagining their faces when they lost their smiles with devilish malice and delight. Using the darkness of the night, he entered the lake before making his way up from the other end of the island. Just now, he could see the luxurious manor clearly. Outside the manor, many armed guards patrolled the area. The security was tight, but to Li Qingshan, this level of security was basically non-existent. Li Qingshan leapt off the ground gently and arrived on the eaves several dozen meters away. Afterwards, he rushed towards the largest house. In the tent, breasts rippled and moans and teasing constantly rang out. "Master, you're so powerful!" Li Qingshan rubbed his nose. He seemed to always end up ruining other people's plans. It was so late at night, and all the bad guys were rolling in the sheets, while the good guys could only watch erotica. Yep, live erotica. Amidst the chaos, a light cough interrupted all the sounds. A figure leaped up from the bed and lifted the curtains. "Who is it?" Their eyes met. Both of them were rather surprised. Li Qingshan had never thought Shen Shihua would actually be an old man. Most of his hair had already turned white. Only then did he suddenly remember that it was written on the document that he had committed a crime in the past and had been shelved by the Hawkwolf Guard for many years. Even though he was a young man, he had become an old man. However, Shen Shihua saw a young man in simple clothes sitting boldly on an armchair, staring at him covetously. Although he did not give off any special aura, just the fact that he could appear in his bedroom silently was enough to shock him. "Put on your clothes. I have some things I want to talk to you about." Li Qingshan placed something on the table and stood up. Shen Shihua rushed over to the table. When he saw the item, he shuddered and paled. He picked it up carefully and felt a bone-chilling coldness. He shuddered again and his face became even paler. It was a black wolf that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. In a small pavilion hidden by verdant willows, Li Qingshan leaned against the railing and gazed at the lake in the distance. Shen Shihua changed his clothes and hurried over, offering up the black wolf tablet with both hands courteously. "May I ask for Sir's name, and why you've come to my humble abode?" Li Qingshan accepted the tablet and said, "Don't you know what you've done? You've committed a crime, Shen Shihua." He had watched quite a few detective shows in his past life, so what he learnt was how to be dignified without being angry. Shen Shihua dropped to his knees with a plop. "Sir, it was all because of a moment of foolishness when I was young. Please be magnanimous and spare me. If you have any requests, I'll do it for you." He was a formidable figure of the underworld, a first-layer master of the Jianghu. Before he had even seen Li Qingshan fight, just the sight of the Black Wolf tablet scared him to the point of pissing his pants, begging for mercy on his knees. Shen Shihua was extremely helpless. Who would want to bow and scrape to someone several decades younger than them? When he saw the Black Wolf tablet, he wanted to flee, but he was reluctant to part with his family's business. And if the Hawkwolf Guard really wanted to find him, how could they not find him? Fighting was even more impossible. Let alone what would happen if he lost. Even if he won out of luck, his entire family would be buried with him, whether it was angering or killing a Hawkwolf Guard. When Li Qingshan stood before him, he was no longer alone. Instead, he faced an organization of violence that the so-called people of the Jianghu feared. Of course, it was impossible for him to understand the hostile relationship between Li Qingshan and Zhuozhibua. To him, that was already a struggle between the upper echelons. However, Shen Shihua was still hopeful. Since Li Qingshan did not directly attack him, it meant he still had a chance. As a result, he mustered his courage and came over to listen to what Li Qingshan had to say. Sure enough, Li Qingshan said, "I have something for you to do." He sat on a stone bench in the pavilion and looked down at Shen Shihua, refusing to let him get up. Li Qingshan could treat regular people with courtesy, but he would be out of his mind if he paid any attention to courtesy when it came to someone like Shen Shihua. Compared to killing and robbing, he found actions like this even more shameless. If it were not for the fact that he had a plan in mind, he wanted to kill Shen Shihua right now. Shen Shihua riled up. "Feel free to tell me what you need, Yamato." Li Qingshan took out 24 documents and tossed them before Shen Shihua. "I want you to invite all the people up here, including their subordinates and their disciples. Anyway, the more people, the better." Shen Shihua's expression changed drastically. He immediately realized what Li Qingshan was trying to do. This young Hawkwolf guard actually had such terrifying thoughts, as if he wanted to capture all the masters of the underworld within a range of several hundred kilometers in one fell swoop. Li Qingshan said, for a birthday, for having a child, or for some other reason, for obtaining a supreme cultivation method or a divine weapon for everyone to appraise. As for the specifics, I'll leave it up to you. Shen Shihua said, Sir TT, you're trying to make me feel unjust. Li Qingshan sneered. Do you think a rapist like you is worthy of mentioning the word unjust? Shen Shihua's face reddened. He argued, it's all in the past. I left behind quite a lot of wealth for those women. They might not necessarily be unhappy. Chapter 155. Li Qingshan stepped on Shen Shihua's head and sucked in a deep breath. He growled, Of the women you mentioned, 3 have committed suicide. I don't know about the others, but I'm warning you, don't provoke me. Yes. Shen Shihua stammered. He was willing to face a second-layer Qi practitioner with his strength at the first layer. Even if he could not win, he would be able to escape. However, only now did he discover he was wrong. The stomp was so fast that he could not react at all. The heavy killing intent was even more suffocating than the pressure on his head. Li Qingshan slowly removed his foot. Think about it. Shen Shihua lowered his head for a long time before raising it again. Will you let me go like this? Li Qingshan said, I'm not here to negotiate with you. Do you accept or not? You can try your luck. Under Li Qingshan's disdainful gaze, Shen Shihua said, I accept. Li Qingshan smiled and personally helped him up. You should have said that from the start. However, he had never planned on letting Shen Shihua go in the first place. Since he planned on using him, he could not display a will of, I will definitely kill you. That would not be chivalrous, but foolish. Shen Shihua's expression eased slightly. Li Qingshan saw that his facial features were regular and his appearance was dignified. He must have been a handsome man when he was young. You can be considered to be from a noble clan, so why would you do something like this? Shen Shihua said, I was young and ignorant. Sir, when would you like to summon those people? Li Qingshan said, the sooner the better. Shen Shihua said, I don't have much of a relationship with a few of them, and a few of them have long-cherished wishes. Even if I invite them, they might not come. Li Qingshan said, that'll depend on your abilities, Island Lord of Cherishing Flowers. Also, it doesn't have to be them. If you have any evil or heartless friends, feel free to invite them all. The more, the better. If there are too few people and the gathering is too quiet, I will inevitably be a little unhappy. Shen Shihua's heart trembled. Although the person in front of him was young, he was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Otherwise, he would not have thought of such a terrifying thing. Right now, he could only brace himself and continue. He invited Li Qingshan to stay in the lakeside house for the time being and instructed the servants to serve him carefully and not to disturb him at will. The next day, an invitation was delivered to Li Qingshan. After Li Qingshan nodded, it was divided into dozens of copies and distributed to the experts on the blacklist. News of the Jianghu, the ambitious and ruthless figure of the underworld, the Island Lord of Cherishing Flowers, has obtained a bottle of pills that can allow acquired cultivators to reach the innate realm. He wishes to sell it to a group of masters. Please come to the Island of Cherishing Flowers on the 8th day of the 8th month, the beginning of autumn, and bid for it together. It's called the Pill-Seizing Assembly. Li Qingshan sighed inside. This was basically the same as what had happened when he had obtained the spiritual ginseng in the past. Shen Shihua was already an innate master, so he obviously had no use for the pills. However, to the other first-rate masters, this was basically an irresistible temptation. Even if they were doubtful, they still had to try it. After throwing out the bait, all they had to do was wait for the fish to take the bait. From that day onwards, Shen Shihua greeted him every day. He was extremely considerate. Li Qingshan meditated and cultivated every day, never leaving his room. The people on the island only knew that he was an esteemed guest of the island lord, so they dared not disturb him. Coupled with the fact that he would mutter to himself from time to time, it seemed extremely eerie, which made people even more afraid to approach him. As a result, Li Qingshan decided to meditate and refine his qi day and night. He swallowed the qi-gathering pills like water, converting them into demon qi and true qi. In less than 10 days, he had swallowed 200 pills. The effects were also extremely obvious. On the 2nd of the 8th month, his innate training of qi formula finally broke through the 4th tier and reached the 5th tier. His true qi became increasingly powerful, and it flowed endlessly in his yang-heal meridian. The Fengqi meridian at the back of his head also became more sensitive to the qi of heaven and earth. It was like a blurry picture that gradually became clearer, and he could slowly discern the meaning of the picture. Although he did not reveal his demon form, he must have grown by quite a bit. Li Qingshan walked out of the little hut. The sky was overcast, and it had been drizzling since 3 days ago. The summer heat gradually receded, and the cool air gradually rose. It was almost autumn. The 8th of the 8th month was an auspicious number, and the Autumn Lord's murderous aura made it a good time to kill. Li Qingshan could not wait any longer. With a punch, his true qi broke through the air, and the surface of the lake exploded high into the air. He turned his head and saw Little and leaning on the railing. He could not help but smile. Looking at his skeletal body, he had an idea. Before this, he still had to make some preparations. On the morning of the 3rd of the 8th month, Shen Shihua came to pay his respects again. Li Qingshan said, "Can you prepare some clothes?" Little and had reconstructed his body, but of course he could not reconstruct clothes as well. He needed clothes to cover his body. Although Shen Shihua was puzzled, he did not dare to ask, "Clothes? What size do you want? A boy or a girl?" "A boy, about 7 or 8 years old. The size is fine." As Li Qingshan spoke, he felt a little excited. He felt like a father welcoming his child into the world. The next day, Shen Shihua sent over a dozen sets of clothes. They were all of different colors and styles, and they were all made of the highest quality silk. There were even many children's toys. Li Qingshan smiled. He thought, it's not like Xiao and is a regular child, so why would he play with these pieces of wood? He did not say anything more. He ordered Shen Shihua to continue preparing for the pill-seizing assembly. He had already made up his mind to turn it into a life-seizing assembly. However, when he thought about it, such a great conspiracy that could topple the world seemed to be the prerogative of villains. His idea of killing everyone in the assembly really did make him feel like a great villain. However, he felt that it was wonderful. In this beautiful moment where Little and was about to obtain a new life, he sighed emotionally like a poet. Death is new life. Then, he gained some understanding of the true meaning of the path of white bone and great beauty. After Shen Shihua left, Little and walked out from behind the curtains. His bony fingers caressed the beautiful silk, imagining himself wearing it. He raised his head, and his eyes met Li Qingshan's. They were momentarily speechless. There was only the sound of rain outside the window, but there was a quiet joy flowing in their hearts. Then, Little and happily played with the toys, the windmill, the spinning top, the bamboo dragonfly. This left Li Qingshan rather stunned. Then, he reflected on whether he did not care enough for Little Anne. If he thought about it more carefully, ever since he was with Little Anne, it seemed like the thing he did the most was kill people. Killing people was not a bad thing. In this cruel world, it was probably a necessary skill. There was a need for adult beasts to teach their young how to hunt. That was how Li Qingshan comforted himself, so that his conscience would not suffer too much. Then, He sat there and propped his head up with his hand. He began to think deeply about the problem of little Anne's education. In the future, he would bring him out to sightsee and experience nature more often. Then, he could not help but smile. He felt warm. Although this world was very cruel, he was not alone. Even a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. On the day before the 8th of the 8th month, Li Qingshan finished all of his qi-gathering pills, adjusting his body to its peak condition. Tomorrow, when those bastards gathered together, what would he say as a prelude? For the sake of the beauty in my heart, I ask all of you, ugly ones, to die. He seemed more and more like a great villain. Do I look good? Grandma Shimin asked. Yes, you look good. The man with the 9 dragons tattooed on his body lowered his head and said in fear. His companion's blood had just spread to the soles of his feet. Just because he saw this ugly old woman, he smiled and then split into pieces. Then why don't you look at me? Grandma Shimin said darkly. The man slowly raised his head and then was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Cold eyes, noble, it made his heart beat faster and he could not control himself. Suddenly, a man's portrait appeared in front of him. That sweet voice, like the singing of an oriole, asked, "Have you seen this person before?" He shook his head blankly, blaming himself for not being able to help her. Then die. His shriveled lips spat out cruel words. The man immediately smashed the top of his skull with a backhand. Before he died, he looked at Grandma Shimin in a daze, a smile still on his face. Originally, he thought he would only be a pirate for the rest of his life, but he never thought he would be able to die for the person he loved. He felt happy from the bottom of his heart. My life was worth it. Leaving the water snake gang, Grandma Shimin said furiously, "Just where did that brat run off to?" In the past few days, she had searched according to the best route that Li Qingshan should have taken, but there were no traces of Li Qingshan at all. She had completely lost track of Li Qingshan. In the end, she could not hold it in anymore and went on a killing spree. Behind her, the corpses of the good men of the water snake were strewn across the ground. They could no longer cook dumplings in the river anymore. They all smiled happily, dying for love. The red-clothed young man found a vermilion invitation card from the gang leader's bosom and handed it to Grandma Shimin. Grandma Shimin looked at the invitation card and thought for a while. She smiled eerily. "I see. This brat does have some brains. I've underestimated him. Come, let's go to Lakeside City." The 8th of the 8th month, Lakeside City, Island of Cherishing Flowers. Li Qingshan tidied himself up and took out the chipped wind-entwining blade, hanging it on his waist. Looking out from the window, he saw many small boats sailing over in the wind and rain. They stopped at the dock and many people emerged. Most of them carried weapons, and their faces were ferocious. He could tell with a single glance that they were not good people. They matched the information on Li Qingshan's documents. These unorthodox masters were worried that this was a trap, so they were on guard against one another. They all gathered their best subordinates just in case. However, they had no idea that there were people counting like sheep in the shade of the willow trees. 281. 342. 557. By nightfall, the number had already surpassed Li Qingshan's expectations. The island was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and a great banquet was held in the hall. Under Shun Shihua's hosting, the unorthodox masters all gathered together. It really was a grand banquet. Shun Shihua spoke cheerfully, showing no flaws at all. Chapter 156. Shun Shihua smiled. "Everyone, please don't be impatient. Please drink a few cups of wine. I'll go get the pills." Retreating into the darkness outside the hall, his smile immediately disappeared. It was obvious that he had a lot on his mind. "Sir, Island Master invites you to the back hall." a servant respectfully said outside Li Qingshan's door. Li Qingshan followed the servant down the long corridor. Two swift and fierce men jumped out of the dark thicket and blocked their way. "Who are you?" the servant hurriedly said. "Two heroes, are you our island master's guests?" The two looked Li Qingshan up and down. "How come I've never seen you before?" Li Qingshan said, "It's not like they're all people you can see." "What did you say?" The two were furious and wanted to draw their swords. With two muffled thuds, the two fell back into the dark thicket, turning into two corpses. "Go see the King of Hell," Li Qingshan said to the servant. "Continue walking." The servant trembled and hurriedly complied. In the study, Shen Shihua rubbed his hands uneasily. Suddenly seeing Li Qingshan come, he quickly invited him to a seat and poured him tea. Li Qingshan said, "Island Master Shen, what do you want to say? Hurry up and say it. I can't wait any longer." With his hearing, he could clearly hear the clamor in front of him. His blood was faintly boiling. Shen Shihua lifted his lapel and knelt in front of Li Qingshan. "I've already done as Sir instructed. I beg Sir to let this lowly one go." Over the past few days, Li Qingshan had never been willing to promise him that he would spare his life, which made him unable to eat or sleep well. Li Qingshan said, "How do you know I'm going to kill you?" "Sir, are you really going to kill me?" Shen Shihua raised his head in shock and stared closely at Li Qingshan. His gaze faintly showed the determination of a cornered dog jumping over a wall. Li Qingshan said, "It's not that I don't want to spare you. It's that what you've done cannot be forgiven." Shen Shihua said in a hoarse voice, "But this lowly one has already turned over a new leaf." Li Qingshan said, "Turn over a new leaf? 6 months ago? Where are you? Do you think the Hawkwolf Guard can't find out?" The Hawkwolf Guard did not have many corps members, but as an organization of Qi practitioners that did not care about money, they had countless informants and spies in the various major cities. Although no one had asked about the mission to kill Shen Shihua for all these years, the information had never stopped changing. This was to ensure that any Hawkwolf Guard who thought of him would know where he was and what he was doing on any given day. Shen Shihua suddenly recalled that half a year ago, he drank some wine and saw a beauty passing by in Riverside City. He brought her to the island and forced himself on her, reminiscing the romantic days of his youth. He argued, "But I've already taken her as my concubine." "Then how many more concubines do you want to use this method? Why don't you tell us about it?" Li Qingshan's tone was very calm the entire time, but his anger was like scorching lava flowing beneath a frozen mountain, ready to erupt at any time. Shen Shihua's expression changed again and again. He pressed down, and a tile sank in. A series of springs rang out from the ground, and a huge metal cage sprang out, trapping Li Qingshan inside. The place where Shen Shihua had invited Li Qingshan to sit was actually a trap, and it was extremely well designed. From the moment Shen Shihua pressed down on the tile to when the mechanism was activated, only the blink of an eye had passed. Shen Shihua barked, "Li Qingshan, you've gone too far. Since you won't give me a way out, then I'll die with you." The bars of the cage were as thick as an adult's arm. They were forged into a single piece, and there were many inscriptions carved into them. When Li Qingshan's fingers touched the bars, he immediately felt as if he had been pricked by a needle. At the top of the cage, there was a strange beast that looked like a tiger, but wasn't. Shen Shihua said, "This was made by a Mahist mechanism master. It's called the Bian Demon Trapping Gate. Even a powerful demonic beast can't easily escape. Just give up. I'll ask you again, are you willing to give me a way out? If you agree, I'll let you go, and I'll even help you kill people. If I say I'll let you go, you'll believe me?" Shen Shihua was also struggling. "I'm willing to gamble. I believe that you're a man." "Bian." Li Qingshan was silent, and he slowly shook his head. Shen Shihua shrieked, "Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're currently in my hands. As long as you nod, we can all sit down and make friends. Although your cultivation is high, there might be a time when you need me. Li Qingshan laughed loudly, and his voice shook the entire room. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through the room. The calligraphy and paintings were swept to the ground, and the porcelain shattered. Shen Shihua covered his ears and circulated all the internal energy in his body to resist. He was shocked. Was he really only at the second layer of qi refining? The underworld experts in the front hall only stared at the wine cups on their tables. They couldn't stop trembling. The entire hall seemed to be swaying slightly, alarmed by the noise. What happened? Who's laughing? What a powerful internal energy! It came from behind. Didn't Island Master Shun go to the back to retrieve the pill? Could it be that he's here to steal the pill? As soon as he said this, no one could sit still. Let's go and take a look. Let's see who's blind enough to dare steal food from the tiger's mouth. Li Qingshan stopped laughing and said to Shen Shihua, "You're just a pig and a dog. Do you think you're worthy of making friends with me?" Even bad people had dignity. Shen Shihua said, You're going too far." A group of underworld experts rushed over and asked in shock, "Island Master Shen, what happened? Who is this person?" Those who could enter the study were all first-rate masters. Those with weaker martial arts, including their subordinates, could only watch from outside. "You've forced me to do this." Shen Shihua's face twisted. He said to everyone, "Everyone, calm down. I want to talk about something that concerns everyone's lives." Everyone fell silent. Shen Shihua said, "This person was sent by the Hawkwolf Guard to kill us." Everyone paled in fright when they heard the 3 words Hawkwolf Guard. Although they regarded themselves as masters of the blacklist and acted as if even the Hawkwolf Guard could do nothing to their subordinates, they actually feared the terrifying organization that controlled the blacklist the most. In other words, there aren't any pills. Damn Shen Shihua, you've actually worked with the Hawkwolf Guard to screw us over. Everyone began to consider retreating. They looked at Li Qingshan like he was a man-eating tiger. The young man sat boldly on the armchair. His hair draped down, obscuring his face. Even though he was trapped in a cage, he gave off a terrifying sense of dignity. Shen Shihua tossed down a stack of papers. "Take a look. These are the official documents of the Hawkwolf Guard. He's come this time to kill us. Which one of you doesn't know what happened to the auspicious casino in Silver Mountain Town? It was all because of this kid. Do you want to be next?" They all picked up the papers on the ground and found their names. Afterwards, they trembled in fright. The honor of being a master of the blacklist had now become a life-threatening talisman. "Island Master Shun, what do you want us to do?" "In for a penny, in for a pound. Kill a Hawkwolf Guard. You're mad. If we don't kill him, he'll kill us." Just as everyone engaged in an intense discussion, Li Qingshan coughed gently and attracted everyone's attention. He said, "Those who should be here are all here." Tian Zhonghao. A short, coarse, middle-aged man shuddered. "What do you want?" "In the past, you learnt martial arts under the tutelage of the Fist Master Wang of Bamboo Willow Village. It's all because he found you to be devious and refused to pass on all his martial arts to you, so you poisoned him, stole his secret manual, and became a bandit. Over all these years, you've blocked roads, killed people for their goods, and feasted on the hearts and livers of living people, isn't that right?" Under everyone's gazes, and with Li Qingshan in the cage, Tian Zhonghao refused to lose face. He said rudely, "So what?" Li Qingshan ignored him. He continued, "Zhao Ruyong, you like to kidnap the children of wealthy families the most and then force them to pay ransom. If they dare to report you to the authorities or refuse to pay the ransom, you'll cut off their ears or fingers and send them back. Am I right?" Zhao Ruyong's eyes and ears were sharp. His expression was cold as he sneered, "Those little bastards were born luckier than others. Of course, they deserve to suffer." Li Qingshan did not speak further with him. He continued to call out names one by one until the end. Those whose names have not been called out have joined the bandits, done evil deeds, committed countless crimes, or conspired against the law. According to the laws of Great Xia, their crimes cannot be pardoned and will be executed on the spot. And you, Shen Shihua, pay the price for what you've done. Everyone laughed. You? Is he crazy? Yes, we have to kill him. The laughter gradually faded. Li Qingshan stood up from the armchair. He grabbed the railing of the demon trapping lock with both hands and pulled forcefully. His blood and chi surged, his muscles bulged, and his clothes were torn. The railing flowed with a blue light that resembled electricity, all concentrated on Li Qingshan's hands. He felt as if hundreds of needles were pricking him. Of course, he did not care about such a small matter. However, under his enormous strength, the railing did not move at all. Shen Shihua was shocked, but he relaxed. It's useless. You can't break my demon trapping lock. A mocking smile appeared on the blacklist expert's face. He looked at Li Qingshan as if he was looking at a stupid beast. Li Qingshan's long hair was scattered, covering his face. The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. This is... Shen Shihua was the first to sense the change in Li Qingshan's aura. This kind of change was something that only he, a Qi practitioner, could sense. However, immediately after, everyone saw the change in Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan's originally tall and sturdy figure seemed to have grown a bit taller. His jet-black hair flashed with a hint of scarlet under the light. His bronze skin seemed to have darkened. His arms, in particular, had actually become as black as iron. Creak. The metal cage let out a painful squeak. The blue electricity became more and more intense, but it could not stop the arm-thick railing from being pulled apart. Shen Shihua took a step back. This is impossible. You are. Then he shouted, "Everyone, attack together and kill him." Chapter 157. Ships of all sizes were docked at the docks. A light drizzle continued to fall, creating thousands of ripples on the surface of the lake. A thin layer of fog appeared on the surface of the lake. The light from the glass cover of the boat illuminated a faint yellow circle. Everything appeared to be extremely calm. Many of the experts had been left behind to guard the ships in case someone cut off their escape route. They were all discussing in their cabins. Just now, a loud laugh came from the island. With a loud boom, a two-masted ship seemed to have been hit by something. It shook, and then began to sink at an extremely fast speed. The experts who had stayed behind all heard the commotion and walked up to the deck. They saw that the sinking ship belonged to the Green Wolves gang. Other than the Green Wolves gang members who were flustered and exasperated, everyone else stood on the deck and laughed, watching the show. But then there was another loud boom. Another ship began to sink, and then a third. Everyone felt that something was wrong. They shouted, "What's going on?" "Not good, water ghosts are sinking the ships. Those who can swim, go down and take a look." The water ghosts they were talking about were obviously not real ghosts, but people who had dived into the water. Immediately, more than a dozen vigorous figures jumped into the water. Their eyes tried to adapt to the darkness at the bottom of the water, and then they revealed astonished expressions. They saw that in the pitch-black and ice-cold water, there were actually two large flames burning red with a hint of white. No one had ever seen such bright flames that were full of life. The flames quickly grew larger, and they could finally see where the two balls of fire came from. They couldn't help but stare in shock. It was a giant skull taller than a human. It looked like the skull of a giant, but at this moment, it seemed to have come alive from the abyss of hell. Its eye sockets were bursting with vitality as it looked at them with a burning gaze. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed them. The mouth was also burning with flames, as if the gates of hell had been opened. Little and stood in the pitch-black water, his hands clasped together, manipulating the skull prayer beads to swallow these people one by one. Then, it rammed into the remaining ships. The giant skull rammed into the bottom of the ship, immediately creating a large hole. With a series of dull thuds, the ships sank one by one. On the pier, everyone's faces were filled with unconcealable fear. The boat had been destroyed, and the people who had gone into the water never came back up. They didn't know what was in the water, but they were trapped here. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of soft sounds, the people standing on the shore fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. Everyone cried out in alarm, "Enemy attack! Where? Come out, come out!" No one saw the white shadow that cut through the rainy night. The skull prayer beads had already returned to their round and smooth shape. It was shuttling through the rain as if a sixth-layer chi practitioner was using a weapon. It was not something that these Jianghu people could detect. More people fell to the ground. The more cowardly waved their weapons and looked around, but all they saw was the dark night. Some of the calmer ones tried to check the cause of death, but soon found that there was a finger-sized hole from the chest to the back, but there was no blood flowing out. Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, someone exclaimed, "It seems like there's fire." The others also noticed that there seemed to be a little flame in the small hole. The wound continued to expand, and the small hole became a big hole. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. The flames silently devoured the flesh and blood of the dead. Every single person who had the right to be invited to the island of cherishing flowers was a ruthless desperado. However, people constantly died beside them. They could not see the enemy, only the strange sight. They were all frightened out of their wits as they retreated step by step. The flames devoured all the flesh and blood, and in the blink of an eye, only a skeleton was left. The color of the skeleton became brighter and brighter, and it was full of vitality. Then, as if unsatisfied, it exploded with a bang, emitting thousands of sparks that scattered on the bodies of these underworld experts. The flames passed through his clothes and did not leave a single burn mark. However, as soon as it came into contact with a bit of fresh blood and flesh, it was like fire meeting oil. It quickly spread and burned into a raging inferno. Cries of anguish rang out on the pier as dozens of people were set ablaze. In the blink of an eye, there was no more sound, only dozens of skeletons were left. Little N emerged from the lake water and calculated silently. 697. The remaining skeletons were covered in a layer of pale flames. The skeletons melted like snow very quickly, turning into several dozen droplets of bone fluid that merged with his body. Little N was just about to make his way to the manor and assist Li Qingshan when he suddenly sensed something and turned around. His eyes that burned with flames pierced through the thin mist and crossed an extremely great distance. He saw a huge, black ship sailing over slowly. After a moment of consideration, Little N still chose to make his way to the manor. "Ha!" Li Qingshan sucked in a breath and bellowed. Pure true chi mixed with demon chi turned into the tiger demon's fierce roar with a violent gust of wind. It landed on the experts of the blacklist, and they immediately flew backwards as they vomited blood. Their faces and chests were reduced to a bloody mess. It seemed like they were done for. Although this was only the tiger demon's fierce roar that had been weakened countless times over, it was still not something that mere masters of the Jianghu could withstand. In a single clash, several first-rate masters had been slain by a single bellow from Li Qingshan. These first-rate masters who were used to using their powerful martial arts to rampage around and do whatever they wanted witnessed the difference in strength between them and true Hawkwolf Guard. With the sound of twisting metal, Li Qingshan ripped open a huge hole in the iron bars. The inscriptions on the demon trapping cage dimmed, and all of its spiritual chi vanished. Li Qingshan walked out from within. He was like a vicious tiger that had emerged from a cage, giving off a threatening aura. The masters of the underworld all took a step back as they stared at Li Qingshan in shock and fear. Li Qingshan's body and hair returned to normal. Under the circumstances where he could not ensure that everyone was present, he would not reveal his demon form before so many people. The first person he needed to eliminate right now was obviously Shinshihua, who could sense demon chi. Oh no, the ships have all been destroyed. A lackey suddenly rushed in from outside and called out. What? Who did it? Tian Zhonghao grabbed the lackey by the shoulder and called out. I don't know. The masters of the blacklist all looked at Li Qingshan. Although they had heard what Shinshihua had said, only now did they clearly realize that this young Hawkwolf guard actually wanted to make them all stay here and kill them all. Li Qingshan smiled, and began moving as well. Afterwards, his eyes narrowed, and he looked past everyone, landing on Shinshihua, who had hidden himself in the crowd in an attempt to flee. He called out, "Where do you think you're going?" Shinshihua shuddered inside and turned around in shock. Li Qingshan's figure had already arrived with his voice, rushing towards him with a fierce gust of wind. A few unorthodox masters were unable to react in time. They stood in front of Li Qingshan, but like a stampeding herd of elephants had collided with them, they were directly knocked several meters away. All of their bones shattered, and they died without a single sound. With a flash, the talisman was burnt to ash. A golden figure rose up from Shinshihua's body. His reactions were not slow either. In the face of imminent danger, he used a strength talisman of the Guardian Kings before forcefully turning around and swinging his two golden fists at Li Qingshan's chest from above. Li Qingshan did not seem to hear him at all. His right hand extended like a tiger's claw, reaching towards Shinshihua viciously. Die! The tiger demon digs out the heart. His 5 fingers were like 5 steel rods, wrapped in true chi, forcefully stabbing into the golden light. True chi and the light collided violently. An ear-piercing sound rang out. Shinshihua was utterly shocked. He had never thought a strength talisman of the Guardian Kings would be torn apart by a person's bare hands. However, he knew that his life was in danger, so he furiously gathered all of his true chi into his 2 fists and threw them at Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan took the 2 fists head-on, but his figure only swayed slightly. His right hand shattered the golden light and seized the opportunity to grab Shinshihua's chest. He pulled out a bloody heart. The scene suddenly quieted down. Shinshihua, who had the highest level of martial arts, had not even been able to exchange a single blow with Li Qingshan. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the many experts of the underworld. They could no longer care about anything else. They all took out their life-saving talismans and bit the tip of their tongues to spit out fresh blood. The talismans were activated and shattered one by one, giving off a bright light. However, all of them ran away at the same time. They did not even care about their subordinate. No one came up to fight Li Qingshan. When a fierce tiger descended the mountain, all the birds and beasts scattered. Talismans, I have one too. Li Qingshan casually took out a cool breeze talisman from his 100 treasures pouch and activated it with true chi. A whirlwind wrapped around his legs. His body seemed to become much lighter. He took a step forward, as if he was stepping on a cushion of air. He soared into the air. In the air, he pulled out the chipped wind-entwining blade and swung it horizontally. The expert with the best qinggong had already jumped over the wall. He was cut in half by the wind blade. Blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground. After Li Qingshan used the cool breeze talisman, his already swift figure became even more ghostly. A string of figures flashed out and blood splattered everywhere. A tiger entering a flock of sheep was not enough to describe its might. This was no longer a battle, but a one-sided massacre. Under the absolute difference in strength, techniques were meaningless. He only needed to wave the wind-entwining blade lightly, and heads would fall to the ground. With every step he took, he killed from the study to the courtyard, and then to the main hall. It was as if Azura had appeared in the world. The experts of the underworld fled in all directions like a swarm of bees. They hated their parents for not being born with 2 more legs. In their hearts, they cursed Qin Shi Hua's parents 1,000,000 times. One of them turned around and saw Li Qingshan's figure flashing towards him. He knelt on the ground and shouted, "I'm a spy from the Yamen." In the blink of an eye, he saw Li Qingshan standing in front of him. The long, jagged saber stopped in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan was somewhere else. His whole body was exhausted, and he collapsed to the ground, rolling and crawling to hide in a corner. Many people followed suit and knelt on the ground, shouting, "I'm also a spy." For a moment, there were spies everywhere as far as the eye could see. Li Qingshan did not have accurate information about these minions, so he was hesitating. On the distant surface of the lake, dozens of sparks lit up in the thin mist. A mournful cry sounded in the air as it rapidly approached. Boom! 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 Within the deafening booms, the island of cherishing flowers immediately became a sea of fire. Chapter 158. Quite a few people stood on the deck of the ship. There were both monks and Taoists among them. They gazed at the island of cherishing flowers in the distance with worried expressions. Part 2. If the people of the Jianghu were present, they would definitely cry out in surprise, as basically all the decent masters of the orthodox path within several hundred kilometers of Jiaping had gathered here. There was black and white in the world. The so-called orthodox path was not necessarily pure, flawless, and chivalrous, but they were a group of people who obeyed the law and maintained order. There were quite a lot of people who treated benevolence and etiquette as their family rules. You could call it hypocritical, but most people in the world still liked to stand in the sunlight. This was the principle of humanity. The hypocrite Yu Buchuan had done many good deeds like purging evil and helping the weak at the end of the day, while the true villain Tian Buguang had truly harmed countless ordinary people. However, the conflict between the orthodox path and the orthodox path had never stopped for a single day. To put it simply, from the very beginning, if a martial artist wanted to live a luxurious life of luxury, the simplest and most direct way was to become a thief, steal money, and steal women. There were also many people who were unwilling to do this, but they also wanted to live a luxurious life of extravagance. They wanted to become young heroes, so killing a nest of mountain bandits was obviously a good choice. They would have money and women, and they would gain something else as well, fame. If a young hero managed to kill countless mountain bandits without dying, he would become a great hero, while a petty thief who managed to steal countless money and women without dying, he would become a great thief. The two of them obviously had a lot of enemies, but that did not matter. They had quite a lot of friends too. With this, they formed two groups of people who constantly fought with each other. To put it in simpler terms, there were countless grievances and grievances between generations. The grievances could go back several lifetimes. Every single one of the unorthodox masters who came to the island of cherishing flowers had enemies on the ship. When the news of the pill seizing assembly spread, not only were the unorthodox masters restless, but the people on the ship became restless as well. When they thought about how their enemies would break through to the innate realm and appear before them, kill them, and then steal their money and women, they could not just stand by and watch. And if there were such great pills, who would want them? Thus, they secretly planned this operation. However, this group of orthodox experts was vaguely led by a little girl, and they respectfully surrounded her. The little girl was only about 13 or 14 years old. She stood at the bow of the ship, dressed in plain clothes that fluttered in the wind. Her face was calm and mature, but because of her baby face and her young age, she looked a little funny. An old monk with white hair and brows bent down and said, "Miss Hua, do you think so?" The little girl stared at the island of cherishing flowers in the mist like a general. She did not respond at all. The old monk raised his head and looked at the others helplessly. Then, they all looked at the young lady in purple beside the little girl. They were all renowned figures of the Jianghu, yet none of them could do anything to this little girl, as not only was she a second-layer Qi practitioner at such a young age, but she also came from a renowned clan. When she went out for training, she became acquainted with great hero Yu's daughter, Yu Zijian, who was also the girl in violet, which was why they agreed to assist her. As soon as they arrived by the lake, she took out a small boat from her 100 treasures pouch and tossed it into the water. It turned into a huge ship which left everyone amazed. With her assistance, the operation this time was basically in the bag. The evil followers would definitely die a horrible death. Yu Zijin said, "Chenglu, say something?" Hua Chenglu raised her hand with composure, telling Yu Zijin not to say anything more. Afterwards, she waved the small flag in her hand and ordered, "Turn the ship around and prepare to fire." The ship slowly turned around, facing the island of cherishing flowers on the port side. Afterwards, several dozen small wooden doors opened, and several dozen pitch-black cannons extended out. However, because the ship was a mechanical puppet, it was not controlled by the crew at all. Instead, it was completely controlled by the flag in her hand. As a result, the mighty order did not seem as mighty anymore. Instead, it was rather comical. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Yu Zijin whispered, "Chenglu, are the fire dragon cannons really that powerful?" Due to being doubted, Hua Chenglu's composed face became furious. She pointed at the island of cherishing flowers. "Watch me flatten this place." Afterwards, she ordered loudly, "Fire!" The pitch-black cannons sprayed with several dozen sparks, like the roars of fire dragons. They planted several dozen mushroom clouds on the island of cherishing flowers in the distance, destroying most of the structures on the island in an instant. The island of cherishing flowers, the magnificent hall collapsed, and the small, exquisite building burst into flames. The island of cherishing flowers that Shen Shihua had managed for so many years was reduced to ashes with his death. The orthodox masters on the deck were all shocked. They believed that even if they were on the island, they would not be able to escape alive. Compared to true innate abilities, acquired cultivators were just too weak. Yu Zijin murmured, "So powerful." A sliver of complacency appeared in Hua Chenglu's eyes, but she did not show it on her face. Yu Zijin asked in worry, "Chenglu, are there any innocent people on the island?" Hua Chenglu lectured earnestly, "Zijin, those who want to achieve great things shouldn't be bothered by trifles. You're still too young." The other orthodox masters all felt that this little girl truly was the descendant of a renowned clan. They did not take Yu Zijin's words seriously. As long as they could blast these bastards to death, who cared if they were innocent or not? Standing on the boat from afar and watching their enemies turn to ash, there was nothing more delightful than that. "Great hero," Yu smiled warmly and generously. "Zijin, even if there are innocent people, they've sacrificed themselves for the sake of the martial arts society. The people of the underworld are all cruel and cunning. If we can't be more decisive and smarter than them, how are we supposed to defeat them? You need to learn more from Miss Hua." Yu Zijin curled her lip. She dared not argue back. She only felt like her father had changed. In the past, great hero, you would have scolded her sternly and scolded her if she dared to speak like this in front of the other members of the martial arts society in the past. If she dared to disobey him again, he would directly draw his sword. Although he had never actually cut her down, he was nowhere near as gentle as he was right now. Because of his daughter's acquaintance with Hua Chenglu, great hero, you received the respect of the other members of the martial arts society. He basically laughed even in his dreams. Not only was Yu Zijin's future bright, but even he, her father, could benefit from it. Obviously, he was kind to his daughter. In particular, before Hua Chenglu, he was basically the epitome of a benevolent father. Under the flattery of the orthodox masters, Hua Chenglu smiled like she did not care. She waved the flag in her hand and launched another volley of cannons. The entire island of Cherishing Flowers was enveloped in flames and smoke. The shockwave struck a huge shield and dispersed as a whirlwind. Li Qingshan lowered the spiritual artifact shield and looked at the surface of the lake in surprise. What was going on? He was not surprised that there were firearms in this world. He was just curious as to who would, but in like they wanted to flatten the island of Cherishing Flowers. However, there was no point in thinking too much about it. It had instead helped him out. Cannon fire at this level posed no threat to him at all. With the table-sized shield, he walked through the cannon fire like it was flat ground. He was unscathed. However, to the unorthodox masters, it was basically the end of the world. Not a single super master who shouted, "You have cannons, I have divine arts," appeared. They were all blasted to pieces as they wailed for their parents, saving Li Qingshan the trouble of finding them one by one. Little and passed through the cannon fire easily and arrived before Li Qingshan. Within the endless booms, Li Qingshan nodded. His voice was swallowed up by the booms. His lips moved as if he was saying, "Let's begin." Both of their eyes seemed to be shining brightly. Little and brought his palms together and held the skull prayer beads in his palms. Afterwards, he lowered his head and chanted. The flames flowed like water, silently spreading through the heavy smoke. They crept from the collapsed walls to the burning buildings, devouring the corpses one by one. 427, 311, 225, 131. He silently calculated in his heart. Suddenly, Little and raised his head. His eyes shone with joy. All the flames began to flow back to his side. They coiled around him like snakes and turned into a large cocoon, wrapping him in layers. Gradually, Little and could no longer be seen. All that was left was a large crimson cocoon made of flames floating in the air. Li Qingshan stared at the flame cocoon. He did not look away for a moment. He clenched his fists tightly and suddenly became nervous. The bombardment continued. At this moment, a cannonball pierced through the thick smoke and landed on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's left hand shot out like lightning and grabbed the cannonball. Boom! The cannonball exploded in his palm, charring his hand. He continued to stare at the cocoon as if he did not feel it. He did not even turn his head. Time passed by slowly. Before he knew it, the cannonball had already stopped firing. Li Qingshan just sat down in the rubble and leaned on his hand. At that moment, apart from little Anne, there was nothing in the world, no one, that was worth his attention. Even Xianyue and Gu Yenying were no exceptions. His ambition of venturing beyond the 9 heavens was temporarily set aside as well. On the deck of the ship, Hua Chenglu smiled. "It's done." She waved her flag and ordered, "Let's go and take a look." "What's that?" someone suddenly called out, pointing behind the ship. Everyone turned their heads and became extremely stunned. A carriage tore through the mist, rapidly crossing the water and arriving before the ship in the blink of an eye. It stopped slowly. Grandma Shimen lifted the curtain and frowned. This was the Hua family's wave cutter. She had seen it in the Clear River Prefecture before, so she could not be wrong. The mechanical ship had been forged by a few great masters of Moism. The fire dragon cannons on it were powerful, and it carried several hundred mechanical puppets. Every single one of them possessed the strength of a low-level Qi practitioner, so it was extremely expensive to build. Her sect was powerful, but she could not ignore the Hua family's influence in the Clear River Prefecture. As a result, she called out, "May I ask which fellow from the Hua family is here?" Hua Chenglu leapt onto the railing and said, "Hua Chenglu is here." Grandma Shimen said, "So it's you, brat. You stole the family ship and ran off to play? You better be careful of getting spanked for mixing around with these riffraff." The orthodox masters all had no objections when they were called riffraff. Regardless of gender, they all stared at Grandma Shimen in a daze and sighed in admiration. There's actually such a beauty in the world. Even her wrinkles seemed to contain an extremely enchanting radiance. Chapter 159. Scarlet Hua Chenglu did not fall for that. She refused to back down. So it's you, you old ghost. This ship was mine in the first place. You're the one who stole the carriage and ran off to play. Grandma Shimin said in displeasure. You're so young, yet you're already so sharp-tongued. I'll definitely have a good talk with your father when I see him. I have matters to attend to right now, so I don't have time for a little girl like you. Hua Chenglu immediately retorted. Then when I see Big Brother Qingzan, I'll have a good talk with him too. You old woman, you're bullying me just because I'm young. Grandma Shimin snorted coldly. The carriage sped up towards the island of cherishing flowers, leaving behind 2 tracks on the surface of the lake. In the carriage, the young man in red said unhappily, Grandma, why don't you teach this girl a lesson? Grandma Shimin said, neither her father nor brother are kind people. They're difficult to deal with, or I would have taken her life a long time ago. There'll be a time for her to cry in the future. If you hadn't insisted on eating the sugar-roasted chestnuts, delaying us, we would have arrived a long time ago and dealt with Li Qingshan. We wouldn't have to endure this girl's anger either. If regular second-layer Qi practitioners were bold enough to be so rude to Grandma Shimin, she would have killed them on the spot a long time ago. However, since they were from the Hua family, she could not help but show some respect. Moreover, Hua Sengzan's identity as the Scarlet Wolf commander possessed quite the deterrence in the Clear River Prefecture. The young man in red curled his lip. It's not like I'm the only one who wants to eat it. Not to mention, it's not too late right now. Li Qingshan must still be on the island. On the deck, Hua Chenglu gazed at the departing carriage and snorted coldly. However, her soft, nasal voice was nowhere near as forceful as Grandma Shimin's snort. It was more like a pout. With a wave of the flag, the wave breaker cut through the waves and pursued the carriage, heading towards the island of cherishing flowers. In the mist, the outline of the island of cherishing flowers gradually became clear. The flames from the cocoon grew weaker and weaker like the setting sun. Only a scarlet sphere remained, and it grew smaller and smaller. Rain fell from the sky and landed on the cocoon, causing white mist to rise. The cocoon was filled with red light. Little Anne's body was curled up. Just now, he was in his mother's womb. The flame was no longer a flame, but a viscous liquid, like the amniotic fluid in the womb. Moreover, it contained a tremendous amount of life energy. Bit by bit, it completely soaked him. He had already comprehended a little of the essence of the path of white bone and great beauty. At this moment, he wanted to turn the dead back to life and enter a state that was neither dead nor alive, turning white bone into great beauty. His bony fingers formed a Buddhist seal, and a mysterious secret was triggered. Flesh grew from the bones, and the flesh was reconstructed. Li Qingshan held his breath. With a crack appeared on the cocoon and spread in all directions. Li Qingshan's heart was in his throat. A tender little hand stretched out from the cocoon. It was white with a tinge of red, as if it was carved from blood jade. One could almost see the veins and arteries within. Li Qingshan shot to his feet, but he did not dare to disturb it. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly felt his eyes turn moist and red. He had personally witnessed little Anne's soul turn into white bone, and then to the rebirth of flesh and blood. His heart was enveloped by great joy. He believed that no matter how cruel and bloody this path was, what he possessed was not just slaughter and hatred. With a series of cracking sounds, the cocoon shattered. Flames rose from within, and a petite figure stood in the flames, reborn from the ashes. A strange fragrance of sandalwood wafted into the air, immediately driving away the pungent smell of smoke and soothing one's heart. Li Qingshan took a step forward. Little Anne, you've finally… The flames dispersed, revealing a little girl, naked, with her hands forming a Buddhist seal, standing in the lotus petal-like flames. Her skin was like carved jade, and there was a red mole on her forehead. Her eyes were like two black pearls. From top to bottom, there was not a trace of impurities or dirt, as pure as a red lotus. She looked at her hands in confusion, as if she could not believe that she had really recovered her flesh and blood. She raised her head and looked at Li Qingshan. It seemed that she was not used to using her face. There was no expression on her face, but her black pearl-like eyes suddenly burst out with incomparable joy. She stretched out her arms to him. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment, then he quickly walked forward and hugged her tightly in his arms, tears overflowing from the corners of his eyes. Just like the father who had been waiting outside the delivery room for a long time. Although he only found out that the child was not a boy, but a girl, to him, this little accident was not a big deal. It was not worth paying too much attention to. The joy in his heart would not change in the slightest. Li Qingshan could not stop saying, "This is great." After a long time, Li Qingshan suddenly felt that his tongue was clumsy, and did not know what to say. He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and said, "Put on your clothes first." Little and nodded obediently in his arms. Li Qingshan let go of her and rummaged through his 100 treasures pouch. He said in distress, "But there are only male clothes. Sai, why didn't you say so earlier?" Little and shook her head, as if saying that she had also forgotten. After so many years, whether it was a soul or a white bone, gender was not important. Li Qingshan was helpless. When the witch abducted her, she must have disguised herself as a boy to deceive others. It had always been his first impression. Li Qingshan examined Little and again, once again confirming that there was no mistake. However, he found that there were red marks on her body. Her skin was as delicate as a newborn's, like fine silk. Even she would be scratched, not to mention his rough embrace. He asked with concern, "Did I hurt you?" Little and shook her head. Compared to the pain of the blood flames burning her body and the blue flames burning her bones, this kind of pain was simply the most blissful. Li Qingshan carefully helped her change her clothes as if he was holding a fragile rare treasure. Little and opened her eyes wide. She wanted to say that she was not that weak, but she also enjoyed the care she was receiving at this moment. Li Qingshan could not help but pinch her cheek. It felt very good to the touch. It was so delicate that it seemed as if it would turn into water and slide down his fingertips. Touching the red mole on her forehead, he vaguely remembered that this was the mark left behind by the ginseng liquid. Could it also appear on the body? Little and was like a doll, obediently not moving at all. She let him pinch her. Feeling the warmth from his fingertips, her heart skipped a beat. Li Qingshan rubbed her smooth head and said with a smile, "It's a pity that you don't have hair, but it will grow back soon." Little and blinked her eyes and suddenly took a step back. She clenched her fists and held her breath, gathering all her strength. Then, her black hair grew out crazily. Not long after, it fell from her shoulders to her waist. Li Qingshan hurriedly said, "It's done, it's done." Only then did Little and stop exerting strength. Her long hair had already grown to her knees. It was moist and lush like water plants, with natural curls. It was so dark that it did not reflect any luster. It was very special. He saw that she was wearing a gorgeous lake silk gown, like an extremely handsome young master. Li Qingshan looked at her with indescribable joy. He was very happy and could not help but laugh. He felt that the road ahead was bright and there was nothing he could not do. At this moment, the neighing of a horse came from the lake. Li Qingshan turned his head and saw a horse carriage passing through the thick fog, quickly approaching, followed by a large ship. Li Qingshan frowned. If his guess was correct, the cannons just now were fired from this large ship. And on the horse carriage there seemed to be a strong aura, and it carried hostility. This was not the ability of a Qi practitioner, but purely the instinct of a demon. The horse carriage sped up the shore and quietly stopped in front of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan saw an old woman wearing a large red robe getting off the carriage. Her whole body was emitting a threatening aura. Even Zhuozhibwa had not felt such a strong aura. Among the people he had met, the only one who was close to it was Hua Sengzan, but he was much weaker than Hua Sengzan. The person who came was a 9th-layer Qi practitioner expert. The west gate granny disembarked from the carriage, but her gaze slid past Li Qingshan and landed on Shaoan beside him. Afterwards, she was unable to shift her gaze away anymore. Her face was filled with shock as she murmured, radiant like the flowers of spring, flowing with light, skin of ice and bones of jade, and makeup of jade. How can a single person possess so many aspects of beauty? Hold on, is this the legendary heavenly fragrance and nation beauty? This is impossible. Grandma Shimin was experienced and knowledgeable. Of course, she would not be shocked by a child's appearance. The words she said were not just simple words of praise. These were the standards and names used in the sect to judge a person's physiognomy. There was the flower moon physiognomy, the peach blossom physiognomy, the fragrant jade physiognomy, and so on. Some were high, some were low, and they were carefully divided into 9 grades. If one had any of the physiognomy, they would be able to cultivate the sect's charm arts with half the effort. If one had a higher physiognomy, they could easily achieve extraordinary results. The current sect master had the peach blossom physiognomy. He had been valued by the previous sect master and taken in as a disciple, which was why he had his current achievements. As for Grandma Shimin, she had the red flying physiognomy of the dancing red emerald physiognomy. She had also stood out and become one of the 4 great grannies of the sect. As for Jiaping City's top courtesan, Hibiscus, although her appearance was ordinary, she had been taken in as a disciple because of her graceful appearance. Among the various physiognomy, there was one physiognomy that only existed in legends. It was the physiognomy of national beauty and heavenly fragrance. The physiognomy of national beauty and heavenly fragrance was a combination of various physiognomy. It was the head of fragrance and the crown of all physiognomy. As soon as Grandma Shimin saw little Anne, she gave out the name of the physiognomy, and then finally came to this result that even she herself did not dare to believe. Rumor had it that once this physiognomy appeared, it was a sign that the world would be in chaos. Although it might not be accurate, it was said that this physiognomy's charm was a femme fatale, capable of causing the downfall of countries and cities. Grandma Shimin instantly cast Li Qingshan aside, completely forgetting about the disappearance of her outstanding disciples, Zhao Liangqing and Hibiscus. She stared fixedly at little Anne and walked over step by step. She was almost even more excited than Li Qingshan. Too beautiful, too good. If she was taken in as a disciple and brought back to the sect, Li Qingshan blocked Grandma Shimin's way with a swoosh, interrupting her reverie. He asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Grandma Shimin raised her head in displeasure and looked at Li Qingshan, who was much taller than her. The arrogant expression on her face made it seem as if she was looking down on him. "Oh, you're Li Qingshan? Who are you to her? P.S. Little Anne has appeared out of nowhere. Everyone, give her a warm round of applause and welcome. I don't need to say more about asking for votes, right?" Chapter 160. Grandma Shimin had wanted to kill Li Qingshan the moment she saw him. It did not matter if Li Qingshan had anything to do with Zhao Liangqing and Furong's disappearance. She wanted to put an end to this matter. Soonest Upidu at seeing that little and was so close to him, it was not convenient for him to kill him, lest he formed a grudge with this good disciple. As for trash like Zhao Liangqing and Furong, it didn't matter if they died. They weren't worth Grandma's attention. Li Qingshan was stunned. He couldn't tell what kind of relationship he had with little Anne, so he asked, "Who are you? What does this have to do with you? She's Grandma Shimen. The ship reached the shore, and Hua Chenglu leapt off, landing gracefully on the ground. With a great movement technique, she arrived before Li Qingshan in just a few leaps. The group of orthodox experts also jumped off the ship and prepared to search for the elixir that could allow people to directly advance to the Xiantian realm. When Li Qingshan heard the word gate, he was shocked. Although Zhou Wenbin had warned him, he didn't expect that the gate would directly send such an expert to deal with him. It was really unexpected. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who understood the principle of a lion hunting a rabbit. The sect wouldn't be so stupid as to send their men down one by one for him to practice. Hua Chenglu saw the black wolf tablet on Li Qingshan's waist and asked in surprise, "You're a Hawkwolf guard? What are you doing here?" Then he saw Little and behind Li Qingshan and praised, "What a beautiful child." Li Qingshan said, "I'm here, of course, to carry out a mission. You look a little familiar." Hua Chenglu was young, but her apple-shaped face had shapely eyebrows and vermilion lips. She was extremely pretty, as if she had seen her somewhere before. Hua Chenglu said, "Since you're a Hawkwolf guard, you've obviously seen my big brother Qingzan before. Are you carrying out a mission? Could it be that they also heard that they are going to have a gathering here?" Li Qingshan finally understood. Hua Sengzan was also a rare handsome man. Naturally, he left a deep impression on Li Qingshan. "I was the one who gathered these people. Many of them were servants and spies from the Yamen. You attacked them indiscriminately. Forget it. Thank you for your help. You saved me a lot of trouble." If it weren't for the fact that there were still innocent people on the island, he wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble to kill them one by one. He only needed to transform into a demon and use the tiger demon's mad roar to kill everyone. Hua Chenglu widened her eyes. "What? Did you gather these people?" The group of orthodox masters behind him shivered inside. The pill-seizing gathering was actually a scheme of the Hawkwolf Guard. This young man sure was vicious. He actually wanted to gather all the unorthodox masters together and capture them all in one fell swoop. The pills were definitely out of the question. Grandma Shimen ignored the others and just stared at Little Anne. The more she looked, the happier she was. Little Anne felt uneasy. She hid behind Li Qingshan. Suddenly, Li Qingshan arrived behind Li Qingshan and grabbed Little Anne's hand. She said to Li Qingshan, "This girl has all the fortune in the world. I've taken a liking to her. I want to take her as my disciple and take her back to Clear River City. Are you willing?" She unleashed her arts of charm. In a daze, Li Qingshan saw a great beauty pleading beside his ear. He could not turn down any of her requests. However, when he realized she wanted to take Little Anne away, he immediately shuddered. He bellowed out, "Don't even think about it." When he looked at Grandma Shimen again, she no longer possessed any beauty at all. She was clearly an old monster with orange peels all over her face and vermilion lips. She was just disgusting. Li Qingshan thought of that whore Farong. He wanted to know why this old hag wanted to take Little Anne to a place like the gate. Fury surged into his head, and murderousness immediately erupted. Red light flickered in his eyes. He was tempted to immediately kill Grandma Shimen on the spot. "Even if you've been a benevolent person for 10 lifetimes, an Umitba, I'll still tear you to pieces for making a request like that to vent my hatred." In fact, he even had the thought of turning into a demon to kill the old hag before silencing everyone present. However, he gave up on it in the end. He was unwilling to slaughter the innocent, nor was he confident in killing Grandma Shimen. All he could do was suppress his fury and glare at Grandma Shimen. "I must kill this old hag." Hua Chenglu shivered. She felt like this ordinary young man had turned into a terrifying, vicious beast in a single moment, ready to devour anyone. As for the group of orthodox experts, a few of them with weaker martial arts directly fell to the ground. Grandma Shimen was slightly surprised. She never thought a second-layer Qi practitioner like him could actually break free from her arts of charm. However, she did not care about Li Qingshan's killing intent at all. The strong would never care about the rage of the weak. Grandma Shimen said sinisterly, "That's not up to you. You still have to ask the child's opinion." She smiled at little Anne. "Good child, do you want to go back with Granny? Granny has everything." Her bearing suddenly became extremely benevolent. She thought, Li Qingshan is a Qi practitioner, so his murderousness is heavy, which is why he can resist my arts of charm. Dealing with a little child who has never practiced Qi will be a piece of cake. Never did she think that little and would shake his head emotionlessly, completely unaffected by her. He was even more determined than Li Qingshan. The essence of the path of white bone and great beauty was to change all appearances and see through all appearances. It was the natural nemesis of arts of charm and illusions. Even if the sect master came in person, she would not be able to waver at all. Hua Qinglu sneered. "Old geezer Shimen, do you see that? She doesn't want to talk to you, so stop sticking your face to her." Grandma Shimen was annoyed. "Shut up, little girl." However, she was perplexed. Did the aspect of heavenly fragrance possess the ability to resist charms? Instead, she became even more passionate. She had to bring this girl back no matter what. Hua Qinglu was furious after being scolded by Grandma Shimen in front of everyone. She came from a renowned Hua family, and she was even a direct descendant. Her father was the leader of the family. She had been doted on ever since she was young. She was the little princess of the Hua family. Even her parents had never scolded her like this. Grandma Shimen no longer paid any attention to her. She changed the topic and said to Li Qingshan, "Li Qingshan, I've come from afar this time to ask you where Zhao Liangqing and Furong are." Li Qingshan said indifferently, "The two great disciples of your esteemed sect committed crimes and gave themselves away, fleeing in fear of punishment. How would I know where they are? If you know, you can tell me. I'll definitely bring them to justice." Grandma Shimen said sternly, "Don't you try to quibble. How dare you say you have nothing to do with this? In my opinion, you were the one who did it. Don't think the sect will let this go so easily." Li Qingshan said, "Zhao Liangqing is a fifth-layer Qi practitioner, while I'm a mere second-layer Qi practitioner. How can I be his opponent? Old woman, don't even think about pinning the blame on me. However, if I see them again, I'll definitely kill them. That'll be a great service to the Hawkwolf Guard, worth several hundred points of merit." Grandma Shimen and Li Qingshan's conversation was hurried and quick, so Hua Qinglu was unable to butt in. However, she saw how Li Qingshan was neither servile nor overbearing when faced with Grandma Shimen, who was much more powerful than him. He even stood up to her, angering the old woman until she paled. Only then did she let out a small sigh of relief. She purposefully praised loudly, "This kid sure has some backbone despite his young age." "Old woman, that's unreasonable. The kid is only a second-layer Qi practitioner. If he sees a fifth-layer Qi practitioner, he'll be running for his life. How can you say he was the one who did it? Oh right, I almost forgot. The disciples of the sect all rely on their appearances to make a living. They're all so weak, so there's nothing special about them being killed." Li Qingshan glanced at her. Despite her young age, she spoke like an elder, constantly referring to him as a kid. However, seeing how she stood on his side, he did not mind these small details. Grandma Shimen was first scolded by Li Qingshan, and then mocked by Hua Qinglu. She flew into a rage. "You're looking to die." Her aura was like a raging tide, kicking up wind and rain as it crushed towards Li Qingshan. The orthodox masters nearby only suffered some residual force. They felt like they were heavily injured, and their chests tightened. Only after taking several dozen steps back did they feel a little better. They stared at Grandma Shimen in great shock. They had already heard from Hua Qinglu that she was a ninth-layer Qi practitioner on the ship, but none of them had thought a ninth-layer Qi practitioner would actually be so powerful. Just the residual force from her aura alone had left them with internal injuries. Just what kind of pressure did the young man who bore the brunt of it endure? Then why don't you try and kill me? Li Qingshan protected little and behind him. He crossed his arms and held his head high, staring at Grandma Shimin from above. He was like a reef in the ocean, standing still no matter how the wind and rain battered him. Hua Qinglu was the closest to him. She felt her chest tighten. She had truly experienced the difference between a ninth-layer Qi practitioner and a second-layer Qi practitioner. She could not help but back away, but she refused to embarrass the Hua family. She forcefully endured it. Under the pressure of the powerful aura, even her vision gradually blurred. All that remained was the will to endure. Suddenly, she felt her wrist tighten. Someone had pulled her, and the pressure lessened drastically. Her mind cleared up, and she saw Li Qingshan's large back when she raised her head. As it turned out, Li Qingshan had seen how pale she was, so he pulled her behind him to protect her. Her elder brother, Hua Sengzan, had been nice to him, and she had always been on his side. Grandma Shimin was afraid to lay her hands on him precisely because of her. He obviously had to protect this protective talisman. Hua Qinglu gasped for air gently. She had just recovered from her fright. She thought, so when brother and father fight with me normally, they're just playing with me. This old woman is actually so powerful. This kid is also a second-layer Qi practitioner, so how is he so powerful? He's actually not afraid of this old woman's aura at all. Li Qingshan's strength was not just at the second layer. Instead, he was equivalent to a sixth or seventh-layer Qi practitioner demon. And he was not born in a honeypot like Hua Qinglu. Instead, he had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, slaughtering 1,000 lives. His murderousness and malice were extremely heavy. Regular ghosts would not even dare to approach within 10 steps of him, so he obviously did not fear Grandma Shimin's aura. Hua Qinglu looked at little Anne again. He was completely fine, which made her even more gloomy. She called out from behind Li Qingshan, "Old woman, do you really want to become enemies with the Hawkwolf Guard and the Hua family?" Seeing how threats were useless, Grandma Shimin could only erase her aura. All she could do was grind her teeth in hatred. If it were not for Hua Qinglu's presence, she would have killed Li Qingshan even if she had to silence these orthodox masters. Even a ninth-layer Qi practitioner like her was not bold enough to kill a Hawkwolf Guard so brazenly. Chapter 161. Forcing the West Gate back, monthly vote. Grandma Shimin waved her hand. "Miss Hua, I'll show some respect to your Hua family, but you better not be stubborn. This is an important matter for our sect, so it's best if you don't interfere. Take these people and leave." Hua Qinglu would never fall for that. She said, "Since he's a Hawkwolf Guard, he's under my elder brother's command. I definitely won't turn a blind eye to this. If you have the ability, then kill me too. Only then will no one accuse you. Otherwise, you'll be the murderer of abducting children and killing Hawkwolf Guard." Grandma Shimin's face became even colder. She had already thought of this many times. If he were a regular descendant of the Hua family, she would have killed him a long time ago. It would be fine as long as she did not leave behind any evidence. However, Hua Qinglu was the little princess of the Hua family. Even without direct evidence, as long as they found out she had come to Lakeside City, the Hua family would never stop until she was dead. Even the sect could not protect her. All Grandma Shimin could do was change her attitude. She said to Li Qingshan earnestly, "Children really don't know anything. A girl with the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty is a huge disaster to a weakling like you. Hand her to me, and we'll be able to turn enemies into friends. What do you want? Whether it's pills or spiritual artifacts, I have them all. You can choose whatever you want." Little and grabbed Li Qingshan by the hem of his clothes. Li Qingshan only said one word to Grandma Shimen, "Piss off." Grandma Shimen was completely angered. She raised her claw-like hand and true qi surged out violently, stabbing Li Qingshan's face from a few feet away. Li Qingshan stamped her foot and called out, "Piss off." She called out, "Don't you dare." Grandma Shimen hesitated for a moment before pulling back her hand viciously. Sure enough, she was afraid. "This girl, I'm determined to get the sect. I'd like to see if you can keep hiding behind this girl." With that, she boarded the carriage and took off through the mist. Hua Chenglu exhaled deeply, and Li Qingshan also felt relieved. He turned around and said, "Thank you for your righteous assistance, miss." If it were not for Hua Chenglu, he was confident that he would not have been captured by Grandma Shimen so easily, but his demonic transformation and little Anne's abilities would have been exposed, leading to endless trouble in the future. As for killing Grandma Shimen, that was basically impossible for him right now. Hua Chenglu nodded rather generously. "Sure." Afterwards, she waved her hand. "Let's talk on the ship." Li Qingshan nodded and boarded the wave cutter with little Anne. The group of Orthodox masters still rummaged through the ruins of the island, unwilling to give up. Of course, they found nothing. Someone asked curiously, "Why isn't there a corpse? Could it be that they were all destroyed by cannons? There's no reason to shatter it like that." Li Qingshan became vigilant. Devouring flesh and blood on a large scale for cultivation would definitely raise suspicion. If he caught the attention of someone with ulterior motives, he would be exposed sooner or later. He needed to be even more careful. Fortunately, little Anne had already recovered her body, so there was no need for her to search for flesh and blood in a hurry. The path of white bone and great beauty could also be put off for a while. He rubbed little Anne's head and thought about how she had been a child. Ever since she had followed him, she had spent all her time killing and arson. Now that she had recovered her body after so much difficulty, it was time for her to enjoy the happiness of an ordinary child. It was his responsibility to seek greater power to protect her. Little Anne raised her head and looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled, and the corner of little Anne's lips twitched as well. She smiled rather unnaturally in response. Li Qingshan pinched her cheek and smiled. "You still need more practice. It's better to smile more as a person." Little Anne lowered her head in embarrassment. Her cheeks reddened. Although Li Qingshan did not know what the aspect of heavenly fragrance and great beauty was, he still found it extremely cute. When he thought back to when little Anne was a soul, her face was completely pale. She did not seem to possess such enchanting charm. Little did he know that the body reconstructed by the path of white bone and great beauty could be described as the most perfect body in the world. Even the white bone bodhisattva might not have been able to describe the aspect of heavenly fragrance and great beauty. She only pursued the pinnacle of beauty in the world, and the true profoundness behind it could not be described as the aspect of heavenly fragrance and great beauty. Hua Chenglu called out to the shore, "If you still don't get on the ship, I'm leaving." The Orthodox masters gave up on their search in a hurry and returned to the ship. Under the pitch-black sky, rain pattered down. Experts stood on both sides. "Please!" Hua Chenglu waved her hand and invited Li Qingshan into the cabin. They passed through the brightly lit corridor and arrived in an extremely luxurious hall. There was not a single lantern in the hall, but the cabin was brightly lit. The walls were embedded with semi-transparent crystals that shone with gentle, white light. The air was pleasant. It was neither dry nor humid, neither cold nor hot. It demonstrated the luxury of Qi practitioner clans everywhere. Hua Chenglu and Li Qingshan sat in the seat of honor, while the Orthodox masters sat on the two sides. They chatted and laughed happily. They were in an extremely good mood. Although they had not found the pill, knowing that their enemies had been annihilated was still an extremely delightful matter. "Great hero," you even roared out, "bring some alcohol. We've killed these bastards." We need to celebrate properly. The crowd responded loudly. There were also those who were jealous. They thought, this bastard's fierce-looking face makes him seem even more of a bandit than a bandit. I wonder how he managed to produce such a beautiful daughter. He's connected to the Hua family. His wife must have cheated on him outside. Hua Chenglu shot a glance at him before ordering people to prepare refreshments for the guests in an extremely practiced manner. Great hero, you stopped talking in a hurry and smiled obsequiously. Drinking tea. Drinking tea is the same. If an adult had done all of this, perhaps Li Qingshan would have found it natural, but she was only 13 or 14. Her face was still childish, like a child acting like an adult. It was rather amusing, and there was no need for her to give any orders at all. She just waved a small flag, and a few mechanical puppets would clatter up from the bottom of the cabin, delivering refreshments. It made her actions seem more and more like a child's game. This was the first time Li Qingshan had seen puppets like this, which piqued his curiosity. He sighed in amazement at the wonders of this world once again. The puppets seemed to be made from wood. Their heads were carved with faces, and the joints of their hands and feet were distinct. They were extremely nimble too, without the slightest stiffness. It was possible to imagine that they could move as swiftly as the wind when needed. Little and was completely glued to them. Only when the puppets had left did he look away reluctantly. Li Qingshan thought of something. He remembered it. Hua Chenglu took a sip of tea and said sternly, "How did you offend this old hag?" As a result, Li Qingshan told her about what had happened in the tower on the city walls of Jiaping, but he hid the fact that Zhuo Zhibua had framed him. Hua Sengzan was definitely much more familiar with Zhuo Zhibua than he was. People who crossed their ranks to lodge complaints were never welcomed, let alone through this little girl. When Hua Chenglu heard about how the tower forced women into prostitution, her tiny face reddened in anger. All she heard was how Li Qingshan killed the procuress and raided the tower. She praised, "Well done. The Hawkwolf Guard just happens to be in need of a good man who doesn't fear violence like you. Saving you really was the right decision." Li Qingshan grinned and held back his smile. He also said sternly, "This is what I should do." Hua Chenglu asked curiously, "What other missions have you carried out?" "I've only joined the Hawkwolf Guard recently, so I haven't carried out many missions." Li Qingshan then told her about his mission in Ancient Wind City, as well as his plan to come to the island of Cherishing Flowers this time. Hua Chenglu listened with rapt attention, interrupting from time to time. This little girl lived a life of luxury, so who knew where her murderousness came from? She became extremely excited as soon as she heard the two words, exterminating an entire family. She insisted that Li Qingshan explain in detail. In the end she said rather regretfully, "It's just a pity that my elder brother won't let me join the Hawkwolf Guard so soon. Otherwise, I'd be able to carry out missions with you, Qingshan." Li Qingshan thought, with the Hua family's strength, they can just eat pills as they please. Why would they need to carry out missions so painstakingly? If I were you, I'd definitely eat until I became a demon general before leaving the mountain. However, he said, Commander Hua is taking good care of you. Only when you're strong can you carry out more missions. I believe you'll definitely become an even better Hawkwolf Guard than me in the future. Hua Chenglu said, "Exactly. You're pretty much the same as my elder brother." Li Qingshan thought, "So that's how your elder brother coaxes you too." If the entire situation was described in the form of a news report, it would be, "The leader of our country, Hua Chenglu, received Li Qingshan warmly and engaged in a deep conversation with him. She confirmed and supported Li Qingshan's work, encouraging him to continue working hard and reach new heights." The orthodox cultivators watched on as bystanders. Their feelings were rather mixed, as apart from little Anne, the youngest people present were Li Qingshan and Hua Chenglu. Most of them were first-rate masters, only a step away from the first layer of Qi practitioner. However, it was this latent barrier to the innate realm that separated the nobility from the lowly. However, they just could not accept it. No matter how many times they heard about what Li Qingshan had done, they still felt shocked. Then they thought about the unorthodox masters who boasted that they were on the blacklist and cursed them a few more times. Afterwards, they made up their minds to never make it onto the blacklist for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, who knew when they would be wiped out when they attended a gathering? After the battle on the island of Cherishing Flowers, the orthodox path within several hundred kilometers of Jiaping City flourished. The atmosphere of the Jianghu became extremely good. Young heroes and great heroes appeared in large numbers. Every single one of them was law-abiding, respecting the old and cherishing the young. Even if they did some thieving, they would do it secretly and extremely carefully. They would never do it openly. Li Qingshan could be said to have done a great job. A while later, the ship arrived on the shore and everyone disembarked. Hua Chenglu extended her hand, and the huge ship rapidly shrank. In the end, it was sucked into her palm and returned to her 100 treasures pouch. She said rather regretfully, "This lake is too small. We can't travel." Li Qingshan and little Anne's eyes lit up again. Before they set off, the orthodox masters had already prepared a celebratory feast in the lake viewing restaurant of Lakeside City. Li Qingshan exhaled gently. He still had to keep up the act. The girl had helped him out so much, so he had to make her happy. And although he could not see, hear, or smell anything, he could clearly sense that Grandma Shimen had not gone far. The hostility and killing intent still enveloped him vaguely. He was afraid that as soon as he left Grandma Shimen's side, he would immediately have to fight to the death with her. Putting on an act with the girl was better than risking his life against the old woman. Although he had made up his mind to kill Grandma Shimen, now was not the time. The West Gate Granny was already so old, and it was impossible for her cultivation to improve any further. On the other hand, he was constantly becoming stronger. As long as he could stall for some time, he would be able to kill her without being injured at all. Why should he take the risk now? P.S. Strongly calling for a guaranteed monthly ticket. A new month, a new beginning. Let's go. Chapter 162. Great hero, you finally got to drink on the lake viewing restaurant. He drank to his heart's content and even mustered up the courage to toast Li Qingshan while he was tipsy. Then, the others all came up to him and toasted him. Words of flattery flowed from their mouths. "Sir Li Qingshan, do you have another nickname, the Black Tiger?" There were even people who recognized Li Qingshan and remembered Li Qingshan's extremely distant nickname. Li Qingshan brushed them off casually. He picked up another piece of fish and gave it to Little and beside him. "Try this. It's not bad." It had been so many years since he had regained the taste he had lost after so much difficulty, so he obviously had to make it up to him. Little and lowered his head and ate it obediently. Although he was expressionless, the redness on his face never faded, as if he had just drunk fine wine. The old monk went up and studied little Anne. "Sir Li, the young benefactor beside you seems to be very Buddhist. He could be considered as a monk with some cultivation." He could vaguely sense the influence the path of white bone and great beauty had on little Anne. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "My little and will become a bodhisattva in the future." The old monk was surprised. He brought his palms together and said, I've sinned. "Sir, you can't speak carelessly." Li Qingshan smiled. "How can a sparrow know the ambitions of a great swan? Isn't that right, little Anne?" Hua Chenglu was also surrounded by everyone. When she heard that, she glanced at Li Qingshan and shook her head. She had no idea whether this kid was audacious or simple-minded. Did he not know that he had already caught the attention of a 9th layer Qi practitioner? If it were not for her, he would have been skinned alive a long time ago instead of talking about sparrow or great swan. At this moment, a handsome young man arrived before her gracefully. He suppressed his voice and said something deeply. Hua Chenglu's smile gradually turned into a smile as she answered with a question, "Do you think you're worthy?" His voice was not loud, but everyone present at the scene had sharp ears and eyes. They cast their gazes over one after another. Everyone knew what the youth was trying to do, especially the other few young heroes. Their faces revealed a mocking expression. If you want to cling to the Hua family's high branch, you should look at yourself in the mirror. They then rejoiced in their hearts that they did not take the risk. Li Qingshan said in his heart, "You are too much of a beast. You don't even let a 13 or 14-year-old girl go. In my previous life, you would have been shot." However, this lass was really realistic. She was not the type of young lady who was moved by true love and eloped with a scholar. The young man's face flushed red as he covered his face in shame and left. Yu Zijin said, "Just turn him down. Why must you treat him so harshly?" Hua Chenglu said, "He was up to no good in the first place, so why should I be polite with him? Moreover, he doesn't even dare to say, 'I'm worthy.' He belittles himself, which is especially annoying." Towards the end, she seemed to think of something, and her face became slightly resentful. This small interlude did not affect the atmosphere of the entire celebratory banquet. After the banquet, the masters all bid farewell to each other, saying that they were going back to eliminate the remnants of the underworld. Actually, they were in a hurry to take advantage of the situation and divide up the territory and wealth left behind by the masters of the underworld. A few young chivalrous men looked at Hua Chenglu with reluctance to part with her. During the noisiest moment, Li Qingshan approached Hua Chenglu and whispered into her ear. Hua Chenglu had been toasted a few times as well, so her face reddened slightly. When she saw him approach her, she was rather displeased, but after hearing what he said, she was surprised. She glanced at Little and before nodding with a smile. The young heroes were very envious. This kid sure knew how to take advantage of the situation. If he could become the son-in-law of the Hua family, wouldn't he be able to rise through the ranks in a single bound? Over the past few days, they had made many attempts, but they were all rejected by Hua Chenglu proudly. For once, she even smiled. When Li Qingshan wanted to give something to Hua Chenglu waved her hand and turned him down. Li Qingshan did not insist either. He only glanced at her deeply, which made Hua Chenglu feel embarrassed. She avoided his gaze and placed something into his 100 treasures pouch in the end. She glanced at him in concern and tried to say something again. When she saw Li Qingshan shake his head with a smile, she finally said nothing more. The Hua family would never stand up for something as small as this, and Zhuozhibwa of the Hawkwolf Guard seemed to dislike this kid very much too. The school could completely afford this price. When the banquet ended, everyone left the restaurant and mounted their own carriages. Hua Chenglu walked out of the restaurant. Yu Zijian asked curiously, "What were you talking about earlier?" She thought the same as the young heroes. Did she already know about the matters between men and women at such a young age? Hua Chenglu said in thought, "Nothing." Yu Zijin said, "What do you mean nothing? You were very, very nice just then. He's not bad, but he's too vicious. He doesn't suit you." Hua Chenglu finally understood what she was trying to say. She smacked her head viciously. "You're so young, so what are you thinking about? He doesn't suit me, but does he suit you? You're the one who's in love, so don't blame it on me. He wanted to buy a gift for the child before bidding farewell to me. I was afraid that the old woman would catch him, so I tried to persuade him to come with me, but he refused." Yu Zijin rubbed her head and gazed at the restaurant in concern. "He'll be fine, right?" Under the heavy night rain, Grandma Shimon's carriage stopped in a dark alleyway. She locked onto Li Qingshan's presence in the restaurant firmly. She refused to believe that the little princess of the Hua family would actually spend all her time with a man. As long as there was the slightest chance, she would take action. However, taking away a child and taking him on as a disciple was not exactly a great crime. Seeing everyone disperse, Grandma Shimin suddenly discovered that she had completely lost track of Li Qingshan's presence. It was like he had vanished in a single moment. She could not help but rush out of the carriage. Like a red ghost, she tore through the rain without touching the ground. She flew around the restaurant a few times, but she could not sense any of Li Qingshan's presence at all. She landed on the eaves and called out, "That's impossible! How could a mere second-layer Qi practitioner be able to conceal his aura so thoroughly and avoid being locked onto by her? Li Qingshan, get out here!" Her voice reverberated through the entire city. Who knew how many people had woken up, but why would Li Qingshan respond to her? Instead, Hua Qinglu smiled and called out to the eaves, "How's it going, old woman? You can't find him anymore, right?" Yu Zijian let out a sigh of relief and glared at Hua Qinglu. "How can you just hit people?" Grandma Shimin glared at her viciously before taking off again, searching through an even larger region. However, in the pitch-black rain, the streets were like a complicated maze. Li Qingshan was like a fish that had returned to the water, vanishing completely. Hua Qinglu rolled her eyes at Yu Zijian. Slow-witted. She took out a small, intricate carriage from her 100 treasures pouch and tossed it onto the ground. The carriage rapidly expanded like a ship, but it was pulled by 2 wooden horses. The wheels rolled and the carriage set off into the rainy night. In the carriage, Yu Zijian had stayed up half the night. Without the protection of true Qi, she was in low spirits, so she fell asleep on the soft, golden silk cushions. Hua Qinglu leaned against the window-sill and thought back to everything that had happened tonight. From bombarding the island of cherishing flowers to hosting the celebratory banquet. Who dares to say I'm useless? I've done a lot of great things too. Afterwards, she smiled complacently. Only now did she seem like a child. Then, she thought about what Li Qingshan had said to her in the restaurant just now. "Can you sell me one of the puppets? I don't have a lot of items on me that I can exchange for. I only have a few spiritual stones and a few dozen talismans. Will that be enough?" That audacious, heartless young man who was so tough that he was almost arrogant even when faced with the pressure of a 9th-layer Qi practitioner was extremely sincere when he said that. He even seemed to be pleading a little. It made her think of another person. That person would also lower his proud head for the sake of a little girl, doing everything he could to make her happy. Sorrow that did not match her age appeared on her face, but she was no longer pretending to be mature. She sighed. "Big brother Qingzan." At this moment, her eyes lit up. Outside the window, Li Qingshan stood in a straw cape with Little and beside him. He was also wearing a small straw cape. They stood in a pitch-black alleyway, clasping their hands at her with a smile. She also stood up and clasped her hands to return the gesture. The carriage had already shot past them. All that was left before her was the rain-soaked walls, but the sight remained in her heart. The young man stood in the pitch-black wind and rain, but he seemed to radiate with a strong, optimistic light. He was like a stubborn rock, unaffected by anything. Although he was still very weak, he gave off a feeling that he was no less powerful than her elder brother, even surpassing him in certain aspects. Influenced, she also made up her mind. "I'll definitely help you, elder brother." Li Qingshan pushed down his bamboo hat and held Little Anne's hand. "Let's go. Do you want me to carry you?" Little Anne shook her head. They held each other's hands and vanished into the pitch-black curtain of rain. 5 kilometers away from Lakeside City, there was an abandoned temple. 2 straw capes, one large and one small, hung in front of the temple. In the temple, a bonfire roared, purging the dampness and darkness. It cast 2 figures, one large and one small, onto the earthen walls. Li Qingshan smiled mysteriously. "Close your eyes." Little Anne closed her eyes obediently. "You can open them now." Clang, 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 clang. "Look at what this is." Little An opened her eyes and saw Li Qingshan holding a small wooden figure in his hand. It was one of the puppets on the ship. Her eyes lit up with delight. Li Qingshan placed the puppet on the ground, and it immediately grew to the size of a grown man. Under his orders, it clattered around. This is a birthday present. Yep, it's the day of a new birth, the 8th of the 8th month. It's a good day. I asked for this from that Miss Hua. Although she's a little childish, she's not a bad person. I'll definitely return her favor in the future. So, what do you think? Little An blinked her eyes, and her long eyelashes fluttered. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but after a while, she still couldn't speak. You still can't say it? Li Qingshan felt a little regretful and hated that which even more. Little An lowered her head sadly. Li Qingshan patted her head and encouraged her with a smile. Don't force yourself. It'll be fine slowly. Even if you don't say anything, I know what you want to say. Little An got up and fiddled with the puppet. She controlled the puppet to stretch its legs and pick up things. After a while, she became happy and forgot all her worries, although she always forgot to control her face to reveal a smile. Chapter 163. Stopping the child's cries at night. Li Qingshan smiled to one side. He was satisfied and at peace inside. Although he had no idea how to describe their relationship, the conclusion he reached was extremely clear. She was his family, a family that brought him warmth. As a lonely transmigrator, his parents had passed away when he was young, and he was oppressed by his only blood relative. After settling his grievances, he seemed to have no more ties. However, her arrival changed everything. To him, she was originally just a pitiful life that needed to be taken care of, yet he would often receive her care and help. She was the one who found the spiritual ginseng, allowing him to pave his path of cultivation. Back then, he even thought about returning the favor several times over in the future, but now, he had forgotten about that thought a long time ago. Right now, even if she took out 100 spiritual ginseng, he would eat them all without holding back, as there was no need to calculate things like that between family. Sometimes, he wondered whether Oxen had already predicted this. If it were not for her, he would probably be 10 times more vicious right now. With the abilities of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, it was not impossible for him to go around killing Qi practitioners and steal pills. He could even satisfy his various desires without restraint, becoming a demon through and through. He had no confidence in his own morals at all. No one was born to be a hero or an absolute good person. He believed that the environment would change people. Absolute strength and loneliness would definitely lead to absolute freedom and indulgence. However, right now, he needed to take care of her safety, so he could not take too many risks. He needed to set an example for her, so he could not do whatever he wanted. It was because of her existence that he could still live as a human. He did not just fight for her. As the leader of the family, he needed to shoulder his responsibilities and seriously consider the present and the future. He did not have many regular Qi gathering pills left, and in order to break through to the 5th layer of the innate method of practicing Qi, he had used up a bottle of 100 grasses pills. He needed to find new pills as soon as possible so that he could maintain his cultivation speed and deal with the great threat that was the door. The simplest and most direct method was obviously to obtain them from the Hawkwolf Guard. There were 27 missions this time. Although a few people were absent, only 21 of them had been completed, and the contribution from each mission was very small. It still amounted to over 300 points of contribution in total. 5 merit points could be exchanged for a single Qi gathering pill. Added to his original 250 merit points, he could exchange for over 100 Qi gathering pills. However, Zhuozhibwa was stuck here, which made Li Qingshan very uncomfortable. No matter how many missions he completed, he couldn't get what he deserved. Originally, he had been wholeheartedly focused on helping Little and recover his physical body and had not been in the mood to deal with Zhuozhibua's provocation. Now that he had accomplished this goal, it was time to crush this obstacle in his way. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with murderous intent. Zhuozhibua, you should just obediently die for me. I can't take care of a 9th layer or a refining cultivator, but do you think I can't take care of you? Little and immediately noticed the change in Li Qingshan and turned around. Li Qingshan laughed and said, "Let's take a stroll outside first to avoid being blocked by that old hag. After a while, we'll go back and kill Zhuozhibua." Little and nodded happily. The next day, the rain showed no signs of stopping. Li Qingshan set off with Little Anne. Because there was nowhere in particular they wanted to go, they would stop and rest whenever they came across a place with good food or fun. They would stop and go, just like they were on a holiday. One day, when he was resting in a tea-house on the side of the road, he suddenly heard someone at a neighboring table mention his name. He could not help but perk up his ears. That tiger butcher Li Qingshan is the reincarnation of a star of slaughter. He began killing as soon as he was born, and he began killing people at the age of 9. Ever since he joined the Hawkwolf Guard, he's gone out of control. First, he destroyed the entire Qian family, slaughtering over 1,000 members of the Qian family, regardless of gender or age. He even laughed as he killed them. There were so many corpses that he couldn't even fill up the pit. As it turned out, a few people of the Jianghu were taking shelter from the rain here. A sallow, skinny man was currently drinking some bad alcohol as he spoke in great delight. Li Qingshan's expression was strange. His nickname seemed to have changed again. The tiger butcher was much more pleasing to the ears than the descending tiger and the black tiger, but since when did he kill the entire Qian family? He had clearly only killed 3 of them. The rest were all the handiwork of Qian Rongji. And he even laughed as he killed them. Why did he make himself sound like a man-killer fiend? However, becoming the main character of the rumors of the Jianghu was quite an interesting experience, so he perked up his ears and listened on. If you cowards saw so many corpses, you'd piss your pants in fright. However, that Li Qingshan is no ordinary person. He killed over 1,000 people, but he still felt like it was not enough, so he set up a great scheme on the Island of Cherishing Flowers. The Island Lord of Cherishing Flowers, Shen Shihua, the Soaring Rat, Zhao Ruyong, the Iron Palms of the Mountain Splitters, Tian Zhonghao. You've all heard of these people before, right? After receiving confirmation from everyone, the sallow, skinny man continued. He tricked them all onto the Island of Cherishing Flowers and cooked them all in one pot. And he laughed as he killed them. However, someone objected at this moment. I heard that the Island of Cherishing Flowers was flattened by cannons. What do you know? They were all killed first, then flattened. The master of my uncle's friend was on that ship at the time. The sallow, skinny man was proud. He continued, did you know? The pit outside ancient Wind City was dug open later on, but there was not a single corpse in there. It's the same on the Island of Cherishing Flowers. Do you know why? Why? The sallow, skinny man suddenly lowered his voice, whetting everyone's appetite before spitting out 2 words, cannibalism. It led to a series of gasps. Cannibalism. The corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitched, while Little Anne's lips curled up. Her eyes were filled with mirth. Li Qingshan pinched her cheeks. Even if they're cannibalism, you're the one who ate them. Although there were many ridiculous parts to this rumor, there were certain parts that were shockingly close to the truth. Little Anne stuck out her tongue. Someone at the next table questioned. There were over 1,000 people there. How could they have eaten all of them? The sallow, skinny man stuttered as well. He was unable to answer. Li Qingshan shrugged. Sure enough, rumors stopped with the wise. Afterwards, very soon, Li Qingshan understood what wishful thinking meant in a restaurant. I heard that the tiger butcher is 6 meters tall, and his waist is also 6 meters wide. He has a green face and sharp fangs. He has a head of bronze and a forehead of steel. He walks like the wind and roars like thunder, and he loves to eat raw human flesh the most. He'll only be full after eating 4 or 5 people in a single meal. You're talking about a demon, right? In a corner of the restaurant, Li Qingshan rubbed his forehead. He felt like if he allowed them to continue spreading the rumor, his true identity would be exposed. Little and could already smile very naturally. In the dead of night, a child cried endlessly in a certain residence. He made a fuss about eating candy, or he would not sleep. The mother said, "If you eat candy at night, your teeth will go bad." The child refused to comply. The mother finally lost her temper. If you keep crying, I'll get the tiger butcher to eat you." The child immediately stopped crying and fell silent. Only after quite a while did he say softly, "Mother, I don't want to eat candy anymore. I don't want the tiger butcher to eat me." The mother smiled in satisfaction. On the street outside the residence, Li Qingshan finally understood what it meant to be demonized. His name now seemed to have the effect of stopping children from crying at night. He had taken a deep root in the hearts of the common people, helping countless families to discipline their children better. There were many powerful people in the Hawkwolf Guard, but they mainly targeted Qi practitioners. They were relatively distant from the lives of ordinary people, and they would only kill a few people in a single mission at most. However, Li Qingshan had only taken action twice, yet he had led to the deaths of over 1,000 people. Moreover, there were countless eyewitnesses, which could be described as extremely effective propaganda. As a result, his reputation soared and became unstoppable. In Qingyang City, Iron Fist, the first disciple, Wang Lei, asked, "Is this all true?" Lu Hong said, "Aside from the cannibalism, the other rumors probably aren't baseless. I could tell a long time ago that the kid was up to no good. He wanted to throw the Jianghu into chaos, but I never thought he would be so vicious, directly wiping out half of the Jianghu. Don't be jealous of your junior brother. The Jianghu isn't that easy to survive in. Wise be master. I almost attacked him," Wang Lei said with lingering fear. He had never thought the wild kid from the village would become such a terrifying figure. From now on, he no longer envied Li Long for venturing out. The Jianghu was just too dangerous. He was better off remaining in Qingyang City obediently and waiting to take over his master's position. "That's nothing. I even punched him 100 times. Lu Hong was complacent. The matter that originally made him feel rather ashamed had become a great honor. From now onwards, he would mention it to anyone he saw. Many masters passed by Qingyang City and heard that he had punched the tiger butcher Li Qingshan 100 times, yet he was still standing there in one piece without dying. They all admired him very much. Even those whose martial arts were higher than his would have to show some respect to him. Afterwards, before he died, he specially ordered his disciple to carve a line of words on his epitaph, "Once punched the tiger butcher 100 times. For future generations to revere." Before long, a huge statue was erected at the entrance of Crouching Ox Village. It depicted a young man, burly and sturdy. His head rested on a blade and his eyes were vicious. He possessed a divine form, just like Li Qingshan. Half-village caretaker Lu had spent a great sum of money to invite the most renowned sculptor in the surrounding villages to carve it. On the day the statue was erected, gongs and drums filled the air and firecrackers crackled. Village headly organized the entire village to pay their respects. Many years later, Qingyang was plagued with bandits again. All the villages were plundered, except for Crouching Ox Village, which the bandits dared not approach because of the statue. The villagers were filled with gratitude, erecting a monument and a temple. Every year before winter, they would pay their respects, which became a great festival known as paying respects to the tiger butcher. That was all in the future. In Jiaping City, Zhuozhibo frowned heavily in the office of the Hawkwolf Guard. Recently, Li Qingshan had caused him far too much trouble. Originally, he wanted to kill Li Qingshan with a borrowed knife and kill him. When Grandma Shimin came to investigate the matter of Jiaping, he was certain that it had something to do with Li Qingshan. He even provided her with a portrait and information about the mission, but he never thought he would still fail. He never thought the kid would be so lucky, getting to know the daughter of the Hua family. Even Grandma Shimin was helpless against the kid. Instead, the kid made such a great name for himself. However, he was not particularly worried. Right now, the person sitting before him was Grandma Shimin. Sure enough, as Li Qingshan had expected, Grandma Shimin had searched everywhere for Li Qingshan to no avail, so she was waiting here for him. She was determined to obtain the heavenly fragrance and aspect of beauty. P.S. You've all worked hard. Last month, I've been hovering around the 40s. My original target for this month was to make it into the 30s, but you've given me 23. Thanks, Dream Talker. I'll work even harder at writing. The foreshadowing is about to come to an end. The things I truly want to write will gradually unfold. I want to bring you not only hot-bloodedness and exhilaration, but also warmth, smiles, and emotions. Speaking of which, I paced around the living room several hundred times today, thinking about a plot that I'd write very soon. Afterwards, I couldn't contain my joy. I want to tell you guys, just wait for a good show. Chapter 164. Undercurrents surged. There's no need to hurry, Granny. Just wait here. I refuse to believe that kid won't return to Jiaping for the rest of his life. If he doesn't return, he'll be a fugitive who betrayed the Hawkwolf Guard. We've worked together for so many years, so I have to give your sect an explanation regarding the building. And I've already asked for the building that Zhou Wenbin destroyed. As long as your sect sends someone over, you should be able to reopen very soon. Zhuozhibo said rather enthusiastically, both for the sake of dealing with Li Qingshan and for the various benefits of the sect. Grandma Shimin said indifferently, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Commander. The sect will send someone over very soon, so please take good care of me, Commander. However, I'll be leaving Jiaping City very soon." In the world of cultivators, strength was still everything. Although Zhuozhibo was useful, he was extremely arrogant. Zhuozhibo was surprised. "Why?" Grandma Shimin said, "This is the sect master's order. I can't disobey it." "Why did your esteemed sect master? Was it?" A vicious light flashed through Grandma Shimin's eyes. "That's right, it's all because of that girl from the Hua family. Our sect can't just ignore the pressure from your Vice Commander Hua." "I see." Zhuozhibo was filled with pity. He could not get someone else to do his dirty work now. However, he was not bold enough to complain about Hua Sengzon. Grandma Shimin said, "Though, that kid's a mere second-layer Qi practitioner. There's no need for me to do anything. You should be able to deal with him, Commander Zhua. Our sect master has already promised that as long as you can hand over the girl with the kid to the sect will give you a bottle of pills of spring breeze and rain in return." Zhuozhibo's heart skipped a beat. The pills of spring breeze and rain of the sect were special pills of the sect. They required extremely rare spiritual herbs and special secret techniques to refine. Although they could not strengthen true Qi, they could purge the impurities within true Qi, saving a lot of time in purifying true Qi. Just a single one of them was worth several hundred Qi gathering pills. The sect had really gone all out this time. He wondered what was so special about the girl that the sect valued her so much. However, his expression did not change. "What are you saying, Grandma? Why would I do anything to my own subordinates? I will pay attention to the girl you mentioned and will not disappoint your sect master." Grandma Shimin said, There's one more matter, which is to pay a visit to the Clear River Prefecture with my disciple. Disciple? Zhuozhibua felt strange, but then he saw Qian Rongji, who had been serving silently at the side, say sweetly, "Thank you, Grandma." Zhuozhibua's face immediately sank. "Rongji, what's going on?" "Grandma Shimen has been wandering around Jiaping for several days, and it has always been Qian Rongji who has been entertaining her. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, she has built a good relationship with Grandma Shimen, who has a weird temper, and accepted her as a disciple. However, he has not received the news until now, as if he has become her springboard." Qian Rongji smiled. "Grandma knows I haven't joined the sect yet, so she has already agreed to accept me as a disciple. She wants me to cultivate in the sect for a while, so I hope the commander will allow it." Her cultivation aptitude was passable, and she was also rather pretty. She possessed a kind of ordinary beauty. Although she was far from the level of the divine incense kingdom's beauty, she still had the qualifications to be noticed by the West Gate granny. Moreover, she was extremely good at reading people's minds. Everything she said and did could cater to Grandma Shimen's strange taste. It was definitely not a coincidence that she had gained Grandma Shimen's attention and accepted her as a disciple. She was like a poisonous vine, grasping every opportunity and doing everything she could to climb upwards so that she could obtain even more sunlight and rain. In her eyes, Qian Yannian was nothing. Zhuozhibua was nothing. Even Grandma Shimen was nothing. They were all just tools she could use. However, Grandma Shimen was a 9th layer Qi practitioner, while Zhuozhibua was only at the 6th layer. There was no need to compare which tool was more useful. With the sect as an umbrella, she no longer needed to fawn over Zhuozhibua. Her expression naturally changed. The Hawkwolf Guard was only an occupation. They could not restrict members from joining sections. For example, Diao Fei came from a sect. Of course, if Zhuozhibua wanted to obstruct Qian Rongji, he would still have many ways to make things difficult for Qian Rongji. However, a sunken Grandma Shimen sat beside him, so he would never be bold enough to do that. Grandma Shimen had only told him that she was taking Qian Rongji away. She was not asking for his opinion at all. Qian Rongji smiled. She was confident. The reason why she had only told Zhuozhibua this news now was so that he would not have the opportunity to obstruct her. If he had the opportunity, Zhuozhibua would definitely do something like that. No man would be willing to let go of a woman who was docile and willing to be toyed with by him. Zhuozhibua squinted his eyes. "Rongji, you've managed to climb up the tree. As the commander, I'm obviously happy for you. Only by learning something in the sect can you better complete the missions of the Hawkwolf Guard. I'll allow you a few months of leave, but there won't be any pills. I just happen to be taking you 3 newcomers to Clear River City to see the 2 commanders. You can go first." He finally made up his mind very quickly. Even if he tried to obstruct this matter, there would be no benefit to him at all. All he could do was agree to it reluctantly. Although he knew Qian Rongji's sweet words probably did not come from the bottom of her heart, his dignity as a man still suffered from being abandoned in such a straightforward manner. He developed a sense of resentment towards Qian Rongji. She really was an extremely shameless woman. Before Qian Rongji boarded the carriage, she bowed gracefully. "Thank you, Commander. In the future, Rongji will come and serve the commander again to repay your kindness." She added inside, "If you're still alive." Even if she had already become close to Zhuozhibua, her identity as a Hawkwolf Guard had not changed. Before she had obtained strength greater than Zhuozhibua's, she should not have treated Zhuozhibua with such contempt. She had a vague feeling that Zhuozhibua would definitely die to Li Qingshan's hands. This was a woman's intuition, and it was an intuition built upon a great deal of analysis and speculation. There was obviously no need for her to be too polite to someone who was about to die. Zhuozhibua said, "No problem, He watched the carriage leave and felt like he had nowhere to vent his anger. He smashed the stone table before him with a palm strike. In a small garden in the Hua estate of Clear River City, Hua Sungzan said to Hua Chenglu, "All right, Grandma Shimin will be returning to Jiaping City for questioning very soon. She won't have the time to make trouble for that kid for now." Hua Chenglu nodded. "That's good." Hua Sungzan said, "It's rare for you to beg me for someone else's matter." "What do you mean someone else's matter? This is your Hawkwolf Guard's matter." "I'm not begging you. I'm helping you. And don't you know him?" Hua Sungzan said helplessly, all right, you're helping me. We're not exactly acquaintances. We've only met once, but I never thought that kid would actually emerge. His days under Zhuo Zhibua's command probably haven't been easy." Hua Sungzan sank into his thoughts. Over half a year had passed. Hua Sungzan's memories of Li Qingshan had basically faded away a long time ago. Just now, Hua Chenglu had mentioned it to her. She felt rather emotional inside. She never thought he would actually emerge from the mountains and actually become a Hawkwolf Guard under Zhuo Zhibua's command, and he even fell out with Zhuo Zhibua. Hua Chenglu asked, "Why haven't they been easy? You wouldn't understand even if I told you about the matters of adults." Hua Chenglu hated hearing something like that the most. What matters of adults? Li Qingshan isn't that much older than me, and he's only a second-layer Qi practitioner. His cultivation is even weaker than mine. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of the second layer. She was only a step away from the third layer. Why don't you go kill a fifth-layer Qi practitioner for me to see? Why would I want to kill a fifth-layer Qi practitioner? A month ago, not only was that kid a Qi practitioner, but he was also a body practitioner. In his first mission for newcomers, he destroyed a Qi practitioner clan and killed a fifth-layer Qi practitioner. The leader of the school is also a fifth-layer Qi practitioner, so it's very likely that he was the culprit. Back then, he was only a first-layer Qi practitioner. This was no longer just the power of cultivators, but also the might of authority. The Hawkwolf Guard had eyes and ears all over the world, but normally, Hua Sungzan was in no mood to pay attention to this. He had several dozen black iron Hawkwolf Guard branches under his command, so why would he pay attention to a measly city like Jiaping? Only when Hua Chenglu mentioned it did he send people to investigate. Very soon, a detailed piece of information was placed on his desk. The information he obtained left him rather surprised. Hua Chenglu was surprised. No wonder Grandma Shimin would go make trouble for him. That guy was actually so powerful. No wonder he was fearless of Grandma Shimin's pressure, as well as easily escaping from Grandma Shimin's pursuit outside the restaurant. Don't think about it so much. You better prepare for the entrance examination in spring. I've seen the girl you brought back. Her character isn't bad, even a little better than you. This is a muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing pill for her. Once she ingests it, she should be able to directly practice Qi. Hua Sungzan casually passed a pill to Hua Chenglu. Now this was the true strength that Qi practitioner clans possessed. They could overcome the limitations of innate talent through external means. As for Li Qingshan, he was just an interesting subordinate to Hua Sungzan. He was not worth too much attention to, and as long as Li Qingshan remained alive, he believed he would be able to see him very soon. In a small city near Jiaping City, Li Qingshan gazed at the full moon in the crowd. He thought, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival again. Although he had been frugal, he had still eaten all the Qi-gathering pills he had on him. The effects of several hundred Qi-gathering pills could be regarded as obvious. He secretly transformed once in a place where there was no one around. He had already reached 27 feet, and his strength had increased by quite a lot. He was already close to the second layer of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. However, once he stopped ingesting pills, his cultivation speed immediately slowed to a frightening pace. It was about time for him to return to Jiaping City. That old granny probably did not have that much patience. He casually broke off a piece of mooncake and passed it to little Anne. Then he carried her through the sea of people and out of the bustling street lights, making his way back to Jiaping City. Returning to Jiaping City, Li Qingshan and Little Anne both erased their presences and snuck back up the mountain. Li Qingshan's nose twitched and, as expected, he smelled a familiar scent. It was Grandma Shimen's unique and heavy fragrance. As expected, Grandma Shimen wanted to wait for him here. Cultivators had many ways to hide their tracks, but smell was the easiest to ignore. Li Qingshan followed the trail of the freshest scent and followed it all the way out of the city. Finally, he confirmed that Grandma Shimen had already left Jiaping City. Li Qingshan looked back at the mountain peak, at the huge, black hawk forged from metal, and smiled. Commander Zhua, the pills on you should be able to help me reach the second layer of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. Chapter 165. The first battle against Zhuozhibua. But just what was he supposed to do? Li Qingshan began to consider it seriously. Killing his way up the mountain right now and launching a sneak attack on Zhuozhibua was not a bad choice, but he needed to transform. Only then could he unleash enough power. However, his body that was almost 10 meters tall was even taller than the two-story building. Probably even the foot of the mountain could see him. It was far too easy for him to be exposed. However, if he could not kill Zhuozhibua in a single strike, Zhuozhibua only needed to call out, and everyone would know who he was. He had to find a way to lure Zhuozhibua out of Jiaping City, but how was he supposed to lure him out? Little Anne, do you have any plans? Little Anne wrote something in the air, and flames flowed from the tip of his finger. In the end, he left behind a single word: wait. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Yeah, Zhuozhibua really wants to kill me right now, but he probably won't do it in Jiaping City. He'll probably find a way to drive me out of the city, and that will be the perfect time to strike. Li Qingshan rubbed little Anne's head. You really are smart. However, he was unwilling to just wait like this. He had to do something. Though, in order to make this bastard make up his mind sooner, let's go back and properly provoke him. A malicious smile appeared on his face. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think I'm easy to bully. Commander Zhua, I've returned. On the pitch-black mountain, a thunderous roar tore through the silence. All the Hawkwolf guards were alarmed, roused from their cultivation or sleep, rushing out. All they saw was Li Qingshan standing in front of the main building where Zhuozhibua resided. He called out, I've already completed 21 missions, but needless to say, my contribution will still be halved, right? And even after that, I can't exchange it for anything, so I might as well just give it all to you. I don't care. Oh right, when I went out this time, I just happened to run into Vice Commander Hua's younger sister. I've got a big mouth, so I couldn't help but tell her everything you did in Jiaping City. I don't think Vice Commander Hua will take it to heart, so please don't take it to heart. Shut your mouth. A figure shot out of the main building with lightning speed, suddenly appearing before Li Qingshan. It was Zhuozhibua. He struck out furiously. His right sleeve was filled with true qi, swinging towards Li Qingshan like a hammer. What are you doing, Commander Zhua? Are you trying to kill me? As Li Qingshan said that, he raised his shield to block. He was only afraid of Zhuozhibua's flying sword. Why would he take a direct clash like this seriously? Dong, the sleeves collided, emitting an extremely dull sound. The sound wave spread out, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Thump, 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 thump. He took 4 steps back, each step leaving a deep pit in the solid marble floor. He sighed inwardly at the strength of a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, but he was completely unharmed. He looked at his shield, which was the same. Although it was only a low-grade spirit artifact, It was a purely defensive spirit artifact. It couldn't be destroyed so easily. Of course, that force alone was enough to break the tendons and bones of any second-layer Qi practitioner, but Li Qingshan's body wasn't that weak. Zhuozhibua became even more furious. He formed a hand seal and his eyes flashed. True Qi surged like hydrogen, illuminating the small square in front of the building. Li Qingshan felt a wave of heat from afar. He leapt back, only to see a fire dragon circling around Zhuozhibua, illuminating his face. His clothes fluttered in the wind, coated in a layer of scarlet light. It was as if a fire god had descended. The marble under his feet began to show signs of melting, showing just how terrifying the temperature of the fire was. A sixth-layer Qi practitioner wasn't just strong in terms of controlling artifacts, but also in spells. Go! Zhuozhibua pointed his fingers at Li Qingshan, and the fire dragon roared as it charged towards Li Qingshan. It was as fast as lightning. Ordinary people could only see a flash of light, and couldn't see the fire dragon at all. Ha! Li Qingshan roared and raised his shield forward. The shield in his hands was already as big as it could be, and he slammed into the fire dragon with all his might. At the same time, his body shrank tightly behind the shield. Boom! Sparks flew in all directions, and the fire dragon directly turned into a sea of fire. This time, Li Qingshan was bluntly sent flying, and only stopped when he crashed into a large tree over 30 meters behind him. Leaves rustled down from the top of his head, but he still loudly praised, "Commander Zhuo, good move!" Apart from some soreness in his arms, he was completely unharmed. This also showed how important it was to choose a suitable spirit artifact. After taunting, he couldn't do without a shield to absorb the damage. However, he seemed to have gone a little too far with the provocation this time. Zhuozhibua seemed like he wanted to kill him, as if he no longer cared about the occasion. He was far too irrational. Zhuozhibua had commanded the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City for all these years, but he had never been provoked like this before. Coupled with the fact that he had just been made a fool of by Qianrongji, and now he had been humiliated by Li Qingshan like this, he was utterly furious no matter how rational he was. Zhuozhibua saw how the fire dragon was unable to kill Li Qingshan, so he extended his hand and a small, 7-inch blade appeared in his hand. It spun around constantly, rubbing against the air, and producing a buzzing sound, as if it was eager to kill and drink blood. Li Qingshan's hairs stood on end. He felt an intense sense of danger. The flying blade was several meters away, but it felt like someone was holding it to his neck, ready to chop down at any time. The shield shrank and he stowed it away in his 100 treasures pouch. At a time like this, a shield that could only block one side was useless. He focused all of his attention on the flying blade in Zhuozhibua's hand. If Zhuozhibua really did use the flying blade, there would only be one thing Li Qingshan could do, which was flee. He had already studied the way of controlling artifact. A sixth-layer Qi practitioner could control an artifact from around 30 paces away. This was not particularly far, but it was nowhere close to the legendary, invincible sword immortals who could behead people from over 500 kilometers away. However, combined with the terrifying speed of a sixth-layer Qi practitioner, it would truly be a killing machine. If Li Qingshan possessed a skill like that, he would not have had to go to so much trouble to kill 1,000 people on the island of Cherishing Flowers. However, it was not as if Li Qingshan had not considered this. He had already prepared the Swift Breeze Talisman. If he wanted to flee, then so be it. He was very confident in his own speed. By now, he had already retreated 100 paces away, just in case Zhuozhibua flew into a rage out of humiliation and threw caution to the wind. Even if he was hunted down, it did not matter as long as he was not actually killed. If it really did reach that point, he planned on going to Zhou Wenbin to complain to Zhuozhibua and make a big deal out of it. The news of Zhuozhibwa deducting his subordinates' merit and even hunting down meritorious subjects would spread wildly. It was not like he, Li Qingshan, would be the one to be humiliated anyway. This was what people called a man with nothing to lose. By then, even the Clear River Prefecture would probably become dissatisfied with Zhuozhibwa. He would definitely be judged as incompetent. Gujian called out in a hurry, "Commander Zhuo, please calm down." He had never thought Li Qingshan would run so deep. He was afraid that Zhuozhibwa would kill Li Qingshan in the Hawkwolf Guard out of anger, and that would be troublesome. The Black Wolf Guards all gathered over. Zhuozhibwa forced himself to calm down. He stowed the flying blade away and glared at Li Qingshan viciously. "Greetings, Li Qingshan." Although he had operated in Jiaping City for many years, it was impossible for him to convince everyone and act like they had seen nothing. If he killed someone here, let alone a Black Wolf Guard, even if he killed a regular person, he would be punished by the Hawkwolf Guard if he did not have a suitable reason. As the representative of the school of legalism, the protectors of the law, the Hawkwolf Guard could do whatever they wanted in the dark, but they had to abide by the laws of Great Xia on the surface. Once they crossed the line, there would definitely be no good outcome. Sixth-layer Qi practitioners were like gods in Jiaping City, but in the eyes of those above them, they were nothing. Killing them would not be a pity at all. Seeing how Zhuozhibwa was indeed afraid of killing him here, Li Qingshan stopped worrying. He brushed away the fallen leaves on his shoulder. "There's no need for Commander Zhuo to worry. I'm perfectly fine. I drank a little too much earlier, so I said a few drunken things. I hope Commander doesn't mind." Zhuozhibwa left in a huff. He felt extremely gloomy. Never had he felt like his identity as commander was a shackle to him like today. A man harms a tiger, and a tiger harms a man. If it were two regular Qi practitioners, they would have drawn out their arcane treasures and talismans a long time ago. They would have used everything they had and engaged in a great battle. However, it was exactly because of this identity that neither of them had to worry about the consequences. Both of them needed a suitable place to settle their problems. Li Qingshan returned to his residence and smiled brilliantly at little Anne. "All I need to do now is wait." Afterwards, he took out the bottle of 100 grasses pills. Originally, he wanted to save it for when he broke through, but in order to maintain his cultivation speed, he could not care too much anymore. He believed that Zhuozhibwa's 100 treasures pouch would have even better spiritual herbs, so there was no need for him to be stingy right now. The next day, Li Qingshan went to the government office to find Zhou Wenbin. He wanted to exchange for some more pills. Zhou Wenbin already knew about his crazy actions last night, but he said, "But that's fine too. You've brought your conflict to the surface, so he won't be bold enough to touch you." Li Qingshan was shocked. Why won't he dare to touch me? He did this so that Zhuozhibwa would attack him as soon as possible. The sooner the better, then he would be able to kill him. Zhou Wenbin said, "You've just fallen out with him, and you're about to die. Wouldn't everyone know that he was the one who did it? He must be gritting his teeth and waiting for the right time to make things difficult for you." Li Qingshan felt bitter in his heart. Hopefully, he would not have to wait too long for this opportunity. He was feeling bitter here, but Zhuozhibwa, who was on the mountain, gritted his teeth so hard that his gums were bleeding. He growled, "I must kill him with my own hands. I must kill him with my own hands." He did not know when these two would be able to break free from society's view of them and have a vigorous, passionate battle. Li Qingshan flipped his hand and took out all of his spirit stones from his 100 treasures pouch. "I want to exchange for some more pills." Even without Zhuozhibwa, he still had to go on. He had finished the remaining bottle of 100 grasses pills last night, so he did not have any pills that could be used for cultivation. Zhou Wenbin said, "Do you really want to exchange? Spirit stones are much harder to come by than Qi gathering pills." Of course, Li Qingshan knew this. He had almost 1,000 chi-gathering pills, but he had less than 10 spirit stones. Moreover, they were all low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 166. Spiritual stones were basically the most stable currency among cultivators. Chi-gathering pills could not compare to them at all. Only lowly Black Wolf guards like him received chi-gathering pills as wages. Zhuojibwa and Zhou Wenbin both received spiritual stones. Wondrous bookstore. No pop-up window to stronger cultivators. Low-grade chi-gathering pills brought no benefits at all. They might even be harmful. However, spiritual stones contained pure spiritual chi, so they could always be used. And spiritual stones had many uses. They could be used for forging artifacts, formations, and mechanisms. The puppet Li Qingshan had given little and used spiritual stones as its energy source. The most common way to use it was to provide an endless supply of true chi when fighting. Right now, Li Qingshan mostly fought in close combat, so he did not really need them. Once he reached the 6th layer and could wield artifacts, a few more spiritual stones would be equivalent to an extra life. Li Qingshan had taken out these spiritual stones out of consideration for his current need. A bird in the hand was worth 100 in the bush. Many of the time, long-term benefits were not as important as immediate benefit. Li Qingshan had no objections, so Zhou Wenbin was obviously willing. In the end, he took out 8 bottles of chi-gathering pills, each bottle containing 12 pills. That was close to 100 chi-gathering pills. He exchanged them for these spiritual stones from Li Qingshan, basically resolving Li Qingshan's urgent problem. In the following days, apart from cultivating in the building, Li Qingshan would stroll around the city with little Anne, buying everything she liked for her. However, his reputation as the Tiger Butcher had reached Jiaping City as well. He had basically cleared the streets of the city. No matter how busy the streets were, as long as he walked over, he would hear someone call out, "The Tiger Butcher is here." In the blink of an eye, the streets had all been cleared out. Only a child sat in the middle of the road, crying. When he walked over, even the child stopped crying. He had been frightened out of his wits. However, when he entered a shop to buy something, the shopkeeper would often refuse to take his money no matter what. Zhou Wenbin then sent someone to invite him over, telling him not to go out on the streets so as not to disturb the citizens of Jiaping. After that, all that was left of Li Qingshan's life was cultivation. Every day, he would stay in his room and meditate. Fortunately, he had little Anne to keep him company, so he was not too lonely. But he ate the chi-gathering pills very quickly. Every day, he would eat 10 or 20 of them, and that was when he was frugal. If he wanted to, he could even finish almost 100 chi-gathering pills in a single day. His body was like a bottomless pit that would never be satisfied. As a result, he became a frequent visitor of the county yamen. Li Qingshan said in a clear voice, "Sir, take a look at this calming pill. It's a high-grade spirit pill concocted with a secret formula. When consumed during cultivation, it can calm your chi and focus your mind, and it's very beneficial. Also, this pill of passion can be used in bed. It will greatly enhance your mood." He raised his eyebrows and revealed an expression that all men understood. After some consideration, Zhou Wenbin gave Li Qingshan 4 bottles of chi-gathering pills in exchange, which made Li Qingshan overjoyed. 3 days later, at noon, Zhou Wenbin was sitting in front of the cauldron, concocting pills. Ever since he became the county magistrate, he had never stopped collecting medicinal herbs for him to concoct pills. He had also accumulated a lot of chi-gathering pills, and was ready to sell them at the cultivators' market when the time was right. But Li Qingshan's arrival saved him some trouble, and he was overjoyed, so he hastened to concoct pills. The maid reported, "Sir, Sir Li is here again. He's waiting for you in the parlor." Zhou Wenbin was rather confused. Why had Li Qingshan come looking for him again? He made his way to the reception and took a look. All he saw was a long table filled with a dazzling array of items. It seemed like a small stall of miscellaneous goods, and the owner was Li Qingshan behind the table. Take another look, sir. These are all gifts from the Qi practitioners during Qian Yanyan's birthday celebration. Look at these spirit herbs. I can tell with a single glance that they have extraordinary spiritual energy. They must be excellent items for concocting pellet. And look at these jade carvings. Aren't they very vivid? If you like them, you can buy them all. I'll give you a discount. Under Li Qingshan's eloquent explanation, coupled with the fact that they had been trading rather happily all this time, Zhou Wenbin took out a few more bottles of qi-gathering pills and bought everything. A few days later, Zhou Wenbin and Li Qingshan sat across from each other. Zhou Wenbin said, "Today we'll just drink tea and chat. We won't talk about qi-gathering pills anymore." Li Qingshan was stunned. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "Sir, do you want talismans?" Zhou Wenbin finally couldn't help but ask, "What do you want so many qi-gathering pills for?" "Qi-gathering pills can't be eaten like rice. You won't be able to finish all the qi-gathering pills you're exchanging with me even after 3 years." Li Qingshan couldn't explain that he really ate qi-gathering pills like rice. He could only say, "I just want to stock up just in case." Zhou Wenbin said, "On the path of cultivation, you still have to rely on yourself. Medicinal pills are just external items after all. They can only be used as support." Li Qingshan agreed, but in his heart, he was thinking that if it weren't for the miraculous pills Xianwei had given him, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate the Yao core so quickly. And without the help of these external items, it would have taken him at least another 100 years to become a demon general. After Zhou Wenbin finished speaking, Li Qingshan asked again, "You really don't want them?" Zhou Wenbin sighed and shook his head firmly. As a district magistrate, he hadn't fought anyone for many years. He didn't need talismans at all. Outside the yamen, Little Anne was squatting by the wall, playing with ants with a small wooden stick. Every time Li Qingshan went to trade with Zhou Wenbin, she would wait outside the door. When people came in to talk to her, she ignored them. Under a large poplar tree, a nest of red ants and a nest of black ants were engaged in an intense battle. It was unknown how many ants there were. Although the red ants were slightly smaller in size, they were extremely ferocious and held the upper hand. Little Anne watched very seriously. The warm autumn sun fell on her cheeks, as though it could penetrate her tender skin. Just as the black ant army was about to be defeated, the small wooden stick in her hand suddenly transformed into a phantom. "Little girl, what are you doing here?" A hooligan with a smile on his face squatted beside Xiaoan and said with malicious intent. Little Anne didn't even raise her head. The hooligan looked left and right, then suddenly picked up Little Anne, slung her over his shoulder, and left. Little Anne didn't resist at all. Her long hair and hands fell down. She still held the small wooden stick in her hand as she stared at the ant nest not far away. The hooligan quickly boarded a carriage, and the carriage sped away. He was overjoyed. If he succeeded, he would get 300 taels of silver. The task his boss had given him couldn't be simpler. Although he might offend the tiger butcher, who would know that he was the one who did it. But he was completely focused on Little Anne, so he didn't notice that the ant war under the poplar tree had suddenly ended. The result of the war was that all the red ants were dead. In that instant, the small wooden stick stabbed 1,000 times, killing all the red ants, but not a single black ant was hurt, not even a single antenna. The carriage sped through the alley and turned into a house. The hooligan carried Little Anne down. "Boss, it's done." A few men were drinking with their upper bodies bare. They all stood up. "So fast! How can I, little Zhang, not be fast? But it's really strange. This guy didn't cry or scream along the way. He's probably a mute. I think he's an idiot. I don't know where the tiger butcher picked him up, but he's really handsome. Don't tell me that guy has a taste for this. All the laughter stopped abruptly. They didn't even realize that death was coming. Their expressions froze for a moment, then turned into flames. A moment later, Gu Jianxing walked into the small courtyard in his casual clothes. He asked curiously, "Where did everyone go?" At this moment, Shaowen returned to the yamen. He was still holding the small stick, squatting under the big poplar tree. The black ants had yet to disperse, and the small wooden stick had once again transformed into a series of afterimages. The small commotion under the poplar tree subsided. All the black ants were dead. Little An seemed to have sensed something and suddenly raised his head. "That's easy." Zhou Wenbin personally escorted Li Qingshan out of the yamen. After a moment of thought, he fished out 2 bottles of qi-gathering pills from his 100 treasures pouch and shoved them into Li Qingshan's hands. He said sincerely, "Qingshan, this is for the sake of our friendship. If you have nothing to do, go shopping. Let me have some peace." The autumn wind swept up the fallen leaves, blowing past Li Qingshan, who could understand the hardships of dual cultivation as a demon. Little An tossed aside the wooden stick in her hand and ran over to grab his hand. Li Qingshan smiled at her and waved the items in his hand. "Let's go back. I got my hands on 2 more bottles." In the Hawkwolf Guard, Gu Jian said, "Commander, the kid has been fighting with Zhou Wenbin recently." At noon today, Zhou Wenbin personally escorted the kid out of the yamen. Everyone saw it. I knew it. If it weren't for the fact that he had some sort of connection, why would the kid be so arrogant? And the girl he brought back, I've looked into it too. I don't know her origins. She seems to have appeared out of nowhere. She's called Little Anne, and she's always been with Li Qingshan. I've sent people over, but for some reason, they haven't succeeded. If we don't do anything, we'll probably be looked down on." Zhuozhibwa said, "Humph, Zhou Wenbin, do you really think I'm afraid of him? Don't worry, the kid's death has arrived. I'd like to see whether Zhou Wenbin can protect him or not. Go call him over right now." Gu Jian beamed with joy. "Commander, you have an idea?" Various items were strewn across the floor of the small building. Li Qingshan turned his 100 treasures pouch upside down before widening his eyes and searching through it. "What else is there? What else can I trade for?" He was like a gambler who had lost everything, searching for the last bit of value in his house, so that he could make a comeback. Little An crouched to one side and held her cheek with one hand, gazing at Li Qingshan pitifully. She thought about how she could help him. Suddenly, she came up with an idea and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder before pointing at her own chest. "You have an idea?" Little An nodded with a smile. As it turned out, apart from forging artifacts, the path of white bone and great beauty could also be used for alchemy. Obviously, the raw materials were still flesh and blood. After serious consideration, Li Qingshan said, "I'm a little hesitant when it comes to eating. And, if he went on a killing spree like this, he would definitely be exposed." Seeing that Little An was a little dejected, he pinched her cheek. "But I still have to thank you." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Opening it, it was Gu Jian who said, "Commander Zhuo requests your presence." Although he was expressionless, there was a strong sense of pride radiating from him. Li Qingshan frowned and lowered his head, seemingly unwilling to agree, but his eyes were shining. "He's finally here." Chapter 167. A trap in the morgue. 75 kilometers to the east, there's a village called the Town of Cave. Recently, many men in their prime have died mysteriously. Some people even saw corpses emerging from the morgue on the side of the town. "I suspect it's the work of Qi practitioners. Go investigate," Zhuozhibwa said coldly as he tossed a document before Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan glanced at it and raised his head. Corpses? Don't tell me it's related to the zombie Taoist? As long as he mentioned corpses, he could not help but think of the most wanted criminal of the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City. His strength was evident for him to be able to run amok despite being hunted down by the Hawkwolf Guard for so long. Zhuozhibwa said, "What, do you have any objections? It's just an investigation." Li Qingshan interrupted him. "Of course not. It's just an investigation. It's not like there's any danger. Don't worry at all, Commander Zhuo. I will investigate it properly. Even if I run into the zombie Taoist, I have my ways of escaping." How could he turn down such a rare opportunity? However, he wanted to hint to Zhuozhibwa, "Commander Zhuo, if you don't take action personally, you won't be able to kill me." Zhuozhibwa finally found it rather strange. It was as if Li Qingshan was not afraid of him scheming against him at all. He was not an idiot. He had just been blinded by anger the entire time. Now, he sensed that something was amiss. Did this guy really possess some powerful trump card? "It's inconvenient for the child you brought back to carry out missions with you. She'll stay with the Hawkwolf Guard." He couldn't forget that bottle of spring breeze and rain pill. If it was exchanged for real money, then it would be worth a city, and such a spirit medicine couldn't be bought no matter how much real money was used. "She won't be separated from me. If there's nothing else, I'll be setting off right now." Li Qingshan became stern and left. 75 kilometers was not particularly far to Li Qingshan. With little Anne, he arrived at the town of Cave around midnight. Li Qingshan followed the empty streets until he reached the outskirts of the town. He arrived before a gloomy building and raised his head. The signboard read "Morgue." There were many foreigners who died in a foreign land due to accidents or serious illnesses, and no one took care of their funeral. The morgue was a place for their corpses. One day, when their families found them, they would bring their corpses back to their hometown for burial. This was originally a righteous act, but there were many corpses piled up in the manor, and no one had collected them for many years. Qi gathered, and resentment grew, making it extremely easy for ghosts to form. Therefore, feng shui was very particular, and mages were often invited to expiate souls. However, this morgue was overgrown with weeds and half of its walls had collapsed. Everything was filled with a sense of decadence. It was obvious that it had been abandoned for a long time and probably didn't have such good treatment. If he wanted to investigate, this was the most suitable place to start. In order to get Li Qingshan to agree, Zhuozhibwa gave him quite a lot of merit points for this trip. In any case, it was useless no matter how many merit points a dead man had. However, what Li Qingshan thought was that once he finished off Zhuozhibwa, he would obviously be able to exchange the merit for pills. Arriving at the entrance of the morgue, Li Qingshan took out the wind-entwining blade first before taking out the small shield and carrying it in his left hand. Finally, he placed over 20 talismans into a talisman pouch, hanging it on his waist so that he could use it at any time. Although he was confident in his strength, he was no fool. It was very likely for this trip to be related to the 6th layer Qi practitioner, the zombie Taoist, and it was very likely for the other 6th layer Qi practitioner, Zhuozhibwa, to arrive afterwards, eyeing him from the darkness. How could he be careless? Obviously, he had to raise his guard to the maximum, just in case he failed miserably. Only after making all his preparations did he step over the door sill and enter the morgue. There were several dozen coffins in the morgue. Some were extremely old, while others were brand new. The ground was covered in paper money. As the cold wind blew, the tattered curtains swayed like ghosts. It was indescribably strange. If a regular person saw this, they would definitely be frightened out of their wits. However, Li Qingshan was someone who had killed his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood after all. He radiated with killing intent. On the other hand, he looked at little Anne beside him. His eyes were wide open, showing no fear at all. Instead, he seemed rather eager. His feelings towards corpses were probably similar to Li Qingshan's feelings towards qi-gathering pills. Li Qingshan arrived before a pitch-black coffin. He drew the wind-entwining blade and stabbed it into the gap between the lid and the coffin. With a twist of his wrist, the lid was lifted high into the air, falling to the ground. A middle-aged man lay in the coffin. He was bruised all over, having been reduced to a corpse long ago. Li Qingshan wondered how he had died as he walked away. It was not like he was a coroner, so it was obviously impossible for him to perform some sort of midnight autopsy. He had only opened the coffin because he was bored and wanted to take a look. He was waiting here for Zhuozhibua to appear. The morgue was located in the wilderness and far away from the town. It was a good place for him to fight Zhuozhibua. He was still wondering if he should set up some sort of trap. Li Qingshan had just turned around when the man in the coffin behind him suddenly opened his white eyes. 2 fangs protruded from his mouth, and he was just about to attack when he saw a little girl leaning against the side of the coffin. She stared at him with an extremely serious expression, and then placed her index finger on his forehead. Li Qingshan turned his head. "Don't eat random things. I don't even know how many years it's been." Little and stuck out her tongue. Just as she withdrew her finger from flowing fire, the coffin was already empty. Her heart suddenly stirred. There seemed to be the aura of a living person here. She closed her eyes and indeed, she could sense that there were living people hiding in the surrounding coffins. Just as Li Qingshan wandered into the hall, runes suddenly lit up beneath his feet. He felt a huge gravitational force coming from beneath his feet. It was as if his body was weighed down by 1,000 caddies, and the circulation of true qi in his body immediately became sluggish. At the same time, the lids of the new coffins suddenly flew open. 5 figures leapt out from within, raising their hands and aiming at Li Qingshan. The springs began to spin, and arrows shot out in a continuous stream. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Although there were 5 of them, they were like an army of 10,000 arrows shooting at the same time. Countless arrows came from all directions and from all angles. There was no space for him to dodge. The shield in Li Qingshan's left hand suddenly grew in size, protecting his entire body. There was a dull thud, thud, thud. Following that, there was a loud explosion. The moment the arrows hit the shield, they all exploded together. The power was astonishing. If they were shot into his body and then exploded, he would definitely die. Behind Li Qingshan, there was also a loud explosion. However, he didn't even turn his head. Little Anne had already pulled out her hidden blade. Layers of sword shadows appeared, and with incomparable precision, each arrow fell to the ground. But under their feet, there were densely packed runes. More runes lit up, surrounding Li Qingshan and Little Anne, and the pressure on their bodies became heavier. The shield fell to the ground with a loud bang. "Senior brother, we caught him," a pleasantly surprised voice said. What responded to this voice was a snow-white blade. After Li Qingshan left, Zhuozhibua leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Gu Jian stood to one side, afraid to ask anything. Quite a while later, Zhuozhibua's eyes snapped open. "Gu Jian, go call people over. We're going to reinforce Li Qingshan." Gu Jian beamed, but he was also puzzled. "Commander, is there a need for such a large group?" If he really was afraid that Li Qingshan would not die, Zhuozhibua could just go alone. It would be easier for him to deceive others and draw a clear line between them. "Just call them when I tell you to," Zhuozhibua said in displeasure. He felt slightly uneasy inside. He also began to realize that Li Qingshan might not be as easy to deal with as he imagined him to be. "Yes, Commander." Before long, Gu Jian arrived before Zhuozhibua with 6 black wolf guards. Li Qingshan had basically spoken to all of them before. When he wanted to exchange contribution for spiritual artifacts and pills, he had been obstructed by these people. The people Zhuozhibwa told Gujian to call were obviously not regular Black Wolf guards, but his true subordinates. Looking at these people, the sliver of unease in Zhuozhibwa's heart gradually vanished, while his hatred towards Li Qingshan intensified. Now that he had reached this point, it was no longer possible for him to reconcile with Li Qingshan. He had to kill him. Zhuozhibwa said, "Do you know why I've called you here? Is it for that Li Qingshan?" Zhuozhibwa said, "Exactly. That kid has gone too far. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to resolve my hatred. Forgive me for being blunt, but that Li Qingshan might be capable, but he's only a second-layer Qi practitioner. He's not worthy of us working together against him," said a half-bald Black Wolf guard who seemed to be in his 60s. His name was Xiananda. He was a veteran of the Jiaping Hawkwolf Guard, as well as the strongest among them. He was bold enough to question Zhuozhibwa's orders. The others were the same. Zhuozhibwa knew he had to give them a reasonable reason. "Old Xie, I've already told the zombie Taoist about Li Qingshan. I said I'd give him a great gift. A body practitioner is great material for refining corpses. I refuse to believe he won't be tempted." A mighty Black Hawk commander of the Hawkwolf Guard had actually colluded with the most wanted criminal, and he had sold his subordinates to the enemy. None of the Black Wolf Guards present found this strange. Xiananda said, "Then there's even less of a need for us to do anything. The old Taoist's ability to refine and nurture corpses is startling. Even regular sixth-layer Qi practitioners aren't his opponent. Li Qingshan is dead for sure." Zhuozhibwa said, "The old Taoist has been hiding in the zombie cave the entire time, so we've never been able to do anything to him. If we can lure him out and kill him this time, it'll be a great merit. The old Taoist has quite a lot of good stuff on him. As for killing Li Qingshan, it'll just be a piece of cake." Xiananda clasped his hands. "Commander is wise and far-sighted. I'm nowhere near as good as you, so I'm willing to follow your lead." The other Black Wolf Guards answered loudly as well. The zombie Taoist had a bounty of over 10,000 points of contribution on his head. If it was split among them, it would be no less than 1,000 points of contribution. They could exchange for quite a lot of good stuff. When the sky was about to brighten, a total of 8 Hawkwolf Guards left Jiaping under Zhuozhibwa's lead, pursuing Li Qingshan. This was an extremely terrifying force. It was enough to easily flatten many small sects and clans. A few Hawkwolf Guards watched this from the square below the huge hawk as they discussed among themselves. TSK, Li Qingshan is probably done for this time." The Hawkwolf Guard with the bulbous nose shook his head and sighed. "Keep your voice down. Don't talk carelessly," warned a Black Wolf Guard beside him. "What's there to be afraid of? All the snitches have gone with Commander Zhuo." The bulbous nose did not care. "What are you talking about?" A cold voice rang out from behind them. Chapter 168. A disciple of Moism. Everyone turned around, and were all taken aback. When they saw his appearance, they bowed in a hurry. "Commander Lao, you've emerged from seclusion. Why, you've broken through to the 6th layer." The person who had come was the Black Wolf commander of the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City, Lao Shishan. He seemed to be in his 40s and possessed a square face. When he saw everyone's stunned expressions, he smiled sternly. He had worked so hard on cultivation and spent so many days in seclusion just for today. He asked softly, "Who do you think is doomed?" No one was bold enough to answer him. Actually, Lao Shishan did not need these people to answer him. As a vice-commander, he also had trusted aides in the Hawkwolf Guard, so he knew the entire story a long time ago. "I'll go assist Commander Zhuo." He flew off in the direction that Zhuozhibwa had left gliding down the mountain like a huge, black bird. He vanished into the mist of the morning very soon. The remaining Hawkwolf guards all looked at one another. Li Qingshan, who had only joined the Hawkwolf Guard for less than 3 months, had actually caused such a great disturbance. Commander Zhua and Commander Lao had never been on good terms. Now that he had actually broken through to the 6th layer as well, Jiaping City would be in for a lot of trouble. Li Qingshan abandoned his shield and swung his blade. A shining blade of wind directly landed on the nearest ambusher. As if the person had never expected Li Qingshan to still be able to swing his blade in a situation like this, and it was such a sharp strike at that. He summoned a puppet soldier in a hurry to block in front of him. With a thump, the puppet soldier was cut open, and its parts scattered across the ground. The person was surprised. He called out, "This guy can still move. Be careful." Li Qingshan had already made out the appearance of the ambushers. They were all young men in their 20s. They all wore tight, navy blue robes, and they each wielded a strange-looking hand crossbow that flickered with light. The rainstorm-like arrows were shot from these 5 crossbows. They were many times more powerful than the legendary Zhuge repeating crossbow. Li Qingshan took a step forward. Under the immense gravity, the ground was like a quagmire. His feet sank deep into the ground, up to his knees. As for those shining runes, they were originally drawn on the ground, but once activated, they floated in the air, unaffected by the changes in the ground. "Let me!" With a loud shout, a burly man with a full beard suddenly broke through a wall and appeared in the hall. In his arms was an incomparably thick brass barrel. The body of the cannon was cast with complicated patterns, and spiritual light flowed on it. It was actually a mid-rank spirit tool. The mouth of the cannon, which was cast in the shape of a ferocious dragon head, began to gather specks of spiritual light. Li Qingshan felt an intense sense of danger for the first time. Even when he was bombarded by the cannons of the warships on the island of Cherishing Flowers, he had not felt such a sense of danger. Most importantly, the burly man holding the cannon was emitting the aura of a 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. "Who are you people? Why have you ambushed me?" Originally, Li Qingshan thought this was a trap that the zombie Taoist had set down after receiving news from Zhuozhibua. However, this bastard did not seem like the zombie Taoist no matter how he looked at it, and the methods he used did not seem to have anything to do with zombies either. As a result, he held back his plan to transform and asked a few more questions. If these people still did not stop, then he could only demonify and start a massacre. Why is this zombie Taoist so young? The young men in navy blue robes also saw Li Qingshan's appearance. One of them asked in confusion. "Senior brother, stop. That's the uniform of the Hawkwolf Guard." Another person recognized Li Qingshan's black wolf uniform and stopped him in a hurry. The light had already condensed to the limit. An extremely dazzling, scorching white pillar of light shot out from the cannon, piercing through the roof and into the sky. It left behind a streak of light in the night sky. Little and let go of the skull prayer beads in his hand, and the red light in Li Qingshan's eyes faded as well. He gazed at the hole above him and sighed in amazement. Even if he demonified, he would still suffer if he took that shot. He lowered his head and asked, "Who are you people?" He casually sheathed his wind-entwining blade. His actions greatly reduced the hostility of the young men. They also lowered their crossbows. The first young man who recognized the uniform of the Hawkwolf Guard on Li Qingshan said, "We're disciples of the school of Moism. We're carrying out a mission here." "Sir, you must be a Hawkwolf Guard." "That's right. I'm also carrying out a mission. Please show us your tablet." A disciple of the school of Moism. Li Qingshan understood slightly. He tossed the black wolf tablet to the young man. The young man glanced at it and let out a sigh of relief. He said loudly, all right, it's fine now. Disperse the formation. It's all a misunderstanding." "Sigh, what the hell? Didn't they say the zombie Taoist would come? Why is it a black wolf guard instead?" The disciples of the school of Moism grumbled. One of them stowed away a painting scroll. The scroll was covered in inscriptions, which were exactly the same as the inscriptions on the ground. Li Qingshan immediately felt his body lighten. He picked up the shield on the ground, only to see that it had been charred black. It had just forcefully blocked Zhuozhibu's fire dragon a few days ago, and it had been blasted wildly today. Quite a lot of its spiritual qi had been depleted. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind blew in his face. The bearded man stowed away the brass cannon and charged over. Little and raised his hidden blade, but Li Qingshan stopped him with a glance. Although he was hostile, he did not have any killing intent. The man grabbed Li Qingshan by the collar and roared out furiously, "Kid, you've ruined my business!" He wore the same navy blue robes as the other disciples of Moism, but he was half naked. His right sleeve was tied around his waist, revealing his muscular arms and chest. He seemed extremely fierce. Li Qingshan released his true qi and blocked the incoming attack of spittle. He stared at the man calmly. Before he could say anything, the disciples of Moism had already rushed over. They pulled the man aside and tried to persuade him. "Please calm down, senior brother." The man stomped his feet in frustration and bellowed, "This prison of space formation can only be used 3 times, but it'll be 1 less time every time. My yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light costs a spiritual stone every time it fires. It's all my stuff, so don't you feel the pinch? Our fire crow bolts don't just fall from the sky." Li Qingshan tidied up his clothes. "You better reflect on your actions. You attacked me without any reason. If it weren't for the fact that I'm strong enough, wouldn't I have been killed by you?" The man suddenly glared at Li Qingshan. He almost pulled out the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light again, but he was stopped by his junior brothers. "It's all a misunderstanding." He thought to himself, "How dare you speak to a 6th layer qi practitioner like that? They say the Hawkwolf Guard is arrogant, and it really is true. It's all a misunderstanding. If we've offended you, please forgive us. I'm Zhang Lanqing. This is our senior brother, Hao Pingyang, and our 3 junior brothers, He Yishe, Jin Yuan, and Jin Bao." Zhang Lanqing introduced them one by one. Although he was only in his 20s, his face was dark, and his voice was steady and steady. He seemed extremely mature and steady, and his strength was only second to the burly man, Hao Pingyang. He was a 5th layer qi practitioner. As for the other 3, He Yishe was a 4th layer qi practitioner. He was not short, and he had a long head and bulging eyes. He answered casually with a yep before glancing at Li Qingshan and answering reluctantly with a yep. He lowered his head and repaired the puppet that Li Qingshan had destroyed. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao were brothers. The elder brother was at the 4th layer, while Jin Bao was at the 3rd layer. Seeing how Li Qingshan was only a 2nd layer qi practitioner, and how he had destroyed their trap, they completely ignored him. Jin Bao said to Hao Pingyang, "Senior brother, is this formation of yours real? It can't even trap a 2nd layer qi practitioner? If the real zombie Taoist had come, wouldn't he have been able to break through it in a single stroke? You motherfucker. I paid a great price to buy this. It's this kid who's strange." Hao Pingyang calmed down and studied Li Qingshan in confusion. He was trapped in the formation of the prison of the earth, and was surrounded by 5 qi practitioners stronger than him with the 1,000 mechanism crossbows, yet he was still unscathed. It was truly extraordinary. The formation of the prison of the earth had been prepared for a 6th layer qi practitioner like the zombie Taoist. If ordinary people entered it, their organs would immediately rupture and they would die. Qi practitioners would struggle to move even an inch. What was even stranger was that the beautiful child beside him clearly showed no signs of practicing qi, yet he was still able to stand in the formation safely. If it were not for the fact that he had already used it once before, he really would have doubted that the formation he had bought was fake. Li Qingshan's pride from wiping out the island of cherishing flowers vanished completely as well. There were many powerful methods in this world that he did not understand. The trap the Mahis disciples had cast down was simple, but it was extremely dangerous. They would first use paper money to hide the inscriptions on the ground, restricting the enemy's movements before unleashing 100 arrows to kill them. If it failed, they would blast them to death. It was all linked together, filled with killing intent. If it were a regular 6th-layer Qi practitioner, they would probably die a violent death if they were caught in this trap. They would not even have the opportunity to fight back. "Have you come here to ambush the zombie Taoist?" Zhang Lanqing said. "Yeah. Are you doing the same?" Hao Pingyang shot a glance at him. "He wants to deal with the zombie Taoist alone?" He pointed at Li Qingshan's nose and said, "Kid, this has nothing to do with you. I'd advise you to piss off." Li Qingshan stuck out his thumb and pointed behind him. "I'm just here to investigate. The zombie Taoist has nothing to do with me, but he's right outside." Although he hid his presence extremely well, the faint stench of corpses was unable to fool Li Qingshan's nose. "What?" The 6 people of Moism all looked outside. Hao Pingyang focused his senses on the energy of the world. Just now, he sensed an extremely well-hidden presence peeking in from outside. He bellowed out, "Get out here!" Crack! Crack! Zhang Lanqing and the others immediately removed the empty boxes and replaced them with new ones. A rectangular box was attached to the 1000 mechanism crossbow. Each box contained 30 extremely short fire crow bolts, which could all be fired in a single moment. If they did not possess a spiritual artifact shield that was specially used for defense like Li Qingshan, it would be very easy for them to be caught off guard and die to the arrows even if they were powerful Qi practitioners. "Gg." A shrill laughter came from outside the door. A Taoist priest wearing a yellow Taoist robe and a pale mask appeared at the door. He said, "How dare you set up a trap to harm me, you little bastards? How dare you?" He studied Li Qingshan. "You must be Li Qingshan. You really are good material for refining corpses. That old bastard Zhuozhibwa didn't lie to me this time." Chapter 169. The zombie Taoist Li Qingshan understood. Zhuozhibwa had really sold him out. Of course, this was not anything worth being surprised about. It would be surprising if it was not like this. Right now, he was only worried whether Zhuozhibwa would trust the zombie Taoist's strength too much and not personally come to kill him. Then the zombie Taoist said to Zhang Lanqing and the others, "Your talent might be a little lacking, but I'll treat you all the same and refine you into zombies." He basically treated them all like fish on a chopping board. Before the zombie Taoist could finish talking, the 5 of them pulled the trigger on their 1000 mechanism crossbows and unleashed a storm of fire crow bolt. Li Qingshan stood to one side. All he saw was that the fire crow bolts were scarlet red and only 3 inches long. They basically shot out end to end, moving startlingly fast and extremely concentrated. It was basically unavoidable. Before the zombie Taoist could even respond, he was struck by several dozen fire crow bolts. The fire crow bolts rapidly heated up in his body before exploding loudly. With a series of explosions, sparks erupted from various parts of the zombie Taoist's body, blasting him to pieces. The 5 of them beamed, but Li Qingshan drew his wind-entwining blade again. Hao Pingyang bellowed out, "Be careful! That's a fake." Li Qingshan glanced at Hao Pingyang. He really was the strongest one after all. He was crude on the outside but meticulous on the inside. If the zombie Taoist could be finished off so easily, he would not have remained at the top of the Hawkwolf Guard's wanted list for so long. Although he had used a secret technique, if he listened carefully, he would discover that the voice did not come from the zombie Daoist at the entrance. The mask was just a disguise. Bang! 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 The lids of the several dozen coffins in the morgue flew off at the same time, and several dozen zombies stood up. They opened their eyes and extended their arms, baring their fangs. With a fierce gust of wind, they lunged towards the 7 people in the morgue. In order to avoid raising the zombie Daoist's suspicions, Hao Pingyang did not deal with these zombies, so he immediately fell into an encirclement. 5 zombies lunged towards Li Qingshan, but Li Qingshan was already prepared. The wind-entwining blade in his hand erupted with light, and he swung it around. As the blades cut into the zombies' bodies, the muffled sound of a blunt knife cutting wood could be heard. However, the bodies of the 5 zombies only paused for a moment. Their 10 purplish-blue arms continued to grab at Li Qingshan. Their long fingernails were like daggers, and each of them was black and blue. At first glance, one could tell that they were extremely poisonous. Hao Pingyang yelled at Li Qingshan, "Only decapitation is useful." Most of the zombies lunged at him, a total of 8. However, he was unfazed. He raised his yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and smashed the head of a zombie in front of him. Then, he channeled his Zhenqi and swung it horizontally. 7 zombies were sent flying, crashing into the pillars and coffins. 2 of them even smashed through the walls and flew out. His aura was ferocious like that of a god of war. However, other than the zombie whose head had been flattened by him and the 2 zombies whose bones had been shattered by him, the other 5 zombies bounced off the ground and stood up again. They were not afraid of pain or death, and they pounced on him again. Reminded by Hao Pingyang, Li Qingshan thought to himself, "I'm a time traveler, but I've forgotten this common sense." He picked up little An and leaped. 10 arms and 50 fingernails closed in on him like the jaws of a beast. The 5 zombies raised their heads at the same time, their pupilless eyes looking at Li Qingshan in the air. They leaped high into the air at the same time, their knees not bending, as if springs were installed in the soles of their feet. Li Qingshan stomped down forcefully, crushing the head of a zombie. Then, he used the momentum to break through the roof of the morgue. Dust and debris fell, accompanied by a ray of moonlight that fell like water onto the morgue. In midair, Li Qingshan held little An with his left hand and gripped the wind-entwining saber with his right. He rested it on his shoulder as he looked down warily at the entire morgue. The 4 zombies that had leaped high into the air could not reach his height in the end, so they fell back to the ground. However, Li Qingshan did not look at them. These zombies were nothing to him from the start. Although the Templars were invulnerable and possessed great strength, they had no intelligence or martial skills. Their reactions were not even as great as those of regular wild beasts. Whether it be strength, speed, or reaction, Li Qingshan completely surpassed these zombies. As long as he was not surrounded by hundreds or thousands of them, it was impossible for him to be injured. He was only wary of a single person, the zombie Daoist who he had only heard but not seen. According to the information from the Hawkwolf Guard, this person knew concealment techniques and wielded a submerged shadow sword. He was extremely skilled in sneak attacks. The desolate autumn wind swept through the vegetation around the morgue, but there was not a single person to be seen. In the end, he locked onto Hao Pingyang. If he were the zombie Daoist, he would have 2 choices if he wanted to achieve victory right now. One was to kill the weakest first and weaken his opponent. The other was to directly kill the strongest and gain an absolute advantage. However, if he started with the weakest, he would definitely expose himself and deplete his true qi. He might even leave behind an opening, allowing the strongest to kill him. As a result, the best choice was to find an opportunity and heavily injure Hao Pingyang. Hao Pingyang and Li Qingshan were already prepared, and they were powerful as well, so they did not fear these zombies. However, Zhao Lanqing and the others did not have it as easy. Things had happened right before their eyes. They had just shot out all of their fire crow arrows, so they had no time to reload. Several dozen zombies lunged over from all directions. They were clearly idiots without any intelligence, yet they were well trained like an army. They split up the 5 of them with great tactics. Jin Bao was the weakest, so he rolled on the ground in an extremely horrible shape. The 10 claws of the zombies stabbed deeply into where he was standing just now. If he had been any slower, he would have been disemboweled. Before he could even stand up, 3 zombies lunged over with their claws and teeth extended. He was stunned. Without a weapon, how was it possible for him to fend off these zombies with just his fists? All he could do was close his eyes and await death. Jin Yuan called out, "Jin Bao." He wanted to save his younger brother, but the 4 zombies stopped him. He could only barely protect himself. He Yisher and Zhang Lanqing were the same. Idiot, use the puppet. Hao Pingyang saw how his junior brother was in danger, but he had no intentions of saving him. He was the same as Li Qingshan. Right now, he focused all of his attention on searching for the zombie duelist. He dared not be distracted at all. As the only 6th layer Qi practitioner present, if he was ambushed and injured, or even killed, none of them would be able to survive. The claws and teeth fell, but there were no screams. Instead, there was the sound of nails hammering into wood. In that critical moment, Jin Bao summoned a puppet to block him, allowing him to survive. The 3 zombies pulled out their claws and plunged them down again, emotionlessly. Bang! 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 With a series of heavy strikes, wooden splinters flew into the air and cracks appeared on the puppet. The claws of the zombies could even pierce steel. If the puppet had not been specially refined, it would have been smashed to pieces from a single strike. However, even with that being the case, it could not last for too long. At this moment, the 4 zombies who had failed in their pursuit of Li Qingshan lunged towards Jin Bao under the control of an invisible force. The greatest use of a puppet was for attacking, not as a shield. With a whoosh, it was torn to pieces. Despair filled Jin Bao's eyes. He called out, "Save me!" Hao Pingyang sighed inside. He wielded the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light, about to go up and save him. He could no longer care about the threat in the darkness. A streak of scorching white light descended from the sky. With a rumble of thunder, several zombies beside Jin Bao were charred. It stunned all the zombies in the morgue. Li Qingshan descended from the sky and threw out a lightning summoning talisman. However, he did not even look at the result. He stared straight at Zhang Lanqing and swung down with his wind-entwining blade as a streak of light. Nice! Hao Pingyang praised loudly. He raised the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and gathered the specks of light. The dragon's head was actually aimed at Zhang Lanqing. Although it was a close shave, Zhao Lanqing was a 5th layer Qi practitioner. He was powerful. Although he could not save Jin Bao in time against 7 zombies, he had no problem protecting himself. However, the blade and the glowing yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light immediately suffocated him. His face was filled with fear and disbelief. Clang! The wind-entwining blade slashed a foot in front of Zhang Lanqing. With a metallic clang no less than thunder, a small sword appeared out of thin air. A large nick appeared on the blade, but the small sword was also sent flying by Li Qingshan's tremendous force. It spun uncontrollably. Using that streak of lightning, Li Qingshan finally grasped the submerged shadow sword's trajectory. At this moment, the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light spat out a dazzling pillar of light. It struck the small sword in midair and turned it into a piece of scrap metal, falling from the sky. A miserable cry came from the darkness in the corner. A blurry figure appeared and floated out the door. Li Qingshan and Hao Pingyang turned their heads at the same time and rushed in the direction of the cry. When they reached the door, they saw a figure stumbling away. "Come!" Hao Pingyang tossed aside the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and stomped on Li Qingshan. Go! Li Qingshan planted his feet on the ground, and the stone tiles beneath his feet shattered. Shockwaves spread out into the surroundings as he pushed off from the ground. He used all his strength and threw a punch at the bottom of Hao Pingyang's foot. Hao Pingyang flew out like a rocket. He quickly flew across the grassland and quickly approached the silhouette. A hideous smile appeared on his face as he spread his hands apart. True Qi gushed out from his hands and struck the two temples of the silhouette. With a bang, the head exploded. Li Qingshan was disappointed instead. He thought about how crafty the zombie Taoist really was. Hao Pingyang limped over with a headless corpse and tossed it on the ground. Another fake. Even when his flying sword had been destroyed and his mind was injured, the zombie Taoist was still able to think of using a fake body to deceive them while his real body fled. He was well prepared and reacted quickly. Li Qingshan picked up the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and studied it. He shrugged and tossed it back to Hao Pingyang. Hao Pingyang caught the cannon and stowed it away in his 100 treasures pouch. He frowned and patted his leg. "Kid, that punch of yours was a little too vicious." Li Qingshan said, "How am I supposed to catch him if I'm not vicious?" Hao Pingyang suddenly said, "The submerged shadow sword has been destroyed, so that bastard's strength has been greatly reduced. It's the perfect time to kill him." Li Qingshan said, "He's most skilled at refining corpses and controlling corpses, not controlling swords. This is only one of his places of nurturing corpses. Don't tell me you're thinking of going to the zombie cave to find a 6th layer Qi practitioner who's skilled at invisibility? And you've already said that this has nothing to do with me." Chapter 170. The attacks of the zombies were vicious, but they became completely disorderly. The 4 people from the school of Moism stabilized their footing and gathered together again. Zhang Lanqing and He Yishe controlled the 5 puppets to hold off the zombies for a while before suddenly dodging to the side, revealing Jin Yuan and Jin Bao behind them. They held 2,000 mechanism crossbows that had been reloaded, and they pulled the triggers suddenly. 60 fire crow bolts scattered in a circular pattern. Although the zombies' skin was impervious to weapons, they were unable to stop the fire crow bolt. Afterwards, they exploded internally, easily ripping apart their stiff bodies. With just a single volley, a large swathe of the zombies collapsed. They were no longer as ferocious or terrifying as before. The remaining 7 or 8 zombies no longer posed any threat. The puppets shot forward, and sharp blades shot out from their hands, carrying out mechanical and precise attack. The nails of the zombies only left behind white marks when they scratched the puppet. However, the sharp blades in the puppets' hands could pierce their skulls in a single stroke. Faced with an equal number of opponents, the zombies were not the puppets' opponents at all. They were slain one by one. They all let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. In the 100 schools of thought, the Mahist disciples would send out their puppets to fight against each other. They had never experienced such a dangerous battle before. Jin Bao saw how the zombies that had almost killed him just now had been wiped out so easily. He found it rather unbelievable. Actually, their strength was far greater than the several dozen zombies. If they were on flat ground, they could stand in formation and be prepared. With the 1,000 mechanism crossbows in hand, the zombies would not even be able to touch them before they were killed on the spot. Even the 6th layer Qi practitioner, the zombie Taoist, would not dare to face 5,000 mechanism crossbows head-on. However, once something happened and they needed to adapt to the situation, they would be unable to unleash their full strength. Hao Pingyang pointed at their noses and cursed aloud. How embarrassing. How fucking embarrassing. You even dare to look down on him, a 2nd layer Qi practitioner? If it weren't for him, would you still be alive? With your pig brains, you can't even tell the difference between a real person and a fake one. My formation scrolls will go to waste all the same. Sanctuary. The few of them blushed with shame. Jin Bao said with grievance, Senior brother, I almost died. Not only did you not come to comfort me, you even scolded me so harshly. Although they scolded fiercely, the few Mo disciples were clearly not particularly afraid of this senior brother. Zhang Lanqing cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Li Qingshan, sincerely thanking him. Thank you for your help just now. The danger of that sword strike just now still made him tremble with fear. Originally, he had some resentment towards Li Qingshan for destroying their trap, but now all that was left was gratitude. It was just like what Hao Pingyang had said. Even without Li Qingshan, their traps probably would not have been able to harm the true zombie Taoist. Li Qingshan patted him on the shoulder. It's good enough that you didn't attack me. Zhang Lanqing smiled awkwardly. I was scared silly. Li Qingshan could not help but burst into laughter. Zhang Lanqing sure was honest. He had not eaten the several hundred qi gathering pills for nothing. Whether it was in terms of body tempering or qi practicing, he had made great progress compared to his battle with Qian Yannian. He even possessed the sharp killing intent of 1,000 people, descending from the sky like a god of slaughter. He truly did possess the bearing to intimidate his enemies. If he fought Qian Yannian in a fair battle now, he would no longer have no chance of victory like before. Simply put, he now possessed the power to threaten fifth-layer qi practitioners. Hao Pingyang's Yellow Dragon's cannon of devouring light was even more powerful than Li Qingshan's. Zhang Lanqing was like a horse that had been targeted by a tiger or leopard at the same time. He was stunned from fright, unable to react at all. Jin Yuan pulled Jin Bao over. Thank you for saving my younger brother. Then he said to the ashamed Jin Bao, say something. That, thank you as well, but are you really at the second layer? How can you be so powerful? Jin Bao was the closest to Li Qingshan's age, but he was also a few years older than Li Qingshan. However, his face still had a childish air to it, which made him seem younger than the weathered Li Qingshan. There was some admiration in the Templar St. Hall's gaze towards Li Qingshan now. No matter where they were, the strong would receive respect. Before Li Qingshan could reply, Hao Pingyang smacked Jin Bao's head. This is body tempering, you idiot. Don't you see the brainless muscles of the militarists? What do they do all day? Li Qingshan thought to himself, you sure have the nerve to call me muscular. Jin Bao flew into a rage out of humiliation. If you hit me again, I'm going to flip. Hao Pingyang raised his hand and smacked him again. Flip? Let me see. Jin Bao leapt into the air. Hao Pingyang, screw you. Afterwards, Zhang Lanqing and the other two stopped him and tried to persuade him. Originally, the zombie Taoist wanted to assassinate your senior brother Hao with the submerged shadow sword, but senior brother Hao did not give off any openings, so the zombie Taoist did not dare to attack recklessly. That's why he sent the zombies to surround you. Li Qingshan smiled. These disciples of Moism were straightforward. They were a little like the university students of his past life. Although they were not young, they still possessed some naivety. Even the bad-tempered Hao Pingyang did not have a sense of superiority even though he beat and cursed his juniors without holding back. He was very different from the qi practitioners Li Qingshan usually saw. Jin Bao was taken aback. Only now did he understand why Hao Pingyang did not save him immediately. Li Qingshan continued, but earlier you were in danger. Even if your senior brother Hao put himself in danger, he still wanted to save you. Senior brother. Only then did Jin Bao understand. He had almost been used by the zombie Taoist, used as a trap to kill Hao Pingyang. Zhang Lanqing, He Yishe, and Jin Yuan looked at Hao Pingyang together. Just now in the chaos, they had no time to think too much. Now that they thought about it, not only had they failed to provide any help, but they had almost dragged Hao Pingyang down instead. Bullshit. Why would I save him? If an idiot like him dies, it'll save the school of Moism some food. Hao Pingyang's face above his beard reddened slightly. He sure thought. The zombie Taoist couldn't find any openings in Senior Brother's movements, so he went to kill Senior Brother Zhang. They thanked Li Qingshan once again. In that critical moment, Li Qingshan had used the lightning from the lightning summoning talisman to immediately find the trajectory of the submerged shadow sword, which was why he was able to slash out. Not only had he saved Zhang Lanqing's life, but he had also given Hao Pingyang the opportunity to fire that cannon blast. It could be said that he had turned the situation around. He had played an even greater role than the four of them. Li Qingshan said, "We're all in the same boat. I don't think you've learnt any martial arts." Just now, when they fought the zombie in close combat, they basically relied on their instincts and true qi to fight. Their moves could not even match up to third-rate masters of the Jianghu, which was why they were in such a horrible shape. Zhang Lanqing smiled bitterly. "We're disciples of the school of Moism. All these years we've learnt how to make mechanisms, puppets, and even how to build cities and buildings. Although we've attended a few lessons in the school of the military's Hall of Martial Arts, how can we compare to true disciples of the school of the military? We definitely need to brush up on our martial arts when we get back." The others all expressed their agreement. Only then did Li Qingshan understand that these people were engineering talent. Fighting was not their profession. Not all qi practitioners had the ability to kill and set fires. Every profession had its own specializations. "What do you plan on doing next?" Hao Pingyang said, "We're obviously going to attack the root of the problem." Li Qingshan said, "The zombie cave isn't that easy to infiltrate. The morgue is only one of the places he nurtures corpses. After nurturing them, he'll bring them into the zombie cave. Who knows how many zombies have accumulated in the cave over all these years? It's extremely dangerous." The reason why the zombie Taoist could remain unscathed despite being hunted down by the Hawkwolf Guard for so many years was closely related to his dwelling. Normally, he hid underground in caves that were as complicated as a maze. No one knew the exact location of his dwelling. If they wanted to search for it, they would have to face the endless attacks of zombies. Once they failed, they would be buried in there and become one of the zombies. Zhang Lanqing and the others had experienced the danger just now. When they heard that they had to enter the pitch-black underground caves, they all began to consider retreating. "Senior Brother, why don't we return to the academy first and ask for a few powerful helpers before we make trouble for the zombie Taoist?" Hao Pingyang widened his eyes. "Return? What about the mission? It's been so difficult for us to come out. Just how much time will be wasted going back and forth? Will the zombie Taoist hide somewhere else? You're not afraid of being looked down on, but I still want my pride." Zhang Lanqing and the others looked at one another. Before they had set out, their master had already said that they had to listen to Hao Pingyang's orders for everything this time. His flying sword has been destroyed and his mind is injured. He doesn't have the time to refine another flying sword either. If we want to kill him, now is the perfect opportunity. That was what Hao Pingyang said, but he looked at Li Qingshan. He also felt that it was rather unreliable for the five of them to kill the zombie Taoist. However, Li Qingshan's performance in the battle just now made him hold an extremely high opinion of him. If Li Qingshan was willing to join them, their chances of success would increase drastically. Li Qingshan hesitated. He wanted to wait for Zhuozhibua, but he had no idea whether Zhuozhibua would come after him or not. If Zhuozhibua did not come, he would definitely make the zombie Taoist his target. A sixth-layer qi practitioner should have quite a few pills on him that could deal with his pressing needs. The problem right now was whether he should work with the disciples of Moism or not. With his and Little An's strength, it should be enough to kill the zombie Taoist. If you're willing to join us, Qingshan, my share of the spoils will be yours. Zhang Lanqing saw how he could not change Hao Pingyang's mind, so he wanted to ensure his safety during this trip. He also wanted to thank Li Qingshan for saving his life. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao added, "The same goes for us." He sure hesitated. "I'll give you mine too." As long as they completed the mission, not only would they be able to return with pride, but the 100 schools of thought would give them a reward as well. It was not as if they had come out empty-handed. Hao Pingyang said, "Kid, you're at the second layer, so you're taking up even more than me. Let's not talk about compensation. You take 70% of the zombie Taoist spoils, and I'll take 30. How's that?" Chapter 171. Li Qingshan raised his head. "Alright, I agree. He could kill the zombie Taoist with Little Anne, but killing the 5th layer Qi practitioner Qian Yannian could be described as a coincidence. Even an idiot would know that he was hiding something if he killed a 6th layer Qi practitioner. Who knew how many probing gazes it would lead to? Yet, he just happened to have a secret that he could not afford to look into. And his gaze was not limited to the items in the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch. The reward that the Hawkwolf Guard had offered to the zombie Taoist amounted to over 10,000 points of contribution. 5 points of contribution could be exchanged for a Qi gathering pill, so that was over 2,000 Qi gathering pills. That was the true bulk of the reward. Working with these disciples of Moism would allow him to obtain these points of contribution in a reasonable manner without raising any suspicion. Zhang Lanqing and the others were all overjoyed, while Hao Pingyang sniggered. Afterwards, Li Qingshan said, "Though I'm not too satisfied with this split." Zhang Lanqing and the others looked at one another, while Hao Pingyang frowned heavily. He was still dissatisfied with 70%? Wasn't he a little too greedy? Even worse, if Li Qingshan demanded an exorbitant price, he would have to agree to it. Li Qingshan smiled. 30% is enough for me, just like you, senior brother Hao, because I'm confident I can be of no less use than you and ensure everyone's safety. As for the remaining 40%, please distribute it among yourselves." With that, everyone was surprised. They never thought Li Qingshan would just hand over the benefits he had just obtained. 40% of the wealth of a 6th layer Qi practitioner of the sacred ground. Was there any Qi practitioner who would not be tempted by it? Zhang Lanqing felt rather ashamed over his petty thoughts Qingshan had just now. "Qingshan, that's not a good idea. There's nothing bad about it. If you want me to join, then let's split it like this. If you want to repay me for my kindness, how can this measly share of benefits be enough to repay your lives?" Li Qingshan had never been a petty person. He had taken a liking to the disciples of Moism, so he would not let them down. This was how he conducted himself. As the ancients said, spread wealth and gather righteousness. Those who haggle over every ounce and only look at the small benefits in front of them will never achieve great things. A generous and confident person doesn't have to worry about not having friends anywhere. Hao Pingyang laughed heartily and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. "Good, I like you." He sure was roused by his words as well. He said proudly, "Our lives are precious. Let alone these few treasures, even 10 zombie Taoists can't compare to our lives." They were not boasting. They were 4th and 5th layer Qi practitioners at such a young age, so breaking through to the 6th layer was not an unreachable goal for them. Their future development would definitely surpass the zombie Taoist. Holy Church. As disciples of the school of Moism, they were not suited for battle, but the mechanisms and puppets they created were treasures that all Qi practitioners would scramble for. They were even more valuable than regular spiritual artifacts. Every single disciple of the school of Moism would be respected wherever they went. Their statuses could not be compared to the zombie Taoist, who hid underground and refined corpses. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao also revealed looks of excitement. Jin Yuan said, "If we work together, what's there to fear about the zombie Daoist? We won't let our gains go to waste either." Jin Bao said, "We need to regain the face we've lost ourselves. We can't let others look down on us disciples of Moism." The gloomy morgue was illuminated by the hot-bloodedness of the young people. Originally, killing the zombie Daoist was only a rather terrifying mission, but now it was an undertaking that required them to work together to complete. Their fear had already vanished. Hao Pingyang extended his hand. "Then let's work together and fuck him up." They put their hands together, and they looked at one another and smiled. They all felt much closer to each other, and there was no longer any barrier between them and Li Qingshan anymore. It was as if they had not just met each other, but had known each other for a very long time. Little An held her face and sat on the roof of the morgue. When Li Qingshan rushed down, he left her up there to keep watch. He told her not to use her power carelessly. She watched as the zombie Daoist fled from the morgue. There was nothing special about her eyes, but they could see through illusions. Concealment techniques were a type of illusion, but they were useless against her. She wanted to go down and warn Li Qingshan, but in the blink of an eye, the zombie Daoist had vanished, so she could only give up. If she had caught up earlier, there would probably be a very good chance for her to taste fresh flesh and blood. However, as long as it was Li Qingshan's orders, she would obey them obediently. The cold moonlight landed on her expressionless face. As she listened to the conversation below, she seemed rather cold. As her cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty deepened, her mind seemed to gradually return to when she was a ghost. However, that was the numbness from being tortured to the point where she had lost her sense of self. Now it was complete indifference. When she controlled the flames and devoured living beings one by one, it was not as simple as absorbing the essence of their flesh and blood. She was not like regular evil or demonic cultivators who refined the blood of living people into arcane treasures. At most, she would have to endure some rebuke from her conscience. Whether it be the blood flames or the pale flames, they were both a part of her. When she melted the flesh and blood, especially the flesh and blood of the living and those who had just died, she could clearly sense their resentment, fury, pain, and fear. The assault of countless negative emotions was enough to make a regular person collapse in an instant. Even cultivators with great willpower would be affected. They would begin to doubt their actions and even their existence, living under the shadow of the dead for the rest of their lives. This was originally the most difficult test of temperament in the path of white bone and great beauty. However, she did not feel troubled at all. Like she was reading a Buddhist scripture, she read the painful laments of the dead without the slightest pity. She was like a god seated on a lotus flower, watching as all life suffered. Her heart was clear and indifferent. It was not that she was purposefully suppressing her emotions, but that she was unable to feel them. She was not moved by righteousness or hot-bloodedness, nor was she troubled by resentment and curses. There was no difference between a red ant and a black ant. All life was equal. They could all be killed, except for him. In the morgue, they discussed the specific plan of action. The sky in the east gradually brightened. Suddenly, Little An stood up and gazed into the distance. His gaze passed through the plains and saw a group of people rapidly approaching them. He leapt off the roof and arrived beside Li Qingshan. With just a glance, Li Qingshan understood that Zhuozhibwa had finally arrived. He said to the disciples of Moism, "Please go ahead first. I have some personal matters to attend to. I'll catch up in a little while." Hao Pingyang said, "What's more important than hunting down the zombie Daoist?" Li Qingshan smiled without saying anything. Hao Pingyang did not ask too much either. Seeing how determined he was, he said, "All right then. We'll go first and wait for you at the entrance of the zombie cave." Chapter 172. Bang, 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 bang. Black wolf guards in black wolf uniforms directly pierced through the walls and entered the morgue. The sacred hall dust filled the surroundings, but they were completely untainted. Their clothes drifted with their true chi as they stared at Li Qingshan coldly. Sharp killing intent interwove and wrapped around Li Qingshan firmly. Although the strongest was only the fifth layer Xiananda, their presence could not be compared to Zhang Lanqing and the others. They were professional killers, a pack of wolves that hunted their prey. Every single one of them had survived countless battles of life and death. If Zhang Lanqing faced off against Xiananda, he would have been slain on the spot as soon as they clashed. At this moment, Li Qingshan instead sat down. He leaned on his wind-entwining blade, and did not even look at the black wolf guards. The dust approached Li Qingshan every 5 steps, but it could not advance any further. Little An stood beside him. Her pearl-like eyes were filled with some desire. All paths of escape had been sealed up, only leaving behind the pitch-black, hollow entrance of the morgue. Cold wind whistled in, and a black boot stepped over the doorsill. With the wind came an iron hawk. Its wings were raised, its eyes were wide open, and its beak was like a hook. It stared at Li Qingshan as if it could come alive at any time and kill Li Qingshan on the spot. The presence he gave off alone was even more powerful than all the other black wolf guards combined. Li Qingshan finally raised his head. "Commander Zhua, what a grand lineup!" Zhuozhibwa glanced past the corpses strewn across the morgue and asked in surprise, "Did you do all of this? You repelled the zombie Taoist?" "As you can see." Li Qingshan opened his left hand. Zhuozhibwa sneered, "Then he's still just trash. If the zombie Taoist had been surrounded by the hawks and wolves, he definitely would not have been able to escape as easily as he did against the disciples of Moism. He would only have been slain and torn to pieces." Li Qingshan agreed. "He really is trash." The sacred hall. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Zhuozhibwa no longer concealed his killing intent. "Before you die, do you have anything to say?" Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. "I won't die." Zhuozhibwa said, "Yes, you won't die quickly. We have the most brilliant interrogators here. We will cut you open bit by bit and not let you die." He really wanted to admire Li Qingshan's expression of fear and despair, but he was disappointed. Li Qingshan only smiled, revealing his snow-white fangs that were longer than a normal person's. Even the child beside him was expressionless. As Li Qingshan and Zhuozhibwa spoke, none of the black wolf guards in the surroundings interrupted them. They did not even show any changes in their expressions. Even the weakest Gujian's eyes shone brightly, locking onto Li Qingshan's presence. He refused to lower his guard at all. Although they were facing off against an enemy, Li Qingshan could not help but praise them inside. Now this was a true warrior. As one of the most powerful organizations of violence in the Great Xia Empire, even the weakest Black Wolf Guard possessed such qualities. He possessed absolute confidence in victory. The only problem right now was that he could not let a single one of them escape. Li Qingshan stood up. With a clang, he drew his jagged wind-entwining blade. He extended his left hand into his talisman belt and took out a lightning-summoning talisman. Little and wielded his sword in one hand and the skull prayer beads in the other. They did not even look at each other, but they had already decided on a strategy. It was exactly the same as the zombie Taoist strategy just now, which was to erupt with all their strength and kill the strongest Zhuozhibwa instantly. The remaining people could be dealt with as they pleased. Even if they scattered, it would be relatively easy to hunt them down. Zhuozhibwa nodded slightly and drew his 7 wind-entwining blades. The battle was about to erupt at any moment. However, a yell rang out from outside. "Li Qingshan, are you crippled? Why are you so slow?" Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. "What are you doing back here?" Zhuozhibwa suddenly turned around and saw a burly man with a full beard standing several dozen meters away. The presence he gave off and the bronze cannon in his hand made his eyes narrow. Hao Pingyang said, "If I want to come back, I'll come back. Is that any of your business?" Beside him, Zhang Lanqing and the other three carried loaded 1,000 mechanism crossbows. They all frowned. Zhang Lanqing said, "Are you still not done with your business? If you're done, then hurry over." Zhuozhibwa said coldly, "I was wondering why you were so fearless. Turns out you've received reinforcements. No wonder you're still alive." Li Qingshan completely ignored him. He said loudly to Hao Pingyang, "I'm not going over right now. You can go first. There's no need to wait for me." Hao Pingyang called out, "I told you to come over, so come over. I'd like to see who dares to stop you. I'll blast them to smithereens." Li Qingshan felt rather helpless but also rather touched. He sheathed his blade and said to Zhuozhibwa, "Commander Zhuo, looks like there won't be many opportunities today." Just like that, he made his way towards the entrance of the morgue with little Anne. The moment they brushed past Zhuozhibwa, they could both sense the startling killing intent that had erupted from each other, but neither of them struck out. Gu Jian said, "Commander." Zhuozhibwa raised his hand, indicating for them to be quiet. Li Qingshan arrived beside Hao Pingyang. Hao Pingyang whispered, "What's going on?" Li Qingshan smiled. "There's just a small conflict." "A small conflict?" Hao Pingyang called out. A small conflict could be surrounded by a group of Black Wolf guards with killing intent, and their leader was a 6th layer Qi practitioner Black Hawk commander. Jin Bao said with lingering fear, "That man, even from so far away and with his back to me, it still feels very terrifying." The reason why Cave Town got its name was because there was a huge karst cave near the town. It was a tributary of the clear river that flowed into the cavern, never to return. The boats and people were the same. Even though there were curious villagers who tried to enter the cavern to investigate, none of them returned. It had become a forbidden ground that could make people pale at the mere mention of it. However, according to the location marked out by the Hawkwolf Guard, the cavern was called the Zombie Cave. It was the hiding place of the most wanted criminal, the zombie Daoist. He was also a terrifying existence in the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City. Zhuozhibwa had once personally led a group in an attempt to complete this mission, but in the end they lost 4 Black Wolf guards, and they failed to find the zombie Daoist's hiding place. It only doubled the contribution required for the mission, setting a new record for the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City. Li Qingshan currently stood at the entrance to the zombie cave. The entrance stood over 30 meters tall and was extremely wide. It was like the mouth of a huge beast, spraying with a cold air. Li Qingshan could clearly smell the faint stench in the air. It was the stench of corpses. He gazed into the cave, but his gaze vanished into the darkness in the end. The pillars that hung down from the ceiling were like the fangs of a huge beast. Even the rising sun in the east was unable to weaken the gloominess of this place. Zhang Lanqing took out a small boat and tossed it into the water. The boat rapidly expanded until it could fit 8 people. The 2 sides were lined with oars that resembled a 1,000-legged insect. "You better go first. Those people won't spare me. They'll definitely catch up." Li Qingshan had already roughly explained the entire story to them. They were all furious, but after the fury, they became fearful. The infamy of the Hawkwolf Guard was extremely resounding among Qi practitioners. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao lowered their heads. They said nothing. From the clash earlier, they had understood the difference in strength between them and the Hawkwolf Guard. He Yisher's eyes flickered as he mumbled, "That works too. It'll be a little easier if I flee alone." Hao Pingyang said furiously, "If there's something good to gain, we'll appreciate each other and get along well. If there's danger, we'll split up and go our separate ways. Are you still human?" Jin Yuan and Jin Bao were both ashamed. He Yisher said, "I'm just saying." However, He wondered inside whether Li Qingshan was intentionally using them to block the disaster. Zhang Lanqing said, "Yeah, Qingshan, it'll be a little safer if you stay with us. Once the mission ends, we'll return to the Clear River Prefecture together. You can appeal to the Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. We can all testify for you." Hao Pingyang said, "That's a good idea. If it doesn't work out, you might as well resign from your position with the Hawkwolf Guard. The 100 schools of thought will open next spring, and you can join our school of Moism. I'll personally teach you the art of engineering." Li Qingshan took in all of their reactions. Hao Pingyang was truly a straightforward man. Although he had a bad temper and a foul mouth, his flaws did not obscure his virtues. Zhang Lanqing was an honest person, and he was meticulous in his thinking. The other three paled in comparison. They could be roused by loyalty and hot-bloodedness, but they could not last for long. However, Li Qingshan did not resent them at all. This was just human nature. Not all ties of friendship would be reciprocated. Even if the 5 of them were no longer willing to travel with Li Qingshan did not find it strange at all. Now that there were 2 people who were truly willing to help him, it was already extremely rare. Now they were truly friends worth making. As for the 3 of them, they were just acquaintances. Li Qingshan said, "All right, I'll keep you company for a little longer." Hao Pingyang said, "Now that's more like it." The 7 of them boarded the boat. Under Zhang Lanqing's control, the wing-like oars on the 2 sides immediately began to move. The boat followed the flow and entered the cave. Soon after they left, Zhuozhibu's group arrived at the entrance as well. Gu Jian asked, "Commander, what do we do?" Zhuozhibu said, "Let them scout the path ahead and clear out the obstacles. Once they're exhausted, kill them all and push the blame onto the zombie Taoist. Then kill the zombie Taoist." He decided everyone's fate with a single sentence. He demonstrated his cold, iron-blooded demeanor. "Yes, sir." The Black Wolf Guards answered loudly, following his lead. Zhuozhibu joked, "I'm a little glad that I didn't kill him right from the beginning. Instead, I gained quite a lot of benefits." Since their boss was joking, how could the subordinates not respect him? The Black Wolf Guards all smiled in agreement. "Looks like the Mahis disciples have quite a lot of good stuff on them." The boat moved extremely quickly with the flow. Very soon, they entered the cave. The cave gradually narrowed, and the surroundings were pitch black. At this moment, a small lantern lit up at the front of the boat. Although Qi practitioners could see at night, their vision would still be affected in the darkness. The one who was truly unaffected was Little Anne. The one who felt like he could see even more clearly in the darkness than in the day was Li Qingshan. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.